Good morning, everyone. What a pleasure it is to be here, actually where I live, and at the University of Montana. Thank you so much for all of your efforts, and I know we'll see those throughout the day. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Leanne, can you please take roll?
Chair Dombrowski.
Here.
Regent Buchanan.
Here.
Regent Rogers.
Here.
Regent Lozar.
Here.
Regent Bow.
Here.
Regent Southworth.
Here.
Regent Yeager.
Here.
Commissioner Christian. Here. Governor Gianforte, representative.
We will be here.
Superintendent Arnson. Madam Chair, we have a quorum. The board is ready for business.
Thank you, Leanne. Welcome to our November Board of Regents meeting. First, I am pleased to introduce and welcome our new student regent, Garrett Yeager. Garrett, who hails from Choteau, from the Golden Triangle, I might add, is a senior at the University of Montana Western. He will graduate in May 2024 with a major in elementary education. In Garrett's time at Western, he competed in rodeo as a steer wrestler and has been very active in student government. He served as the ASUMW president, and in that capacity was instrumental in securing the approval to finance and build the first ever Western Wellness Center. Montana students are fortunate to have you representing them in this role, Garrett, and we all look forward to working with you. Welcome. I'd also like to welcome President Sangre Billy from Stonechild College. We sincerely appreciate you taking the time to join us. Our tribal college partnerships continue to be key to our mission, and we do have many shared interests. As chair, I'm committed to building upon the great work that's been done to support Native American students across the campuses, as well as providing a seamless transition for tribal college students who would like to attend an MUS campus. President Sangre Billy, I'm eager to hear your tribal college update this afternoon. Earlier this morning, we met with faculty representatives from across the university system. We sincerely appreciate their efforts, and we value these regular opportunities to discuss with them the important issues impacting their work and academic affairs. And to that end, I'd like to welcome Lauren Fern to the table. Lauren led the discussion this morning. She is our faculty representative and did a fabulous job. So welcome, Lauren. It's a pleasure, truly a pleasure to be meeting here on the University of Montana Missoula campus amidst all the energy and excitement that the Brawl of the Wild Week traditionally brings to Montana. Thank you for hosting us, President Bodner. We're looking forward to hearing more from you shortly about some of the University of Montana successes and its vision for the future. We understand that there is excellent news in enrollment and retention statistics. A new museum to showcase Montana's oldest art collection and a new dining hall are among the facilities enhancements on this campus. As for program highlights, the inaugural class of a 4-year cybersecurity major began classes this fall, and Accelerate Montana continues to build on its successes, on the successes of its training to train workers in high-demand fields through employer-sponsored partnerships. I believe President Bodner will share exciting news on research and grant awards as well. Turning to our agenda, we have a busy couple of days ahead of us, excuse me, including meeting jointly with the Legislative Education Interim Committee and convening the annual State Board of Education meeting. These additions to our regular meetings provide valuable opportunities for checking in and sharing information among branches of government and education systems to help ensure that, as leaders, we are all working towards similar goals for the betterment of students in Montana at every stage of the education spectrum. In a few minutes, we'll hear from Commissioner Christian, and later this morning, the Budget, Administration, and Audit Committee has a planned discussion of the MUS budget, specifically how we tie tuition decisions, state appropriations, and financial aid into the budget framework. The presentation represents a continuation of the conversation the committee began in September. We'll also be considering several facility design, construction, and purchase items. This afternoon, the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee will feature an update on where we are with the system-wide LMS transition. This update will share information on the successful vendor and the implementation timeline. Another ARSA presentation will share plans developing a comprehensive approach to student well-being. Additionally, Director McLean will report on the American Indian Minority Achievement Program's continuing support of American Indian students. This will be a system and collaboration with Montana's tribal colleges, I've already mentioned. And finally, we are fortunate to be hearing from Stone Child College President Sangre Billy on tribal colleges and some new and exciting partnerships. Tomorrow, the two-year and Community College Committee will discuss placement policy and provide a Perkins Plan update. A report from the two-year and Community College Working Group on non-credit credentialing and an Education Design Labs update. Before we dive into our formal business items, I want to turn it over to our host, President Bodner, for an update on what's happening here at the University of Montana.
There we go. Now we're on. All right. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the University of Montana. We are so happy to have you all here, and it's just a true privilege to be here with colleagues from across the state who are dedicated to the important work of the Montana University system. I, of course, want to extend a special thank you to our regents who volunteer their valuable time and their tremendous talents to the worthiest of goals, providing Montanans and Montana communities with bright futures. Together, we're of course continuing a tradition of education that long preceded all of us here. Of course, many years before the first brick of Main Hall was laid, our campus has served as a gathering place. So as we gather this morning, I want to start just to take a moment and recognize this beloved place as the Aboriginal territories of the Salish and Kalispel people. The UM community takes very seriously its responsibility to honor the path that they have always shown for us in caring for this place for generations to come. We are very excited to have you here, and as we get going, as Chair Dombrowski said, I also want to just take a moment to ground us in, oops, I went too far, to ground us in our vision here for the University of Montana, because it is an ambitious one. And as my UM colleagues know, you really can't get through a meeting with me at the University of Montana without, don't laugh too loud, Lauren, without hearing the two words that I believe really characterize our work here at the University of Montana. And those two words are inclusive prosperity. You know, if you have to boil down the essence of our mission just to two words, those are it. As much as I talk about them, though, those two words are weightless without an understanding of what they look like in action. So, you know, what is inclusive prosperity? What do we mean by those two words, and when we talk about them so much here at the University of Montana? Well, it means that no matter where you come from, what you look like, who your parents were, who you love, what high school you went to, how large your bank account balance is, inclusive prosperity means that you have a place here. It means that when many feel that the pathways to economic opportunity in this country are narrowing, UM is and must continue to be an engine of social mobility and economic opportunity for all. It means that a single mother can enroll at the University of Montana and find her pathway to a career that will change the trajectory of her family for generations. And it means that a tradesman looking to upskill mid-career can also find a pathway through this university to do so. And it means a veteran can come home, enroll at UM, and jumpstart a new career. Because here at UM, and really across the MUS, we don't pride ourselves on whom we keep out or on some idea of exclusive prestige. No, our charter language clearly identifies that our public value is in our commitment to offering a world-class education that's available to people from all backgrounds and walks of life. That's what we're here to do. Now, that also means our responsibility is great. Families and their children are making significant personal and financial sacrifices to pursue an education. They're counting on us. They're betting on us. And that's why I believe to my very core that our work here at the University of Montana is, and across the MUS, is fundamental not just to the economic prosperity of our state, of our country, but to the very health of our democracy. And to our regents, I want to say thank you for being here. The Grizz family is honored to have you here on our campus. And as a token of our appreciation, you have at your seats a gift. It's a specially produced broadside that features the words of Senator Mike Mansfield, obviously an icon here at the University of Montana. You saw the statue of Maureen and Mike on your walk into the University Center this morning. And the words on this broadside really capture the importance of education in shaping our democracy. This gift was produced for you using a 1936 Hacker brand letterpress. It's pictured here on the slide, and this press was donated to UM by master printer Peter Rutledge Cook. And this hand-operated press has over the decades produced limited edition, truly prized pieces that are exhibited in museums here in Montana and around the world. And we shared this with you because, like this beautiful work, democracy is something that we create, something that we refine together. Both Senator Mansfield's words that are captured on this print, as well as the creative act in producing it, highlight the importance of what we create together here in the Montana University system. And so we are deeply grateful for your partnership in this important work. Now, this work is, of course, not easy. Across the U.S., we've seen a decline in perceptions of higher ed. We're seeing a smallage percentage of high school grads nationally and here in Montana continue on to college. And I've argued that I think a less educated populace is one of the greatest threats for our national security, for our democracy, for our children's future. And if those trends were to continue, our children, our grandchildren, are far less likely to enjoy the same standard of living that we've enjoyed. And so I point these out because the stakes of our work are high. Our work is as public servants in higher education, I would argue, has never been more important. And so that's why we here at UM are working aggressively to live up to Senator Mansfield's words. And we do that, yes, by having a vision that we believe in, that I'm passionate about, but as I often share, the old adage that vision without execution is hallucination. And so our task is to translate that vision into deliberate action. And so also at your seats, our regents each have a copy of the University of Montana's FY24 playbook. And this is where we've outlined our institutional priorities for action and our objectives. More importantly is that behind these are 28 projects. Each of those projects has specific actions, a team that's squarely focused on driving progress. And as Chair Dombrowski pointed out, we have a lot of exciting progress to highlight. As you'll see in our playbook, priority for action number 1 is to place student success at the center of everything we do. Our students are the reason that we're here. And we're really excited about the progress we're seeing in this area. This fall, we had a 3.7% increase in student headcount. This is the largest annual growth in 14 years here at the University of Montana. This is the 3rd straight year of a larger entering class. And this year's class had a lot more Montanans, 20% more Montanans in our freshman class this year than 2 years ago. At the same time, we've seen another 5.2% increase in Native American student enrollment here at the University of Montana, and that translates to a 30% increase since 2018 in Native enrollment here at UM. We also saw a 20% increase year over year in the number of veterans here at the University of Montana, as well as a 5.6 year-over-year increase in first-generation students and an 8.7% increase in students on Pell Grants. This is inclusive prosperity in action. This is what we're talking about. And we're working every day to ensure that remains accessible to Montanans at all income levels. And that's why we developed the Grizzly Promise. The Grizzly Promise is a program which commits to all Montanans who come from a family that make $50,000 or less that you can come to tuition free. This is a big promise. This is something we're working together feverishly with our University of Montana Foundation colleagues to continue to raise philanthropic dollars to support, but it's vitally important to our mission. But it's not enough, of course, just to get students here. We need to make sure that we are providing the necessary supports for them to stay in school and march toward graduation. And we're proud this year that we've seen another increase in our first-year retention rate to 76%, which is the highest ever recorded here at the University of Montana. So, and I want to be clear that an 8 percentage point gain in retention over a 5-year period it's not a lucky accident. It's the result of the focused, dedicated efforts of many people on this campus, from our faculty to our advisors, our student support staff, our dining team, our housing team, and really the entire campus community. And there are many things that I'd love to highlight as key drivers of our retention improvements over the last 5 years. Talked about our revamped orientation, our new advising model, some of the technology improvements we've made, some of the teaching innovations that are happening for our faculty. And I could spend an hour up here. But I wanted to highlight a part of this effort that is easily overlooked, and that's our focus on our campus experience. You know, we've talked quite a bit during board meetings over the past couple of years about the mental health challenges among college students nationally. We've talked about the need for robust counseling services, and those are very, very important. But we also have to think upstream of those challenges, and we believe that fostering a vibrant, engaging campus experience and building a really strong sense of belonging and a uniquely Grizz identity is key to our student success. And I wanted to cite just one fun, playful example of these efforts. Last year, our student success and our marketing teams collaborated with student groups to revitalize a time-honored tradition here at the University of Montana, which is the Foresters Ball. This was a tradition that, coming out of the pandemic, was frankly at risk of dying. But through this partnership, through this kind of breathing life back into this tradition, the event sold out for the first time in recent memory, and brought back a renewed and very fun and engaging tradition here on our campus. Now, I want to be clear, as we've talked a lot about retention strategies here, and as you read national studies on student retention efforts, you're probably not going to find listed among their recommendations to transform a century-old gym into a frontier logging town for a weekend and throw a party. You probably won't see that listed, but it's working for us, and it's one of the many strategies that we're seeing a lot of exciting impact from. So it's a really special part about this university. And I think one of the other just tremendously important, and I think special things about the University of Montana, and again about the MUS more broadly, is the way in which we as a university prioritize, yes, access, but also excellence. And I want to just take a moment during our introduction to highlight 2 students who in the past year have achieved success at the very highest levels. And in doing so have truly demonstrated the power of a education to open life-changing opportunities. Now, first is Beatrix Rizzo. Bea is a Polson pirate. And last year, she was named a Marshall Scholar. The year before that, Bea was also selected as a Truman Scholar. And she competed for these scholarships against the very best students from across the country, from all the most prestigious universities in the United States. Bea was recognized for her talents and her skills. And this is really a direct result, not just of her hard work, but of the hard work and dedication of our faculty and our staff here at UM. And her story is not unique. As a result of the work of our faculty and our Office of External Scholarships and Fellowships, UM leads the nation in Udall Scholars. And we have a success rate in receiving Fulbright scholarships at a rate that's higher than most Ivy League institutions. And just this past weekend, we learned that a University of Montana student and Montana native was selected as a 2024 Rhodes Scholar. And I want to invite Coulter Stevenson up here to stand beside me for a moment. Now, I might embarrass him a little bit, but this fall, 862 of America's very best and brightest college students were nominated by their institutions to compete for this prestigious scholarship. Right? There's a selection process that happens on these campuses, and the best 800 students in the country apply for this. From that list, through an interview process, they select 32 Americans to become Rhodes Scholars. Among those 32, only 5 came from public universities. And Coulter who hails, by the way, from Amsterdam, Montana, with a population of 206 over there in Gallatin County, has just been this incredible student here. He's a presidential leadership scholar. He's studying international business, finance, managed information systems, Russian. He's got 4 majors, and he's got a 4.0. He spent a summer in Kyrgyzstan on a critical language scholarship, studying Russian as well as analyzing energy infrastructure across Central Asia. He also founded Smart Dorm, an energy management system to reduce energy consumption in dormitories and barracks. And Coulter truly embodies that ethic of service that sits at the heart of every Grizzly. He serves as a volunteer firefighter and EMT over in East Missoula and in Frenchtown. He's also a certified ski instructor. And in fact, we were not sure he was going to make it because he worked the overnight shift last night. And so, we are just bursting with pride and admiration, Coulter. You are evidence that a UM education, a Montana University system education, is on par with any university in the country. And we are so proud of you and grateful for all that you represent. So let's give Coulter a hand and I'll let him sit down. But, of course, UM's impact extends far beyond just supporting individual students and their success. We're in our second year as an R1 research university. Growth in the research enterprise remains strong. Our research output is over 50% higher than it was just 5 years ago. You're gonna hear a presentation on research, but suffice it to say that the research happening here and on our campuses across the state are critically important. They expand the boundaries of human knowledge. They spur new companies and good jobs. They contribute directly to the collective good of this community. And I could highlight research examples all day. I picked out a few. I mean, take, for example, our Center for Translational Medicine. This is a center that's currently preparing for human trials for vaccines to prevent opioid abuse. And they just recently received another $12.3 million from the NIH to advance a tuberculosis vaccine. Over in our College of Health, you see our faculty leading efforts to understand the impact of extreme environmental conditions on soldiers. Over in our our College of Forestry and Conservation, the Montana Climate Office awarded another $5.5 million grant from NOAA, which builds upon a $21 million grant from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to install and monitor climate stations across the state, giving timely information to ranchers and farmers across the entire state of Montana and downstream as they adapt to our changing climate. And I think it's important to point out, as these researchers are tackling some of the toughest problems plaguing our global society, students are working alongside with them. And in the process, they're learning vitally important research and inquiry skills. This, too, is inclusive prosperity. And just 2 more highlights. Last year, the Mellon Foundation invited based on what they had seen about our focus on serving Indigenous students, they invited to apply for some funding from their foundation. And in June, was awarded $1 million grant to host tribal elders over the next 3 years and to support our faculty in indigenous research and teaching methods. And last year, our Skaggs School of Pharmacy was awarded $2.4 million in grant funding to support their efforts to support indigenous students through UM's Native American Center for Excellence. Again, this is inclusive prosperity in action. So, as you can tell, we are a university focused on impact and on service. And so it was nice to see that for the second year in a row, was recognized by a national publication as the #1 university in the entire nation for community and national service. And this just points out to folks around the country what we already know is true. And that's that Grizzlies have an ethic of service and a deep commitment to something greater than themselves. And you'll see evidence of that ethos in every corner of our campus. You'll also see in every corner of our campus as you're here, infrastructure refresh and renewal. This summer, we welcome students to our newly refurbished Knowles Hall. As Chair Dombrowski pointed out in this evening's event, you'll have the chance to see the realization of a vision literally 75 years in the making as you visit our new home for the Montana Museum of Art and Culture. Our new heat and power plant is nearing completion, an indoor practice facility, new rehearsal rooms, a new dining facility, a lot of renewal happening here. But the challenges facing higher ed, of course, call upon us to do more. And we're talking about this worrying decline in the percentage of high school students who are going on to college nationally. They're questioning whether college is worth their time. Now, whether we agree with those questions or not, whether we agree with those concerns or not, our obligation is to adapt. And so we're doing so in a number of ways. We're doing so from a curricular standpoint. We're adapting our structures, our programs to enable more interdisciplinary teaching and research, enabling clear curricular pathways for our students. We're reshaping academic programs. Just a couple quick examples. Our sociology department, after doing a thorough analysis of student and societal needs, chose to more strategically focus their programming on the field of criminology. And they launched a bachelor's degree in this area this year, both in person and online. Similarly, our College of Business faculty, together with our Missoula College team, are expanding their efforts in the critically important field of cybersecurity. And I would encourage you to poke your head in on the second floor to our newly established Security Operations Center. It's one floor below us, and this is a SOC, a Security Operations Center, and it's not only a vital asset for monitoring cybersecurity risks statewide, it's also a learning lab for our students. So if you get a moment, to all our guests, poke your head in there and check it out. And you'll see this innovation happening not just at program levels, but we're looking at our Gen Ed curriculum in partnership with Faculty Senate, and we're looking at how do we innovate at the individual class level? How do we address, for example, the challenge of misinformation plaguing our society? A couple fun courses, one in our journalism school titled appropriately Calling BS, and another in our College of Health titled, Communication Studies Department called Misinformation in Health. These are the types of courses, you might not see them in the headlines, but these two courses are tackling head-on the challenge of misinformation and equipping our students with the critical skills they need to navigate our world and think through subjects they're inundated in with every day, media and health. So you're seeing this curricular adaptation happening in many exciting ways here at And then, of course, we know that some students are going to choose to go directly into workforce out of high school, or they might want to come back and get some additional education. And so we're really excited about the way our teams are adapting to meet the needs of learners with different models. To date, more than 1,500 people across the state of Montana have been served by Accelerate Montana. And that's in partnership with our two-year campuses across the state and also with our tribal college partners. And this is a program that's partnering directly with employers to provide opportunity and jobs. And in many cases, we had one participant who was in his 50s who, after going through one of these programs, said, this program gave me hope. I thought I didn't have anything left to offer, but this program gave me hope. That's inclusive prosperity in action as well. And so there is so much we could highlight. I want to cede the floor, but I just want you to know in closing how grateful we are to have all of you here today. What we do here at matters. What we do across the MUS matters. It matters for our students in Montana today. It matters for our economy and for the health of our democracy tomorrow. Now, this is a phrase we often say here at the university. And of course, we're in Missoula. We always want the Grizz to triumph on the field. And we'll be cheering hard on Saturday, of course. But I put this phrase up here because we think about it much more broadly than that. We recognize, as Senator Mansfield so eloquently stated, that the long-term health of our state and of our democracy depends in large part of the work we do here in the Montana University system. And so when we see this phrase, and as our incredible faculty and staff here on campus and across the state, as they're out there courageously and creatively finding new ways to serve our students and our communities, we recognize that those good old Grizzlies are working to triumph today for the good of our communities tomorrow. That's the focus of our work here. And it's a true privilege to serve alongside each of you in this important work. And it's an honor to have you here on our campus. And I want to thank you again, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to provide a welcome. And of course, I can't leave without saying, go Grizz.
Thank you, President Bodnar. Thank you also for the thoughtful gift and the context behind it. Really appreciate that. And also thank you for introducing us to Coulter. That was wonderful, and I saw him slip out, and I'm thinking that old night shift, and he's probably off to bed. It's great. Next on our agenda is approval of the minutes. We'll turn to approve of the September 2023 meeting minutes. The minutes have been distributed to the board. Are there any corrections? Okay, if there are no corrections, the minutes are approved as distributed. I'll now turn it over to Commissioner Christian for his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wow, that seems kind of loud. I don't want to overdo it this morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for being here. We always appreciate you taking time away from your personal lives to dedicate to the university system. So thank you for your time and attention for the next few days. President Bodnar, thank you for hosting. Your team's done a fantastic job, especially this is a busy week in Montana, and nothing short of amazing to pull this off from a logistical standpoint, if nothing else. So thank you for that, and thank you to your campus for all they're doing to make us in this meeting feel welcome here. I'd like to start with welcoming Regent Yeager to the table. As a student leader, he's certainly been involved with governance at Western, as the chair mentioned, and so we're anxious to have you participate, to bring your voice to this table and that of the larger student population. So thank you and welcome to the table.
Thank you.
Maybe I should start with where I should start every meeting, and to what extent we've overlooked that. I extend my apologies first and foremost, but Professor Fern, thank you for joining us at the table, and I just want to say thanks to all the faculty and staff across this great system that work day in and day out to make this what it is for students. Despite all the busyness and work that happens in this format, we recognize the heart and soul of the university system is our faculty and the staff that support you all, and so thank you for all that you do every day. Our November meeting is sort of unique, and it's getting even maybe more so that way the last few rounds of this, where it's been sort of a touchstone for us with our legislative partners in the interim committees, our K-12 community through the Board of Education, and certainly with our tribal communities. So we welcome all those players here to the meeting and look forward to some meaningful exchange of ideas and process that will help enhance the lives of our students. I want to report that we have created in the last month or so a task force that we've now seated, and they had their first meeting, I think, within the last week, around artificial intelligence. And if you haven't heard anything about AI in the last 6 months, you truly have been living under a rock somewhere. I think it's an incredibly important topic and one that we need to be on the front end of as a university, and maybe even more than this university or this system, as a country that has collaborative thought around it. When I think about AI in a university setting, I think about all that embraces and what it does, Professor Fern, around the academic freedom and how we're going to teach and how we're going to learn and all of those things. I think there's a lot that needs to be done around this space. At the same time, ignoring it or pushing it aside or worrying that it's too risky or all of those things, I think is a very, very unpractical solution. We need to figure out how and what we're going to do. So we put together a group that, at least at this point, represents mainly the provosts across the system, but we'll extend that as this develops. But a group that can really focus on how to adapt our system to the sort of dramatically changing world around AI. I think that we can consider sort of the scope, scale, and impacts of AI on higher ed and how we can become nimble in shaping the classroom experience, the student experience, and then ultimately the practices, policies, and resources that are needed to bring this innovation to fruition, to position ourselves, our campuses, and our system, and ultimately our faculty to embrace, to collaborate, to work together with business, industry, and other partners within the AI world to really develop a process moving forward for the university system, and frankly to develop ethical standards that we can adapt to meet these new technological advances. So I think a really important piece. We will have at future meetings more on this topic that I'd like to share with the board, and interaction from this original group that we can sort of try to create a body of thought around it. In a moment, we'll invite Director Lemon up to share ultimately a couple different topics. Enrollment, certainly part of the November meeting, but also want to talk a bit more about the resident student access. As requested, Scott will be joined today by the executive team from Liaison, who's our vendor in the Apply Montana. I think representatives will discuss their work nationally around central application processes and talk about the potentials they see for us in Montana to build out and to really fuel our resident student access initiative. I strongly believe in this. As you all know, we've been invested time, energy, and resources. And I also recognize, as our old Regent Barrett used to say, this is a heavy lift, and we know that. And I want to make sure that there is process around the system from all of the campuses that we get this right. I think it falls into, we'll serve no wine before it's time. But I think this is an important step, and I think it does build toward sort of our initial thoughts around, 32, 34, 35% of Montanans going to the Montana University system or some form of higher education in Montana just isn't enough. And we have to figure out how we can make this opportunity more broadly available to a larger number of Montanans for their sake, but also just for the sake of the state. We never will meet our workforce needs that would suggest 62% of Montanans need some post-secondary education with the numbers that we're bringing in. So I applaud the effort. I support the effort. I think we can build out our sort of cause for use case. I think we can help identify to the campuses, why are we doing this? Which I think with any change always brings the question, but why are we doing this? I think we're doing it because we believe in this being one of the great tools that can help expand that opportunity through a one-stop shop. So families, students, and maybe more importantly, counselors have one spot to go to. And I think if we took every other benefit off the table, the longitudinal data in itself will bring great advances for our system overall. So I won't spoil all their thunder. They've got lots to talk about there and lots that they believe we can do to enhance that opportunity. But I do believe there's a case for why this is important. This isn't that the system has an interest in enrollment or enrollment management. It's that we need to find a path to help our campuses get more Montanans engaged in higher education. And I think this is one tool, not the only, but one tool that can do that. We'll come back to that. Before we do, though, I think, as you all know, one of the true pillars of our strategic plan is how we can assist in expanding and improving Montana's economy. In the last few weeks, you all know, but we got a pretty huge shot in the arm on that front with the announcement of the Tech Hub. Montana is designated now by the U.S. Economic Development Agency, the EDA, as one of 31 regional tech hubs out of hundreds and hundreds of applications. So incredibly proud of the work that's been done there. I truly believe this will bring even more world-class research and innovation to our campuses, which ultimately leads to student opportunities, student success, achievement, that I believe truly will help drive our enrollment, supercharge Montana's economy. You know, the short way around this is a big deal, and super proud of the work that's went into it. I think it truly will help us advance opportunities around a high-tech industry that is well-placed and well-deserved in Montana and this region to sort of national and global prominence. We're in the early days, obviously, and there's a tremendous amount of work that still needs to be done, but I do think it will ultimately serve to bring students and graduate students in particular the ability to work on some really cutting-edge things within our university system here in Montana. From the beginning, very much been a team effort. Very grateful to our federal delegation, Senator Daines, Senator Tester, who supported the CHIPS Act, and in particular an amendment that made sure that this opportunity was available to rural states. Our list of partners around this is long. The collaborators, friends, and partners all across Rocky Mountain and the Plain States is enormous. But I do want to take just a moment, and I usually don't spend your precious time to do this, but I think so much efforts went into it, it's worth just rolling off a few names here to recognize some of the people that really made this happen. Starting with our Deputy Commissioner Joe Teal. Joe's dedicated hours, morning, noon, and night to this effort, and really been the sort of cohesive piece from the university system's perspective that has helped bring all this together. Mary Kriegel, Dustin DeYoung, and of course Director Scott Osterman from the Montana Department of Commerce, been incredibly involved and helpful. They will be here in part tomorrow for a panel, and we'll talk more about this. Sarah Swanson, who you heard from at our last meetings, been intricately involved. She serves as Commissioner of Department of Labor and Industry, of course. Todd O'Hare and Matt Olson with the Montana Chamber. They helped bring industry partners to the table, which were essential in the EDA's mind in terms of awarding this designation to a state. Paul Gladen and the Accelerate Montana team here at the University of Montana. Dr. Joe Shaw is the director of the Optical Technology Center at Montana State, all brings expertise to the table. And last, but maybe first, a huge thank you to Senator Tester's team, Tim Van Rankin, Justin Folsom, and Dylan Lasovich, who really did the legwork on this thing from a federal perspective. They met on a regular cadence, and they helped us organize the group, the effort to bring all this forward and to make this happen. Madam Chair, if I could, I'd like to invite Deputy Commissioner Teal up for just a moment and give you guys a bit more of context of where we're at in the process and where we're going. But appreciate everyone that's participated in this for what they brought to the table. Joe.
Madam Chair, Mr. Commissioner, thank you. I'll echo, this is a big deal. I think my role is to try and explain a little bit of why it's a big deal and what some of the next steps are. And simply put, the way the U.S. federal government, the way the Economic Development Administration is framing this is a multi-decade investment. It's a multi-decade investment identifying regions that are primed for new types of growth and an investment in the technologies that the federal government thinks is going to be really important for our national security moving forward. And it's so important and exciting that Montana is in that list of 31. That's a huge accomplishment. Immediately what it's going to mean is all arms of the federal government thinking about how they can help us develop this technology. That's the USDA, a whole suite of programs that they have to help rural economic development, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office on intellectual property, support on developing export through our high-tech businesses, the Small Business Administration. So many new resources that are available to all swaths of Montana. But the important next step is the first tranche of actual funding. And we'll have another bar to clear there. They're only going to fund 5 to 10 of these hubs in this first tranche. It'll be a tranche of $50 to $75 million of investment going into 3 to 8 different projects that we, through a steering committee that's being developed now, will identify as projects that are most important to kind of take this ecosystem around optics and photonics, their application in the environment and in other important industry spaces in Montana to that next level. And so I think we have a great team working to identify those projects, working pretty expeditiously to develop our proposals, which we do end of February, likely for us to learn if we've been successful in making a strong case to receive that first important tranche of funding. I also want to echo, this has been a whole team effort, and you all should be proud because that whole team effort wouldn't have been possible were it not for decisions made 15, 20 years ago. Brave businesses making a bet on Montana. State government enacting policies and developing a business environment that allow those businesses to thrive. And really importantly, our university system making investments, coordinating to develop a research enterprise, to develop graduate education programs, to invest in some of these high technology areas strategically, to develop some supports that we provide as a university system to this business ecosystem, to put us kind of in this realm where we could be competitive for this opportunity. We mentioned one of 31. You should also know we're one of only 3 that are designated in low population rural states. And so we really, I think, cleared an amazing hurdle through the efforts of not just the team that wrote the application, but many, many more teams over the last 2 decades that put us in a position to be competitive. And that team, I think, is going to continue. It's a team that crosses partisan lines, has collaborated across business, industry, education, government. Really excited for the next steps, but it is going to be nose to the grindstone for a few months more to make sure we continue to put our best case forward. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you, Joe. And thanks again for all that you've done to bring this forward for Montana. Appreciate it. Any questions or thoughts on that, or are we ready to move? Okay, sounds good. Then I would invite Director Lamone up to the podium, and I guess we'll start with the enrollment update, and then your guest can, they can come up right now. Perfect. So we'll have the enrollment update, and then we'll talk a whole lot more about the resident student access. We've actually dedicated some time to this, so if you guys, as they're presenting, think through some questions in that, we've got time for some discussion points around what we're doing here and what we're trying to accomplish. Director Lemon.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. And if it pleases the board, we've got 3 presentations. We can hold questions till the end and get through the 3 different decks, and feel free to stop me at any point in time. But as the Commissioner mentioned, this is sort of where we are on the enrollment side. The second piece on resident student access, where we want to be, some of the initiatives that we've undertaken, and the long-term vision for how do we get to the next level on enrollment, but also the resident student access piece with, as I like to talk about, opening that front door as wide as we can here in the Montana University system. So we'll talk a little bit about where we are, where we want to be, and then we've got some experts up here to give a national perspective on what's happening in this space, but also specific to some of the initiatives that we have off the ground. So I'll do my best to be brief. So this year's enrollment, and this is the FTE, some would say this is the purest form of measuring activity in enrollment, and that is those students that are taking 15 or more credit hours overall. And we're encouraged with the breakdown here in the goal. This is up 32,818 to 33,603. So seeing that growth in the system level perspective for FTE for our system overall. And you can see the breakdown below. We've got the dashboard linked to this presentation, and so there's a lot to get through. I certainly won't have time to give the deepest dive today on this, but want to provide these snapshots in some areas that we're excited about. But on the non-resident, graduate, undergraduate, across the board, you can see the breakdown there with that growth overall for the system on the FTE perspective. Total headcount. So if we look at the system from a total headcount perspective, another area obviously we're looking at rather closely, broken down by age. So you can see the headcount broken down by age. And this is important because these are obviously different channels that students are engaging within the Montana University system on our campuses. But that increase in total headcount from fall to fall census data, 2.3%, also very encouraging for us to look at from a system level perspective. And, you know, we're not quite where we want to be if you see the long-term trends there. Nationally, I would say we've got some pretty strong indicators that are bucking that trend, and I think how fast we've recovered from COVID, but also continue to be a pathway of choice for folks looking to engage in post-secondary education as a culmination of the work you heard about from President Bodner this morning here at UM, but all of our campuses participating in these efforts to make sure that we're paying attention to headcount. But less than 18 years, obviously some great growth there in the dual enrollment space. And then that really core target area for a lot of our campuses is that 18 to 24 range there to see growth is incredibly encouraging overall. And so all the way out through transfer and seeing that our headcount for the system continues to be on the upswing. First-time freshmen, we talked quite a bit about this, and even in the resident student access space, certainly an area that we're laser focused on, and virtually flat. We're down 0.8% overall, which is good and bad, and certainly we'd love to be up in the new first-time freshman component every single year. But again, to come back and be relatively flat year over year is more encouraging than being down in some of the years like we saw from 19 to 20 through COVID, and that gradual decline. So coming back up is an area on the all-student first-time freshman area that we're encouraged to continue to have some good trends there. So I want to just dive down into the breakdown for the first-time freshmen as well. So out by the grouping on campus type, you can see where we're getting to this number in this place overall. So 2-year versus 4-year. Seeing the growth actually in 2-year and community college and a decline in our 4-year campus from a first-time freshman perspective. Again, there's some good takeaways and not so great takeaways. We would love to see all areas and some growth there across the board. But, you know, the focus we have in the 2-year space and making sure that the workforce training and the outcomes that we're committed to providing customizable options for students to engage in. It's not one size fits all. And so I think the adaptability of the system, the board certainly up here, and the support we've had from our campuses to continue to pay attention to this overall as we look at the first-time freshmen. And then residency, another area that folks are paying really close attention to with where our students are coming from. We are 100% committed to the Montana residents and our in-state population as a system, but we recognize that there's a lot of opportunities for out-of-state students to come to Montana and enjoy the plethora of options we have here at the system level overall. And what's interesting about this is to see the gains in the in-state population and actually a decrease in our non-resident population from fall 22 to 23. Again, there's good and bad on both sides of that, but to see that in-state population from a first-time freshman perspective coming in higher year over year is definitely encouraging for us as we want to grow this population and continue to communicate, as President Bonner mentioned this morning, that value proposition here in the state of Montana, while being a viable, wonderful place for our non-resident students to look and engage as well. Capture rates, something that we talk with the board quite a bit about here. You know, what is the percentage of high school graduates that immediately enroll within the first semester of opportunity, which is the fall, from graduating high school into the system? And so an area that we are relatively flat again, year over year, 31.9 last year to 31.5% this year of the total high school graduating class in Montana that elected to engage a Montana University campus immediately after high school graduation. And so there's some interesting, you know, data points there on the left side where you can see the total high school graduate population where we're projected to grow. And I talk about this often where we've got a growth there in Montana for high school graduates. You'll see in a couple slides how that's not going to last forever nationally and as well as in Montana. You hear a lot in the news about the enrollment cliff and the declining population of folks that are graduating high school. There's just less of them. And so schools are getting more competitive in this space overall. We obviously want to raise the number from a capture rate perspective of students that are engaging with an MUS campus overall. But not too terribly bad, just being down a little bit there from a relatively flat high school graduating population overall. So here is the Montana picture for the high school graduates. And the joke I like to make, if you want to guess when I'm going to retire, I think you can easily figure that out there somewhere around 2032 and 33 as we see that sharp decline. Montana is going to ebb and flow. We're going to have this growth here in the near term in high school graduates overall, and you can see where the projections lie there for the total high school graduates and where we need to adapt. And to the commissioner's point earlier, you know, the fact that we're having these conversations now in a period of growth of high school graduates for our state is certainly going to put us in the best possible position to be successful in the long run as we look at what we know is coming down the line from a high school graduate population there overall. So we're encouraged by these conversations. And then again, just a different chart to show the projection of the high school graduates. And, you know, a lot of it is interesting for us here in the state because if you talk to the campus directors that deal in this space day in and day out and are laser focused on their campus, their populations of Montanans as well as the non-residents, you know, they oftentimes have to shift and play almost offense and defense with, you know, you're battling other states trying to come in and speak to our high school graduates because they know we have growth in our state while also, you know, putting Montana in the best possible position as a destination for students to stay in Montana, to study in Montana, graduate in Montana, and hopefully work in Montana when they're finished with that as well. So we know these projections are also an area where we've got to pay attention to what other states are coming here to try to recruit and retain our high school graduates as well. But encouraged by the growth from a graduate population there overall. Mr. Commissioner, with your permission, I'll continue on into the resident student access if that's okay. So that is, you know, the snapshot of where we are. You know, we heard a little bit about retention. We've got our highest retention rate in the last 10 years, so we're incredibly excited about the retention.
I'm sorry, Director Lemon, can I ask a couple of questions, Chair? So just two questions on the data. It looked like on the under 18s number has gone up dramatically over the past 10 years. And is it, you mentioned briefly that that's the dual enrollment. Are we counting every, you know, can you remind me how we count students that may only take one course but are part of the dual enrollment? Are they showing up in that number?
My understanding is they are showing up in that number right there. That would be largely driven by the dual enrollment.
And then secondly, when we look at the out-of-state enrollment, it really appears to be a 21 and 22 phenomenon. You know, it was very steady for the previous 10 years. Do we have, I mean, other than the TV series Yellowstone, do we have an idea of why those 2 years seem to be such outliers? Is it COVID? Is it Yellowstone? What do we think?
As far as the increase there in the non-resident population, I would say absolutely from 20 to 21, there, I think nationally, you've got folks that are stopping out and taking that time off throughout COVID. I think Yellowstone, as funny as that is, certainly plays a part in being a destination for families as they're moving here to do that overall. But from 20 to 21, Regent Bao, you can see that bounce back for kids that are stopping out and coming back there overall, and then to see that decline for the next 2-3 years is what we're focusing on right now as well.
Yeah, because there's a little bit of risk then associated with that out-of-state numbers going back to more of a mean. Yeah. Could I just ask if our college presidents, you know, do I have the right concern there, or do we have a sense of if that number is going to stay elevated, or we find a new level, or we might drop back?
Regent Bao, members of the board, I think that your intuition is right on point. That's exactly what we have been noticing in our numbers. There were high number of applicants during the pandemic, and now that's coming down to more normal levels. So we anticipate that will be a more normal yield, more related to the mean than an outliers as we had in 2020 and 2021.
Thank you, Director Lemon and President Cruzado.
Thank you for the question. So as we get into the resident student access component of this, it's sort of a snapshot of where we are, the work we have been engaged in, the work we're incredibly proud of, but also what's next. You know, I joke that the question I get most commonly, as a lot of our campuses do, is is what's next. You know, we've got some great initiatives that we've stood up in the central application, the college and career readiness portal through Apply Montana, but there's also the desire and the drive to continue to push into new spaces and find opportunities for us to highlight these initiatives, but also continue to launch new things and make this process even easier for Montanans. And so if you recall, you know, we're launching the central application there in 2020 is a huge deal for Montana to waive application fees for every resident in our state. Some great application number growth there as we get into that launch. But as the commissioner noted out, this is a huge lift getting to this place in 2020 with being one of the few states that has a central application where any Montanan can submit one application and apply to all of our campuses in the same spot. You know, a repeatable process for our counselors and our parents to really get engaged in that space with how to apply. And oftentimes an enormous barrier for folks is, you know, where do I go and how do I actually complete this application? And so with some partners up here at the table that you're here from in a little bit, you know, we've had some great success in getting this central application up and running. Our first variation of the portal is actually 21. Our final version that we continue to make enhancements on is 22. We launched our resident student college and career readiness portal. And if you haven't recently, I would encourage members of the board and folks that are listening today to go back to it. We've got a new homepage. Edwina in our office had done a great job in helping us provide an interactive tool on the portal itself to better highlight the campuses and locations across the state to continue to promote, I think, that as a pathway for folks to start that journey of asking these questions overall. And then what's next, 24 to 28, what's the next 4 years look like? And I want to sort of paint the picture of, we're really incredibly proud of these things that we've been working on. The state reception has been fantastic for these large initiatives that have come up, and we're one of the few states to do these things, as you hear about in a little bit. From a national perspective, you know, we want to make sure that we're staying abreast of that, but we have a lot of work that needs to be done, and I want to talk a little bit about that. Regent Buchanan, to your question in September about what are we going to do, what is the plan, and we'll talk about that a little bit here in a second moving forward. Wanted to really define some purpose and goals, and so to the commissioner's point earlier, you know, the why of this, you know, why are we engaging the space to continue to drive some of these initiatives, and knowing how heavy of a lift a lot of this is. And so I wanted to list a few of these in the purpose and goals portion of resident student access and why it's so important for us to continue to try to move the needle and try to push these initiatives forward. And that's, we want to increase student access by simplifying the enrollment process. And we can never make it easy enough for folks, for parents and families and counselors across the state to do this. How do we simplify this enrollment process? And you're seeing this nationally, right? Whether it's through financial aid, through the application process. We'll talk about direct admission today. You know, how can we find opportunities to just get folks to raise their hand and let the institutions and the states help a little bit more in knocking down some of that red tape and the barriers overall. So we want to simplify that enrollment process. How do we help Montana residents gain more knowledge about post-secondary education? Another interesting thing. And so really, when you talk about the portal and where we want this to be, you know, that is the one pathway we want folks to engage in. We want to continue to stack some great tools and this information that can come from a single place. And so, you know, kids in our state are not scrambling to find out where do they get more information about what they're looking to learn more about. We want to communicate, to President Bonner's point earlier, you know, more effectively the value of post-secondary education in our state. And this is, as he mentioned, a national conversation that every state and a lot of campuses are engaged in deeply, that, you know, we're frankly under attack in that value proposition in higher ed, and we want to make sure that we are communicating that effectively across the state overall. And so that's another huge purpose for us. And then the primary goal is a bold one. We want to transform Montana into a national leader of resident student access by increasing state level support and strategy. So I think it's important to keep that top of mind. You know, we want to lead from the front. We want Montana to be at the forefront of what you're reading from a national perspective and the impacts that we can have here in our state to do that and combine a lot of these initiatives into one central place where you're not going to find a lot of base cases that do everything well. And we want to be that state that can actually lead from a national perspective. So some thoughts about the next phase, and this is really potential next phase, and this is more of a proposal to make sure that we're communicating effectively, you know, what our vision is and what we think we want for the next phase here in Montana. And these are very large goals. You know, can we envision an environment where we have a single application across the state? There's only one place to go to apply, and it's working incredibly well, and folks can actually funnel into a single application for our state and versus multiple channels. that we currently see, and a lot of other states have, a variety of options for folks to apply via a campus application, via the National Common App, or in our case, the central application that we have here in Montana. Can we launch this? Can we all agree that that's a good opportunity for Montanans to engage in a single application? Can we envision a space where we've removed another barrier in that we've pre-populated these applications for students to actually get a login from a notification they've received from the MUS, and 95% of their application is pre-filled out. We have the information. We can make it even easier for kids getting into the system and have most of the legwork done. They're confirming their information, and maybe a few fields are left, and that application is ready to submit. And then down the road, we're looking at, years 2 and 3, maybe even 4 on the direct admission front. And for those of you that have read this all over the place, various states and campuses that are moving to a direct admission model, how can we admit students before they've even truly raised their hand based on high school GPAs and different indicators that we have access to, or hopefully will have access to, and that continued partnership and data sharing. From a high school perspective, do they have to wait to being a junior or senior? Or can we envision an environment where they're in high school, maybe it's even earlier than that, and they've raised their hand and we're able to communicate with them? We've taken that admission barrier off from a direct admit standpoint. So we can be more proactive in this space if we can launch some of these larger initiatives and get everybody moving in a similar direction of taking the burden off the student to complete a lot of these steps. And so we're really passionate about the direct admission space as well. And I think if you look at that package from highlighting the Common App, the central app we have in our state, to getting to this place, this is roughly a 3 or 4 year process for us to get overall. Why is it important? Well, it's a slide just to show the variety of options that kids can apply to. In the left-hand column, you can see our campuses and where that might lie. Some campuses have 3 different avenues for you to apply. Some exclusively and only use the Apply Montana Central application as their primary app overall, and some have built their own applications on the site itself. And so it's not to say that multiple options can't always be a good thing, but where we're very excited about the opportunity to migrate to a single application is it removes the conversation for where to go to do just this. And you're also getting a very different experience depending on where you go in that application process overall. And so we'd like to think there's also a great opportunity to create more efficiencies by going to one application. So if you manage multiple application streams in the MUS, you're able to reallocate and refocus some of those efforts that you've committed to that particular channel of application, and reallocate those resources, and hopefully in other areas that are going to benefit your campus individually and ultimately the system overall. And so just wanted to paint the picture of why a single app might be of benefit to the system as well. I talked about the removal of barriers, and it's incredibly important to think through that overall, and I really want to highlight where a single application opens up more opportunities. And so we talk about direct admit, pre-populated apps. It's also increased data sharing and transfer opportunities, workforce outcomes, as we talk through these kids getting a unique ID that's one ID for the student through the entire system process. It's us being able to help get them information about staying in Montana, working in Montana. We've got some great data partnerships with Department of Labor Industry Now to highlight these things on the portal. We can show kids and families what careers are available in our state, where to go to get those programs and the education you need to be a great addition in that field, and also what you're going to make in Montana depending on where you want to live. We want to continue that work into this phase as well with the transfer opportunities that you're going to hear, and we'll continue to hear about that will grow here in our state overall. It's a single entry point, and I want to really focus on this too, because we talk often in our office and certainly more broadly across the state about having this opportunity for parents and students and counselors to really get familiar with one avenue. And I think oftentimes it's not unique to Montana. This happens across many states and many campuses across the country. A lot of different institutions are asking folks to memorize their process, maybe on that campus or for that particular application, whether it's a scholarship or a different channel for that student. And I think it's really unique if you pick up the phone in Montana and ask a guidance counselor in broadest Montana where to go to apply, they might say a specific campus. If you ask a parent in Helena, they might tell you to go to a completely different place overall. And so we're really trying to find an opportunity to have that single entry point, transactionally speaking, from the application that everybody can get familiar with and truly continue to utilize that overall. I mentioned the efficiencies and trying to optimize a lot of the work that's already been done, and making sure that the system office and the campuses are working hand in hand. This is an opportunity for us to uncover, do a deeper dive, where there are some efficiencies we can gain from the campuses to the system. Are we both engaged in the same space to an extent that we can really work a little bit smarter collectively and find opportunities to optimize and be more efficient and not all managing our own separate application streams overall. And then the statewide communication. And so we talk about the different value propositions and the marketing efforts that are coming out of the Commissioner's office, but also the great work that occurs on our campuses overall. There's an opportunity for us to continue to communicate the value on the workforce development, the variety of programs that we have here in the Montana University system, but getting that information consistently to students through the application and the Resident Student College and Career Readiness Portal. Where we want to be as well in the financial aid awareness space. And so we know getting into the financial literacy piece and trying to find opportunities to communicate more effectively with families. The top two things that we hear in our space about why kids are hesitant to come into a Montana University system campus is they don't think they can get in, and we want to make sure we're letting them know that you absolutely can get in to one of our campuses, and there's a pathway for you in this. And the second is I can't afford it, and we've got these amazing opportunities to showcase and highlight the affordability in our state, at a state level, but certainly at a federal level, the amount of money that's left on the table every single year. What a great opportunity for us to be able to communicate more effectively with these populations that are curious about this work and how they see themselves on a campus here in the MUS. Back to the point of the statewide consistency as well. How do we continue to drive the same message across the state? On the concern side, we've launched a variety of meetings with our campuses. We continue to do that. We want to make sure campuses feel like they are being heard, and the board is certainly aware of the concerns, and the Commissioner's office. We want to continue this dialogue overall. It's been 7-8 weeks of multiple meetings and trying to find opportunities to solicit feedback of where campuses might have concerns about migrating to a single application and moving forward with some of these larger initiatives. And I just want to highlight a few, and that is, the competitive positioning. Higher education and enrollment is an incredibly competitive space, and we're aware of that. That folks are charged with really looking at their campus and trying to model their enrollment for their campus, and there is a competitive nature about that. I think there's a hesitancy there. The current investments that exist with their own applications and making sure that we're not asking folks to invest in an overly exorbitant sunk cost, perspective from the current investments they've made. Number one is probably timeline. When are we going to do this? And that's something we're going to continue to work through. I think there's some great conversations and dialogue about what is the right time for us to do this and how long might we need, as the Commissioner said, to do this right. We really want to make sure that we're paying attention to that and having an opportunity to flesh out the timeline and do it right. The non-resident enrollment strategies, and so Regent Bao, had some great questions there too, and really trying to make an opportunity for our campuses to feel good about the non-resident enrollment strategies they currently have in place, how the central app and including those strategies into the application itself won't miss a beat, and having opportunities to alleviate some of those concerns, I would say, with the non-resident space and the uniqueness of trying to recruit non-resident students to come to Montana to a specific campus. We've had a lot of applications. I think our first year we were up 40% in applications overall in the first cycle. We're now on our fourth. That creates a lot of stress on campuses, quite frankly, in the increased marketing spend that they have in communicating with more applicants. There's a debate on what are the better apps, right? Is it coming from your own website? Is it coming from Apply Montana? But it is a resource conversation that we want to continue to have with the Commissioner and making sure that campuses feel supported in these increased application volumes. It's also a good thing. It's also really good to have more applications and more students to speak with, and so we want to encourage students to apply, obviously, but support our campuses in the need for potentially additional resources as these volumes grow. And then, as much as we'd love to say that there's 100 people at OCHI that are doing nothing but thinking about this thing, we are very much lean but mighty in making sure that we have the right folks involved to undertake such a challenge. And we understand that that is a valid concern. I will just highlight that we're in our fourth cycle of the central application. It's gone incredibly well. We're doing some amazing things with this really large initiative, really large project. And I think I want to highlight that we've got some great partners that are helping to do that. Timeline and next steps, and again, these are things we're going to continue to work through with our campuses. We are going to launch an implementation working group to get that campus feedback. More information will follow on that to the board on how do we include every campus in this conversation and make it an ongoing dialogue with those campuses to really try to identify any pain points that might exist and shore up some of these on a case-by-case basis with that group overall. And that includes the project management outline and a timeline that works for everyone overall. There might be an opportunity for us to incorporate, more statewide agencies. Can we get some of our partners across the state in this conversation to talk about outcomes, to talk about the workforce development I mentioned earlier, and have more campus voices being heard as well. We also want to incorporate some national partners, which just so happen to be at the table here today to really get into the planning process as they have to alleviate any of those confidence gaps that might exist across campuses. And I will turn it over here to our partners in liaison to give you sort of a national perspective of the central application, but also why a lot of these initiatives that we are driving are important for Montana, but also unique. Some states and some campuses do one or two of these things that we're talking about relatively well. We're trying to put them all together and do all of them exceptionally well, and we've got a great team we've worked with here now going on 4 or 5 years, now in our 4th cycle, as I mentioned, with the central application, and they've been instrumental in helping us get to this point in our state, and moving forward will also be a partner for us to do that. So I'm going to hand it over here to Craig to talk to you a little bit about the partnership here with Liaison and the MUS.
Thank you, Director Lemon. Madam Chair, members of the Board of Regents, Commissioner, thank you for your time today, for welcoming us and giving us an opportunity to talk about what we call centralized application services, what you call Apply Montana. My name is Craig Stanford. I'm Chief Strategy Officer at Liaison. I was part of the team and the boots on the ground in 2018 in Helena, where this initiative was kicked off. Proud to say and proud to hear feedback of it going as well as it has. And I think we echo those sentiments when I talked with Jillian, who I'll introduce in a moment. She consistently talks about OCHI and how good the staff is. And the success of this program isn't just a liaison thing, it's really the work that your team did. So thank you, and we'd like to see more of the states, honestly, around the country performing the way you guys are performing. All the credit I'd like to take actually goes to Jillian, who is our consultant and boots on the ground and standing up the implementation. She's the technical arm of not just what's feasible today, but what's possible, and working with our product team to ensure that we continue to iterate and develop around the needs of our partners. Also with us today is Craig Cornell. Craig joined us about a year ago as a former senior vice provost and a major public institution. He heads enrollment strategy for Liaison. Most recently appointed to head up our state initiatives, as well as our relationship with NASH, which is the National Association of System Heads. Commissioner knows well, and part of how we actually come to be engaged today. So as far as our agenda, we're going to try to keep this brief. Really want to talk not about the why, but about the how a CAS works. The work done to date, and what those possibilities are in the vision forward. The good news, bad news is it usually takes about 2 hours to tell you how a CAS works. That's the bad news. The good news is Director Lemon has given us 20 minutes, so we won't make you suffer. We will stand for questions following. So with that in mind, we will be brief and stay about 10,000 feet. I made the introductions. I won't go through the company resume, but suffice to say, we've been at this for 3 decades. We're 500 FTEs, and this is all we do, is admissions, enrollment management, and importantly, retention as a component of that. It's not just putting a student into the seat, it's how do you retain them to graduate that student. It's what we call total enrollment. Total enrollment for us isn't just the component parts, it's really thinking about the whole student body. Not just your first-time, full-time freshman, not really just even in-state students, which is kind of the initiative we're focused on today, but that's out-of-state students, it's international students, it's students that might be adult learners returning for a degree, graduate students, certificates, and the like. That makes up the student body and the importance around what you see in that wheel. We're going to focus on centralized application services today, as much as I'd like to talk about AI and some of the other things that we can do, to the Commissioner's point. So we'll focus in the top right quadrant on what we call centralized application services and describe what is CAS. I think the best way to describe it outside of just software and services is really the opportunity of balance. It turns out you can't have it both ways. You can offer a centralized approach to aggregate data, big data. It's kind of a cliche term, but it is really what we're talking about here. The data that Director Lemon shared with you was really on the enrollment side. The data we bring to bear is the recruiting side, so the pre-enrollment data. Where are those students coming from, and are you looking in every corner of the state to ensure that every resident has the opportunity? That data, in terms of common standards, creates efficiency. The services we bring into the mix also creates efficiency. I'll talk about that a little bit. But that really rolls up to the big data approach. We can do that while simultaneously allowing the individual campuses to remain autonomous, manage their own brand, manage their own application requirements, and really not have to change. We bend around them with CAS. I'll tell you a little bit about how we do that. Most importantly, in maintaining that control, they also maintain the confidentiality of their specific data. So at a system level, roll-up, you have the opportunity to look across the state, across all of the 16 campuses, but that takes into consideration that Montana State, as an example, probably shouldn't see University of Montana's data and vice versa. And so we're very, very careful to parse those things. We can do this based on the complexity of how we built the capabilities. And I won't give you the full history lesson here, but this started about 3 decades ago with ADEA, or the American Dental Education Association, who wanted us to create an application for roughly 75 dental schools across the United States and Canada. As you can imagine, public, private, different states, different countries even, there's a lot of different requirements at the application level, not to mention the complexity of applying for a doctor of dental degree. So we kind of started the opposite way. A lot of vendors in this space start with that freshman enrollment approach and then try to morph to cover the hard stuff. That's the graduate stuff. We actually came at it the other direction by being able to cover the most complex in the centralized application service, and then actually slim that down to cover degrees that maybe aren't as arduous in terms of their application requirements. So we have the flexibility. I like to think of it as kind of a Swiss Army knife, the right tool for the right job at the right time. We did a really good job. So dental went on to tell veterinary medicine about what we did, and they wanted a CAS, so we built that. And then we did a good job, and then they told the pharmacy folks about the CAS, and so on and so forth. And so over the last, about the first 25 years, I guess, we developed 31 separate CAS instances on the same SaaS platform to facilitate the needs that vary dramatically across these various disciplines. Our founder, George, as you can see by the numbers, created quite the footprint. Today, that's 5,500 programs on the graduate side alone that are managing graduate applications in the same environment. I think the numbers kind of speak for themselves, so I'm going to share a little bit of what the applicants think. They like it as well. So our adoption is core to higher education. The power of voice, the recommendation, goes way farther than any marketing we can do, has helped us develop these campus relationships. But when we survey students about that experience, we have incredible results. For those of you in higher education that may not be familiar with the NPS score, I'd encourage you to Google that and look it up. We did not get a C- on the test here, but in fact, this is a 200-point scale, 0 being middle ground. So you could in fact get a -100. I think that might be some of the airlines we don't like a lot, but we're up in the more rare air in the 70s, and it's rare that you find companies in that space. It's Starbucks, it's Amazon. It's all about that online experience that students expect, because they're not just looking at your campuses as a school. That comparison is all their online experience. Some of the testaments to the side, I think, parallel the mission of this project, and that's the access, it's the affordability success. I think that Deputy Commissioner Trevor mentioned in your last meeting, but it's really thinking about how do you take that data from a workforce projection, how does that become efficiency? So we've learned that campuses like it, we've learned that students like it, we've also learned that one size doesn't fit all for the reasons I already explained. Everybody has unique needs as a campus, a program, a department. What they have in common is the outcomes. It's really the most important component of this. Did I generate completed applications that were read-ready, that I could admit students that yielded? That's the end game here. It's not about app volumes. It's really about how did I do with my enrollment, and did I shape my class as I'd hoped to? Lastly, data, and you'll hear me say data about 300, maybe 500 more times in this presentation, but it is the language of decision makers. It's the language of the people at this table. As we move to the systems from disciplines, same holds true. Commissioner Christian has done a lot of work with Nash and actually has helped us spearhead some of these engagements that you see on the page. But systems aren't that much different than a discipline. They have their unique needs, and our Swiss Army knife approach to this allows us to serve a smaller system like the University of Hawaii with 7 community colleges and 3 four-year institutions, and then flex to serve the CSU, which is the largest system in the country, serving roughly 450,000 students on 23 campuses. When we talk about that service, again, it's not just the software. Director Lemon, in your last meeting, referred to the student service that accompanies the app. He showed you in that demonstration the little chat button at the bottom. When the student hits that chat button or picks up the phone or sends an email for support, they're actually talking with our team, the answers for Apply Montana. That takes time out of the campus FTE and puts it in our lap. That frees up those resources. Anecdotally, Cal State runs a little bit different. They're not open all year. They're open actually for a 60-day window. In that 60 days, we manage approximately 800,000 applications for the CSU. Students tend to procrastinate. We manage 300 of those, 1,000 of those applications on the last 48 hours of their admission cycle, which generates about 30,000 inquiries, phone, email, chat, as soon as they hit the go button to make sure that we receive their application and they'll be in consideration so their parents don't kill them. That is what we call total enrollment, and it really does take a village. I think if you talk to any of your VPs of enrollment management on any of your campuses, they're all doing it slightly differently. And it is a very comprehensive, complex system. We figure out how to bend around that. So let's talk about specifically the Apply Montana application. All the work that we've done together, again, can't be more complimentary of the team. It really starts the bedrock of what is true centralization and what could be a great opportunity from an expansion perspective. Roughly 14,000 applications today. I did check the numbers. We are up a little bit cycle to date. We are still early, both in application volume as well as cross applications where a student applies to more than one campus, kind of proving the fact that I think it's about 2.64 is the average as of yesterday's data anyway. But that lays that foundation for what is next. The fact that you can apply to more than one school with the same credentials, it proves that ease of use, and that directly relates back to why students like a centralized application service. I'm not going to take you through the whole app because I think you saw a video on this in Butte, but just as a quick refresher, they would log in, they can select from any of the campuses and start one or several engagements on the application. That centralized approach is what we call the quadrants. And so if you look at what we call the first three, that's the personal information, academic history, and supporting information that's consistent across each campus. Where the magic happens for the campuses is that fourth quadrant, and that's their ability to maintain their branding, the specific information that's unique to that campus or a program relevant to the application process, and collect that at the same time. That includes residency information. So whether that's going to be an in-state or a non-resident or international student, we have the ability to curate that as well. Put all together, back to the data point, this was a question I think Madam Chair as well as Regent Buchanan, different points in the Butte meeting asked about data. And we are collecting a lot of data. We've redacted the data for confidentiality reasons in this meeting, but we have the ability not just to look at applicant volume, but the demographic details. That could be gender, could be race. I know that there's SCOTUS issues around application decisioning on that, but you might still be collecting that data. Could be information on first-generation students or students that maybe had a subsidized lunch program. If you start thinking about the students that you want to ensure to reach that might be low income and maybe not considering college. That trails through the kind of that left side menu, but residency for us doesn't just mean in-state or out-of-state. If it's out-of-state, it could be out of country. Which country? If it's in-state, that could be which county. So getting quite detailed in the data. One of my favorites is actually the feeder school report, and this is as of about a week ago. Again, the data being redacted. You can see Billings West High School was the top feeder school to apply. Montana, as of, I think it was the 8th last week when I pulled that report. This is a great report to know kind of who's at the top of the list, but equally, I think it's a great report to know who's at the bottom of the list. Where are you not recruiting? If you're looking at every corner of the state for those hard-to-reach students, are you ensuring that you're putting time into schools that might not be showing up on the radar here? Somewhat interestingly, you see unknown there, the number 9 on that list. That is actually your homeschooled students. So there is no SEEB code for homeschooling, is why that shows up. But interesting, that was 270 students, 160 of which are in-state residents. So a lot of people think that we're an application company, but really we're equally a data company. And the ability to manage data is what makes Apply Montana possible. If you look at the columns here, and this is not an exhaustive list, you see the opportunities to take ACT and SAT test lists that are procured by campuses. You could take self-initiated inquiry pools that can include leads generated through, say, EAB, RNL, and what they would call search marketing. And a variety of other sources, digital, which is growing rapidly, and curate that information to centralize, normalize, to bring big data, as well as synchronize that data in a pre-populated application and track the source of that student. So in our example here, I think her name is Gina. Gina could apply on her own on a self-initiated application directly into Apply Montana. She might respond also, though, to, say, Montana State's search marketing. Regardless of the direction she comes at the app, we have the ability to track the source of that, which is important from an ROI perspective and the investment for search marketing, as well as the investment around the application itself. We can do that really based on the API set that backends the platform. So we have a complete documented and published set of APIs that are real time to keep the application in synchronization, but also work with a partner. And this is kind of a key element and kind of a typical objection around centralization is when I go out, say, in a search marketing program, the marketer, and there's lots of companies that do this, needs to know where this applicant is in the funnel. So have they received prior communications, not responded, send them down this path. Maybe they've responded and started an application. That's a different discussion. You don't want to say, hey, start an application if they're in the process, but instead complete your application. Similarly, you've finished your application, don't come out and ask them to apply again. So maintaining that regular synchronization is a core tenet of what we're talking about to ensure that the campuses don't have to change a thing. They don't have to break any contracts, and in fact, I think would probably find more value in the centralized application and probably an easier lift, I think, to use the word that you did, Director Lemon. So what does that make possible going forward? I presented this slide in Chicago at our CAS Summit in July, and it coincides with the message that you gave in Butte a couple months ago. Coincidentally, I hadn't even seen that video yet. But it really is about the communication process. Stealth applicants have been on the rise for the last 10 years. A stealth applicant is one you're not engaged with or aware of until you actually receive their application as, say, a rising senior. That's kind of where most people live today. Where we're taking that is to that consideration phase. And so the career and college, or college and career readiness platform is the opportunity to do that. We have a version of similar to yours, but the idea being starting that conversation when they're in 8th or 9th grade, when you can still affect the outcome at their point of graduation. What do you want to study might be based on that career information as a starting point, and then how do you get there is another important question. If they're thinking about it in 9th grade, say it's STEM, you have the opportunity to influence that STEM GPA going forward. If you're starting that conversation as a senior, it's pretty much too late. If they've not done that work or considered the pathway around things like the financial consideration. So financial literacy is important to know how you're going to pay for school. I think it's critical for the students that might not think that school is in reach. These are low-income students. They might be first generation without a traditional family of college degreed parents. This could be indigenous folks at a tribal school that haven't been approached. The fact that you can start that conversation with the data that you have early can get them setting that course and that path for success. Along the way, creating a profile, telling you more about themselves, investigating individual campuses, finding the right fit, favoriting that school actually generates leads for the campuses in the process. That lead early affects the yield. So the ability to not engage as the rising senior, but to engage in 9th grade, you can build a relationship that creates affinity that yields more students. At the end of the day, this enables the timeline that Director Lemon showed. So starting with expanding the application and the profile capabilities with your current resource center and communication capabilities gives you the tools that you need to broker those conversations and to create those pathways. Students start earlier. If you think, just play this backwards in the continuum, if you can affect their thinking about it in, say, 9th grade, you'll graduate more high school students. Those more high school students will go on to college. They'll get better paying jobs. They'll build a stronger economy for the state of Montana. So with that, I will conclude and thank you again, and we will stand for questions.
Chair Dombrowski, Director Lemon, and for the liaison staff. Can you talk to us about how because really I see in your website that you do, I mean, Montana's easy for you, 14,000 applicants, right, compared to the University of California, Berkeley, or some of these places get hundreds of thousands of applicants. But can you compare us, and can you provide, or the OCHI staff, with data about when other states or other systems have transitioned from a multi-channel application process to a one app? You know, what's happened with participation with hard, and give us the hard data on that, from year 1 to year 4.
So I'm going to go from memory here, but I think I did provide a case study. When we implemented the CSU, which was really just probably a year, maybe 2 cycles ahead of Montana, they had already been centralized in kind of a, I can't remember if it was a homegrown fashion or exactly how that was. So campuses were used to it, and it was certainly challenging from just pieces and parts and 23 different student information systems. But in that particular instance, we increased overall applications for undergraduate and graduate by about 8.5% in the first year.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so, because the basis we're looking at, right, Director Lemon, is effectively, if we want to see, to go back from 31% to 37% of Montana high school kids applying like that, can we show that a simpler app will help us with that process, right? So I think the more data we can see about, where that's worked or where it hasn't worked can help us identify how we accelerate this process or support the process. That's one issue. Secondly, what can you tell us about the changes in FAFSA and this easier FAFSA application that's coming and how that might be, because one of the ways we need to look at doing this is to have the secondary education system in the state support us in this process. And I think, requiring FAFSA applications from students would be a fast track to get also, expand the number of students who are engaged in the application process. Is that something that we're considering at the OCHI level? And I don't mean to put liaison on the spot. I know that's more of a Director Lemon question, right?
Sure, yes. Madam Chair, Regent Bowell, absolutely, that's part of this process for us to look at how do we integrate. You saw the financial aid component to it, and standing this up from providing more access to that easier application, but also adapting to that. And so that's a longer term for us with the inclusion of this. And it goes back to the data. So how can we get the one application for folks to communicate effectively across the system for them, but financial aid in that application. The portal is the entry point for all these initiatives, and we want that to be the starting point for folks in the FAFSA application, that completion ultimately would be part of this 4-year rollout for us.
And can I follow up with the question? So can you remind me, has the system decided to pursue one application, or are we still in a conversation about moving forward on that and alleviating the concerns of the different campuses?
Commissioner?
Yeah, please. Regent Bowell, I think through a series of conversations, and obviously you can ask other board members, I think a few things sort of at the heart of your line of questioning. We do believe that one app can make a difference. I think if you go back to that chart in Scott's slides of all the different institutions with all the different ways they can apply, for 188 schools across Montana with counselors trying to figure that out for the 5 minutes they get with a student, that's just an impossible task. And I realize how proprietary this feels to the campuses, but the truth is, this is the mechanical side of it. I do think there's a lot of advantage to a single app. I think the direction we had at the retreat moving forward is that, yeah, we very much have decided that we're going to use one app. That said, I've said in a number of meetings since then, we want the campuses to weigh in. We are very flexible in what this looks like, how it looks like, the timelines for implementation, resident, non-resident, international. I mean, all those things are on the table. What we need is input from the campuses to steer us in the right direction so we get this right in the end. And I'm very committed to that process. But I think we decided 3 years ago that simplifying the application process for Montana students and Montana families, and ultimately the counselors that advise them, will help yield more interest in the system, will help erase, sort of the erosion of that Montana student ongoing population. I do believe that will benefit. And I think there's more that can be done with this, things they just touched on today. But the pre-populated applications ultimately can get to the heart of your question about financial aid. If we know who those students are through the data, there are states that are already looking at how they can send award letters for financial aid based on the longitudinal data. I think as we start to tie in with K-12 and even beyond, as we start to tie in with Department of Labor and others as to where do you want to be, what do you want to make, where do you want to go, what's available in Montana, we can bridge that gap. But you can't do it if you don't have a system of data. And that starts with a unified student ID number that all comes through one application process. I think we can do that. I think the benefits are huge. I think we have decided to do that. But I also think that we can keep the unique look and feel for the campuses. We can protect data that they feel is proprietary for a various variety of reasons. And we can meet the needs of the campuses. We just need the campus input to get there.
Great. Well, so I agree. I mean, I think I think this process and Apply Montana on the website and the portal have been significant advantages already, that we've proven that. But I think, the data piece that would make, we're going to hear from the presidents of the universities about their proprietary systems and the dangers to that process, and that's fine. But I think our view as Regents, needs to be informed by, can we get more students in the system by making it easier, which I'm sure we all agree to. And that's why I would like to see a little, it doesn't need to be now, but at some point see data about where we've, obviously Liaison has had examples of states that went from, kind of the system we're using now to a one application system. And if we can really show that there's an increase in yield, then we can it's very easy at that point, not only to make the decision, which I think we probably have, but also to accelerate that process. And can I have one more follow-up? Sorry, unless it's on subject, because I'm going to go randomly onto a slide, so.
Well, let me just say, I appreciate that, and I think we not only can get that, but we know that it increases the yield of applications. What we need to do is also increase the yield of admits, and we're working on both of those ends, and I think we can demonstrate why it works.
And Regent,
Yep.
Regent Bao, if I may, just with regard to your in-state populations, I think it would be wise to do this, whether you work with Liaison or not. You want to build a moat around Montana to keep your students from going off to other states for their education, and everyone around you is tooling up to do some of the same things. So whether, again, it involves Liaison or not, you want to get into the practice of direct admissions, managing a pathway for transfer from a 2-year degree to a 4-year degree. Centralization provides for that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Dombrowski. So some of this kind of got touched on, but, Commissioner Christian mentioned the tie-in with K-12, and I know Director Lemon, you had maybe about a year and a half ago, you'd kind of launched and went around the state. I know you were in Lewistown. And it just, so with me, with like driving enrollment numbers, especially when we think about like the traditional learner, I think you bracketed it off to like the 18 to 24. I don't know if the right word is infiltration, but getting adequate access with, Montana Public Schools via OPI or however. I saw the slide that showed, it was showing some of the AA hits that we were getting, and, obviously it probably didn't go through the entire state. So we can see who's using us, correct? And then we can target and help educate those who are not using us, correct? So I'm assuming that OPI is on board. We're developing strategies with them, because I feel like this is the fishing pole. Public schools is the pond, and we really need OPI to bait the hook, right? So I was just curious, are you happy with that? Is there a big strategy that we need to create and launch? Is Montana, is the public school system, catching on, ramping up, educating? Just a benefit of centralizing a system is that we build a template, and it's kind of gets to be this one-trick pony that gets to run across the state, and, to drive bigger numbers. So anyways, just curious, anybody on the panel, Director Lemon, if you just kind of give me an update there.
Sure. Madam Chair, Regent Southworth, it's a great question, and to be frank with your question and the board, I mean, we definitely will need some support on the data sharing front, and it's something that is going to be ongoing. I think that's kind of where we want to get, is that clear defined plan and how we're going to best use and hopefully get increased access to that data and continued partnership with OPI and others. And it's no surprise to the board that this isn't the first time we've had these discussions about trying to get an enhanced partnership, I would say, across K through 12 and post-secondary education here through the Commissioner's Office. So we certainly are going to lean on the board to help in this process and moving the needle with the access to increased data, but we're confident that we're going to get to that place. And I think the conversations, at least I've been in, and the conversations that I've been privy to on that front, I think we feel like we are in a good place, but we do need some leadership and direction, I would say, and how to best implement that data into what you've heard today. And that's going to be the exciting part, quite frankly, is that implementation side. Because I think OPI and other statewide partners will be excited about the capabilities that are going to exist. And to your point, in some of the conversations we've had too, this work doesn't stop. I mean, this is the next opportunity for us to enhance that experience for Montanans in this process. But Regents Southwood, to your larger question, we are going to need increased data usage through OPI, and there's some really, really great folks in the Commissioner's office that are working on how best to approach that. But it will be a part of our future conversations as well, and we'll certainly look to the board to, for your continued support in that arena as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the last 8 years in the November meeting, I've touched on the term capture rate every single November meeting, and I think this is what we're talking about, and Regent Bao is bringing up the right point here in the sense that we need to be able to see, evidence that a single app outside of the state of Montana is actually not just increasing the application rates, but actually working on the admit and the capture rate. And, for us in Montana, to get a capture rate to go from 37 to 31% is frankly unacceptable based on the needs that we have in our state's economy and the needs that we have in the future. And so I have long been a supporter of the work of developing the portal from the earliest stages to where it is now, and as we continue to tweak it for Montana families to know sort of what the options are, both from a college perspective as well as a career perspective. I've been an advocate for moving into, these last three years of testing out the central app, and I think we're at a point right now where I think we do need to make a decision and move forward with a single app. Maybe the one slide that I appreciate the most in Director Lemon's presentation is the slide on concerns. Oftentimes things come to the board and everything looks perfect, and I appreciate you acknowledging the fact that there are concerns, and I'm sure there are very considerable concerns from some of our campuses. And I have long had the faith in us as a board and the Commissioner's office and the campuses that we can get through some of these issues. We've done it on so many different, even more complicated issues, but we've done that through as a collective. And so as we explore this and we move forward, I'd like us to just underscore the campus voice all the way throughout. The campuses are going to know more about this than the central office, so let's really tap into their expertise, because they're anticipating problems down the road that maybe the OCHI is not. And maybe one last item, which I've been relatively consistent on this over the years, is the question about OCHI's capacity. There's a lot of really, really positive consequences of us going down this route. There's some very real negative consequences of us moving into a central app or a single app. And I think we need to make sure that OCHI and Director Lemon have the resources and the capacity to do this well, because I think it really is going to be so crucial, not just in the application side and the admit side, but it's going to be crucial to meet the huge data gaps that we've talked about as a board with regard to going into our campuses and then going into the workforce. And if we can do this right and we have the appropriate capacity at OCHI and partners like Liaison, I think we're going to be teeing up the state of Montana for really capturing those 60% year over year that just don't go into higher education. The Commission said 62% of the jobs need some level of training, and we're capturing 31%. This is not painting a good picture for the future of the state of Montana, and I think this is one tool and one strategy that will really help us address this longstanding issue.
Well said, Regent Lazard. Thank you. On a more granular level, I was listening to a podcast on the drive up that seemed to suggest that 25-year-old plus adult learners are a larger proportion of most higher education populations nationally compared to what I was seeing in our data for the MUS. Can you help me to understand why first? And then also, is there an opportunity there, given that we're only capturing 31% of these graduates, knowing that they may not enroll before they reach that 25-year mark? And then also how the portal can be speaking uniquely to that population, be found by that population.
Madam Chair, Regent Rogers, great questions. I think, what we're seeing obviously in the transfer side of things at that age group, and so they're very different approaches to getting a person to participate in one of our campuses, given just the age difference there that you mentioned and the life that has occurred with one versus the other. And so I think nationally, there's obviously some differences in what states are seeing as the value proposition does shift, as you obviously shift demographics with who is interested in engaging in post-secondary education. And so there's a variety of things I can certainly, I could go on and on, but I think the central issue is for us to continue the great work on the transfer side of things when you're looking at that 25 and older group that we want to find opportunities. And, these are families and households that have a variety of other opportunities, and we know it runs somewhat inverse to the economy. That's even more true for the 25-plus population than it would be for the younger generation that either is more college-ready or matriculating right in from high school. There's certainly, I'd say, increased bias in that group, that age group overall. To your second point or third point, it's really the portal applying an opportunity, and we've seen that with the persona questions we ask of, what is, how do you best identify with this question? Are you a high school student? Are you an adult student? And so finding more opportunities for us to continue these questions, whether that's more data, more surveying of Montanans and saying, I know Director Miller and Director Teal, Deputy Commissioner Teal, some of those other folks had done a great job in surveying, our residents and seeing what is most important to these different demographics in our state. That work can always be ongoing, and I think we can certainly look to that as well. But as far as the portal is concerned, I think, we can continue to advance that opportunity to maybe build more standalone opportunities for that demographic and others to get more information that's pertinent to them overall. The short answer is that's a much more difficult population to get to campus because it's so heavily coupled with economic outcomes. And if they have great opportunities now from a workforce perspective, it's even harder to get them. They're not coming to campuses for the same experience that 17, 18-year-old is. And quite frankly, nationally, if you a lot of you do pay attention to this, experience is the number one thing. We look at the drivers for college selection nationally. That experience is much different, as you already know, for 25 plus, and so that work will never stop as well.
Thank you. And I know some of our campuses, like UM, has become the alum program, and as we work with our campuses to implement the portal and work through all of these nuances so that we're coming forward together, I would be interested in seeing us make sure that we keep that population in mind, especially with the 2032 cliff or whatever next challenge that we'll face with the enrollment demographics. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Great questions.
President
Bonner.
Just thank you, Madam Chair, and to Regent Rogers' point. I think it's a really good point. It's a different, to Director Lemon's point, it's a different population. I think around 37% of UM students are 25 or older. So, and so we're learning and working on this. I think I'm looking back to some of our team, make sure. I think that's the exact percentage. I don't want to misquote it, so I'm going to reserve the right to amend that on the record, but I think it's 37%. And I do think, though, that's going to take a lot more than just the portal, right? It's going to take our efforts through our two-year colleges. It's going to take our efforts around prior learning assessment and programs like Accelerate Montana, eventually giving credit for those in partnership with employers. So but your point is spot on that we all should be scared of that demographic cliff. At the same time, however, in a world in which the half-life of skills is about 5 years, I'd argue there's never been a higher demand for education. It's just in different places than we are designed to serve. So we're going to have to figure out how to serve different markets more effectively.
Thank you. Commissioner Christian.
Yeah, just to sort of some closing thoughts on this, Madam Chair, but the portal's a tool at best, right? But there's nothing about doing it 12 different ways on 12 different campuses that solves all the problems either. I think it is a tool that has had our consideration and makes some sense in a lot of fronts. Craig touched on this, but it also is a growing trend nationally to meet some of the same concerns that we're raising. Primarily, Regent Bauer, around your question, the demographics in Montana are unique. We're one of a few states that actually see an increased high school population right now. Most across the country are seeing declines. And we've also seen a pretty sharp decline of international students post-COVID. So the pond to fish in is shrinking. and that is making all of the environments around us more competitive. The non-resident question that you asked President Cruzado, I think that's a continuing trend. Everybody's getting more competitive. Their tuition discounting is growing. Some states are starting to adopt everyone gets resident rates. I mean, that is changing a lot as campuses, states are fighting to find these solutions. I will tell you that the last NASH meeting we had with the general system heads across the country, the meeting was dedicated to this topic. Many moving to a central app, more streamlined. Let's figure out how we can pre-populate. Let's figure out how we can help students find financial aid. Figure out how to get a larger percentage of the American population into post-secondary education. And I think that's sort of what it's all about, and I think we can meet those. I guess the last thing I would say, Regent Lozar, to your points, I agree with them all. I will tell you, I see the OCHI's role in this much more as a coordinating effort. We're not the expertise. I think that's liaison in this conversation. Do I think of the 2.7 million applications they're already handling, they can handle our volume? I do. So I think they have expertise to come to the table. I think we need to serve a coordinating role to bring expertise from the campus together with this central app to have those conversations. It can't all happen at OCHI. We simply don't have the resources to do that, and I don't want to pretend that we do, nor the expertise in enrollment management. We need to lean heavily on the campuses to design this, shape this conversation, and ultimately what the product looks like, and we need to rely on our partner in liaison to meet the needs of those campuses. And I think that's our role. Will it take more resources? Yeah, and more expertise, and we'll figure out a way to meet that. But I really do want the message to be understood that we are trying to facilitate this conversation, and we're asking campuses to actively participate in shaping what this will look like moving into the future, because I think it is just a tool, but it's a tool that's probably necessary amongst a whole myriad of other tools that we need to try to make sure that we're meeting Montana's workforce needs. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well stated, I would say, Commissioner Christian, in terms of the pulling it together. The Regents, great questions. This is exactly what we wanted to do, was to have liaison be our partner, and Director Lemon, for you to sort of roll this out for us, and then I think to hear our continued commitment, our continued ask of follow-up, certainly concerns, data, but our continued commitment to make this work. So thank you. And with that group, we're going to take a break now until 10:45. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting back to order, please. I neglected to allow Commissioner Christian to finish his report in the interest of the break. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Christian for the rest of his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we are almost done, and we're actually closer to being on time than it would appear. We knew that conversation around resident student access would go a little while, and we're perfectly fine with that. I think that's a good conversation to have, and appreciate everyone's attention to that. As always, want to remind you the campus reports are posted. There's such an interesting lens into what's going on at a more granular level on campus. Encourage everyone to spend a little time with those. We have a few announcements, in fact, quite a few announcements. We'll work through them as quickly as we can and get back to the Budget Committee. I'll start with President Cruzado. I believe you have several.
Thank you so much, Mr. Commissioner. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm thrilled to share several recent appointments at Montana State University. Two deans, first of all. Doralyn Rossman has been named Dean of the MSU Rainey Library, where she has worked since 2001 as head of the Collection Development Department and as head of the Digital Library Initiatives Department. Prior to coming to MSU, Dean Rossman worked at the University of Illinois at Chicago, Rice University, and the University of Wyoming. Also, a new dean for the Jake Japps College of Business and Entrepreneurship. After a national search, Dr. Brian Gillespie has been selected as the new dean at the Jake Japps College of Business and Entrepreneurship, where he currently serves as Associate Dean. Prior to joining MSU, Dr. Gillespie served as Associate Dean for Student Success at the University of New Mexico Anderson School of Management. And then 2 appointments at the vice presidential level, and both of them are here. First, Dr. Allison Harmon has been selected after a national search as Vice President for Research and Economic Development. Dr. Harmon arrived at Montana State University in 2004 to join the Food and Nutrition faculty with an interdisciplinary background in biology, forest resources, and nutrition science. In 2015, she was appointed Dean of the College of Education, Health, and Human Development, and in 2022, she began serving as interim in the position she now occupies. I want to make sure that the Regents know who Dr. Harmon is, and I think she was right there, and I don't see her right now. Well, she's here in the meeting. Also, since last July, we welcomed Dr. Steve Swinford as interim MSU Vice President of Student Success. Prior to this appointment, Dr. Swinford served as Vice Provost for Curriculum, Assessment, and Accreditation since 2021. Dr. Swinford has been at MSU since 1996, when he arrived as a very young assistant professor in the Department of Sociology and Anthropology, and Dr. Swinford is here with us. So thank you so much, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam President. I had the pleasure to meet all of your team members on the bus tour this summer, and great additions to an already outstanding team. I should thank Allison, too, for her work, along with her counterpart, Scott Wittenberg here, that participated heavily in the Tech Hub conversation. So great additions to your team. Chancellor Reed, Montana Western.
Thank you, Commissioner Christian, Madam Chair, members of the board. I did want to introduce, and I know she's here, if I could have Dr. Esty Aiken please stand and be recognized. But Dr. Aiken is not new to the University of Montana Western. She arrived back in 2011, and she's been a full professor of education, and then most recently was serving as the division chair for that department. But she has recently been appointed as the Dean of Strategic Initiatives for the university, where she's responsible for our 2-year initiatives. She serves as our accreditation liaison officer and also coordinates all of our grant and research initiatives. So I just wanted to introduce her to the group.
Thank you, Chancellor. Do you have one more? No. Okay, perfect. President Bodnar.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I have 2 introductions, and we have 2 just amazing individuals who've stepped in to lead our College of the Arts and Media. And the first is Dr. Jennifer Kavanaugh. I think Dr. Kavanaugh's here. So Jennifer joined the University of Montana in our School of Music faculty in 2009 as a professor of oboe and music theory. In 2022, she took over as the director of the School of Music. She is an incredibly talented performing artist in her own right, having presented solo and chamber music concerts on national and international stages. Prior to being here at UM, she was on the faculty at Central Michigan University as well as Luther College. And she has deep roots in our state. She was born in Montana. Her parents are proud Grizzlies and met in the UM band program in 1966. So she is in the family business, let's put it that way. And so we're so happy to have Jennifer and her husband and their two children as part of the UM family in an expanded leadership role. Working closely with her is Dr. Michael Music, and Michael is here as well. despite his name, he is actually, has been in our School of Visual and Media Arts, not in our School of Music, to make clear. But has been with us here at UM since 2016. Just an incredibly talented researcher and teacher. He's a sound artist, musician, composer, improviser. You know, his research explores things like interactive system, AI and machine learning, soundscape and acoustic ecology. He has been leading our sound design and media technology program, and now is additionally stepped into the role as the Dean of the College of the Arts and Media, so working together with Jennifer in that role. So thank you to this leadership team, to two great UM citizens who've stepped into larger roles. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, President Bonner. That was a pretty soft, we can do it.
All of them, yeah.
Members of the board, very pleased to announce that OCHI has hired Carrie Devant that will serve as our Executive Director of Human Resources. Carrie is a graduate of Montana State University, 23 years in human resource administration leadership experience in Montana State government. She served as the Human Resource Manager at the Department of Environmental Quality and also with the Department of Labor and Industry before becoming the Chief Human Resource Officer at the Department of Natural Resources and Conservation. Carrie is later promoted to Chief of Staff role at DNRC and then ultimately into the Deputy Director role, one that she held up until we've managed to lure her away. She brings tremendous experience in compensation management, performance management, recruitment, labor relations, collective bargaining, budget management, conflict management, and all core experiences found in the human resource side of the world. So with great pleasure, we welcome Carrie to the OCHI team. Also new to OCHI is Dr. J.C. Hacker, Director of Student Wellbeing. She comes to the MUS from Southern Utah University, where she served as Executive Director of Student Care and Advocacy. Dr. Hacker brings a depth of knowledge in student mental health support and has worked to assist in the development of campus policies to implement and elevate student outreach initiatives, assessment of campus well-being. We welcome JC to our team at OCHI. With that, Madam Chair, we concludes the Commissioner's report, and we're ready to move on. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to the Budget Administration and Audit Committee, and I'll turn it over to Chair Lozar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've got a pretty short agenda today for the Budget Committee. The committee met a couple weeks ago and walked through each of these items, had some conversation with regard to sort of background on the items, both from consent as well as the action and the information items. So feeling like we're coming into the conversation with a lot of good information and look forward to a number of different presentations. Before we dive in, though, I did too want to join a couple folks and welcome Regent Yeager to the Board of Regents. It's been just wonderful to see your rise at University of Montana Western with regard to student leadership, and it's incredible to have you at the table with the same type of voice that all the other regents have, and you're thinking about the impacts of the decisions that we make as a board for the students is going to be particularly valuable this year. So I just wanted to welcome you, Regent Yeager. So first up on the committee is our consent agenda, and maybe I'd start by asking if anyone wants to move any of the consent items down to the action agenda. Seeing no interest in that, if you thumb through each of the consent items, there's a theme here, looking at leases, looking at easements, some of the things that we typically include in our consent agenda. And we did have a conversation, although brief, at our committee meeting, just with regard to a couple of the items and the process that we've been going through as a board of cleaning up our policies and there may be some items that we look at where we reconsider whether or not some of these could come in front of the board. So just a big a part of the process for reevaluating and continually assessing our board policies and how they impact our decisions that we make. So I'll just jump now to the action agenda, and we've got 4 different facilities items in here from 4 different, or we have facilities items from 4 different campuses. What I'll do is I'll turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Trevor to sort of walk through each of these items. He'll be calling up the corresponding individuals from each of the campuses to provide some additional information. So Deputy Commissioner Trevor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Action item A is a request to authorize a remodel at the University of Montana with some classrooms. I'd ask Director Lyons to speak to this.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, bringing forward today a request for authorization to remodel some classrooms in Gallagher Business Building here at UM. This is a request for $900,000. In 1996, Gallagher Business Building was built, and there's not been very many updates to the classrooms since that time. This is an opportunity for UM to convert a couple of classrooms into a larger connective learning laboratory to help with emerging leaders, emerging technologies, more interactions with other business and industry partners. They're going to remodel approximately 4,200 square feet. Back in 2021, UM went through a process of planning and design to look at these spaces to determine what the best needs were, and this is what they've come up with. This is going to be an authority-only project. UM received $6 million in this last legislative session of authority to remodel some classrooms. This will use up a portion of that, and all of the funding for it was fundraised through the School of Business for this project. Mr. Chair, with that, I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Director Lyons. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? So I just had one more of a comment. So this is for $900,000 in authority for a very specific type of legislative authority, which University of Montana has $6 million in this biennium. I think one of the things that we might want to be thinking about is, as we bring items like this to the committee, to have a kind of a wider scope or wider lens on the plans for using the $6 million. The $900,000, this project certainly seems like a really good project, but I'm just curious, what about the other 5.1? And maybe that can be worked into sort of the planning process when some of these items come before us.
For sure. Mr. Chair, they did provide a list of classroom spaces in general that they do plan on renovating with the funding. They just finally have the cash for this one, so it'll kind of be not slow, but as funds come in, working towards that overall process. But happy to provide that to you.
Thank you. If there's no other comments.
Just
Regents
sometimes
up.
when I look at the remodel side, I mean, just make a quick point. I kind of nerd out on the number side, and I burden the usage of students to the dollars, and this is expending $757 per student, which on anything I've ever mathed out in my 2.5 years is, I would say, economically the best bang for the buck. So I just thought this one was kind of unique and just wanted to say it, so.
Good math. Appreciate that. Any other comments or questions on action item A? Tyler, let's move on to B.
All right, Mr. Chair, I'd ask Associate Vice President John Howe from Montana State University to address, and in fact, not only items B, but C and D as well, as they are all from Montana State.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Trevor and Chair Lozar. Happy to be here again in front of you. As Trevor mentioned, we have 3 items. The first one here is the Grant Street pedestrian corridor for $6.5 million. If you'll go to the next slide, please. Actually, I guess, do I have control of this? Thank you. So back in 2017, the campus underwent a campus transportation master plan effort, and through that planning process, identified Grant Street as a potential closure for an updated pedestrian corridor, much like we have on Centennial Mall, Malone Mall, on the main part of our campus. And throughout that process, planning process, went further into identifying additional aspects for the project itself. And in 2019, we had the roof incident at the gym, and so we ended up closing that road, and it has been closed ever since. And so with the closure, we started looking at what we could do in order to enhance pedestrian safety and provide spaces for our students. And so this is a culmination of work that began roughly 5-6 years ago, and we're here today. And so the priorities that we've identified that you see on the screen, one, are pedestrian safety. Through 2010 through 2019, we identified 38 vehicle accident or pedestrian accidents in that corridor. Part of that also is looking at, with the growth of NAH, the Gianforte Hall, the new Student Wellness Center, the Romney renovation, the new nursing facility, and PBS all going in that corridor. We will roughly have about 5 million student crossings per day in that corridor. And so we want to, or excuse me, 5 million potential conflicts if we had traffic. That's about 3,000 student crossings per day. And so when we did the math, we identified that in order to provide a safe atmosphere for our students, we need to close this corridor so that students have a safe way to cross. Part of this project also is addressing ADA access and increased parking. You'll see on a couple slides here in a minute, several of our buildings have older steps, and so by grading this corridor, we can actually remove ADA impediments and provide access for students. There's a street there that has curb, that'll be taken out, we'll remove it. And then additionally, we are gonna provide double the space of ADA parking that is adjacent to the sub. Part of that is our ADA office for students and faculty is actually in Romney Hall, and so this provides a great access for there. You'll see in images here in a minute, we're also making the Veterans Park on campus a more prominent, visible space for our veterans. This is also adjacent to Romney Hall where the Travis M. Atkins Veterans Center is, and so you'll see that. And then we're also looking at several vehicle safety access improvements along with some traffic circle coordination with the city of Bozeman. And then lastly, it will improve our bicycle network. So I will run through some images here. I think all of you have seen a version of this. This is the final rendering of what we're looking at. And so as we move from east to west, you'll see the traffic circle there at number 6. That will increase pedestrian safety. Those traffic circles are actually about 5 times safer than stop signs and about 10 times safer than stoplights. Additionally, you'll see the increased parking just in front of the sub there in number 10. Part of that is also, we have a lot of students accessing the sub from FAA conferences to student events, and right now we can accommodate roughly 2 to 3 school buses. With this improvement, we can actually quadruple that number to 8 to 9. So we'll actually be able to host and park buses in a more efficient manner. And then you'll see we've got several queuing stations, much like you would have when you go to an airport, right? You can pull over, wait for someone to come out. As we move down the corridor from east to west, number 9 and number 13, we have a great need on campus for larger event spaces. We have something similar in front of our American Indian Hall with the Sunrise Circle. This would accommodate those events for students or events on campus. And then as we move, transition from 15 to 19, that's the traditional, what I call the pedestrian corridor that will end up linking at the end of 21, which is the corner of 11th and Grant. And so that entire area will be closed for future traffic. It will be open to emergency vehicles, so we have designed it that fire stations, EMS can still get in and throughout the facility along with our service vehicles, but it will be closed to traffic, open to pedestrian and bicycle traffic only. Here's a couple renderings and another aerial version of it. As noted, it is going to be bicycle pedestrian friendly. You'll see another image. We have graded this so that students in wheelchairs and other people actually have a safe way to move across campus. Right now, on either side of Grant Street is a 5-foot sidewalk, and so it does not actually provide adequate space for people with mobility challenges to move safely throughout the corridor. And there's just an image showing what that would eventually look like with a couple renderings on the left, or excuse me, on the right. I think a couple things that I wanted to touch on as well. We have a high need from a student perspective to utilize more outdoor space. And so you'll see in several of these images, it's a lot of water conservation. We know that that's a growing issue in our community, especially in southwest Montana. And so we're trying to get rid of as much turf on this project as possible, and then also coordinating with our landscape design student groups. And so our Vice President of Agricultural, Shrikla Bajwa, actually manages, or the landscape program reports under her, and so this will be a student project through coordination with that office as well. I will stop there and take any questions.
Any questions for John on the Grant Street project?
Yes.
Regent Bao.
Chair Lozar, now, just a question about the parking in front of the student union between, is that where you were talking about the buses? The buses would also use that as well? It just seems a little bit out of, I'm going to wade into an area I should really stay out of. But given it's such a beautiful landscaped area, does that parking serve a particular, purpose for just such a small number of cars?
Yes, thank you, Regent Bao. So right now, our current sub loop does not have any parking inside of it. If you look at number 10, just to the left of that, that's the current parking lot for sub. That is all ADA. And so by increasing parking in front of our student union building, we will actually accommodate, I think there's 14 ADA spots currently. We will double that to 28. And then
okay, so that's what that area there between 6 and 10 where you have the car, that's all ADA?
Correct.
Oh, okay, I got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Chair Dombrowski.
I didn't see a timeline for this. It feels like it could have some impact on campus flow in general, so can you give us your best estimate?
Yes, thanks, Regent Dombrowski. So we are going out to bid hopefully in January, February with this project, pending approval of the authority request in front of you today. The first phase of this would roughly occur where you see number 9 to number 19. That would be this initial kind of work done. Let's call it phase 1A. That would occur in 2024. We would then come back in phase 1B from 9 to the traffic circle, and that's what's included in this $6.5 million request. When you go 19 to 21, that currently will remain under construction with the construction of our new nursing facility on that end, and then PBS. And so we will actually wrap up the west end of Grant Street likely at the end of 2027 when those two facilities are completed.
Any other questions or comments from members of the board? Seeing none, I think we can move on to number C, or letter C.
Great. Thanks again. This is for the facility yard relocation project. We came before you a couple months ago for design requests, and so we've now hired Martel Contractors as our general contractor. A&E Design is helping us with this, and so we've put together a construction estimate and a timeline for relocating the facility yard. If you'll remember during the hotel presentation, we overviewed the South Campus Development Plan, and so the goals for this project, one and foremost, are to improve our working spaces for facility staff. For those of you who have not had the privilege of coming down, most of our staff work in 1940 era World War II Quonset huts. They're great in their own respect, but we have the opportunity to do much better. So much so that several of those, if those staff need to use restrooms, they actually have to leave those facilities, walk across the street, and go use them. Some of them are actually beyond repair at this point. So that's our first priority. Secondly is, if you remember, we're freeing up space along 7th Avenue. We occupy prime space from a facility standpoint. We want to turn that over to academic uses and academic buildings. So we will move south, create space. We're also in 4 different locations on campus and across 19th. And so by corresponding and looking at these things, we can consolidate our operations down to one location. With the project, we'll retire about $8 million in deferred maintenance, as I touched on earlier. And then you'll see in future diagrams, we are planning for future so we don't have to pinhole ourselves or shoehorn into existing sites. And so just to orient you here, we're looking north to south. Grant Street is on the north. The 7th Avenue is on the left. And so those of you who have been to campus, the heating plant is in the top left there to anchor you. All those sites in white that have dots on them are existing facilities that we will continue using. We will still stay in our existing footprint. Areas in the dotted blue line, that will all be new work that we're working on right now, again, with Martel to relocate. And so with this project, we'll relocate 21 of our Quonset / metal building structures into that larger trades building. It's the large blue block there. If you go over to the right where it says renovated record storage, that's our existing record storage. We'll renovate that. That'll be used for a portion of our grounds team and vehicle storage. And then we will construct 2 new facilities to the south there, our equipment garage and our chem fertilizer fabric shed. And so that is the amount of work we're requesting for the $25 million. Roughly about $13.5 million is for the trades facility. We'll spend about another $2.5 million in site work. There's a crisscrossing patchwork of infrastructure on this site, including old abandoned sewer lines and old water lines, so we'll relocate those. And so this really actually does create us a better working environment, consolidates several of those groups into one building. Again, if our plumbers and carpenters need to talk to each other, they literally have to go out their building and walk into another one. So there's a lot of great things that happen with this just from a continuity standpoint. And again, freeing up space that you'll see to the south, that's all preserved for future academic space. This is just a rendering. We're looking at a 1-story facility, trying to be as cost efficient as possible, given the pricing in Bozeman. And so it's a 1-story metal building. We're trying to maximize the interior space, and so it will be a very good space. It'll be improved, but it's nothing over and above what we would typically have on campus. I'll pause for questions.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, let's move on to action item D.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. So the last item in front of you from MSU today is a construction authority request of $25 million for our new athletic indoor practice facility. Just to orient you, we're looking at the southwest corner of our Bobcat football stadium. The area outlined in red is the potential impact area. If you remember at the last meeting we were here, we allocated and talked a lot about parking here, right? And so we're vastly improving the parking here from about 1,000 spaces to over 1,500. And so this project will not impact that number. I just want to make that very clear. And so where we're targeting this space is just to the north of our retention pond there and just in south of the parking. That's our nursery yard. That's that chem fertilizer shed that I talked about. So we are relocating this space back over related to the most recent request to free up space again for the indoor practice facility. And so just to show you a rendering, this is more or less how we're planning to occupy that space just to the north of the retention pond there. It will be about 110 to 120,000 square foot facility. It will have a 80-yard football field, 10 yards on each end, so a total of 100-yard indoor practice facility. It'll be a 300-meter lane with 100-meter straightaway, 6 lanes. We'll have space for all our field events for track and field. And so this will actually be open to all Bobcat athletes. Obviously, the priority user will be football and track, but much like our Bobcat Athletic Center, it is open to all student athletes to utilize during harsh winters. And in recent years, with the smoke coming in during the summer, a lot of our student athletes prefer to practice inside when it gets too hazy. And so this actually provides a dual summer-winter training program for the student athletes. Just walk through a couple renderings here just to give you a visual of what we're looking at. Similar to the facilities yard request, we are going with a metal frame building. We're still working through some pricing on whether it'll be fabric tension or metal. Langless is the contractor selected, and they're working on pricing for this. They're finalizing that. We should be ready to go out with bids to sub, hopefully in January, pending again approval at this meeting. So just to give you just another rendering, this is what we would look like. We are looking at an indoor netting so that if both the track and field and football needed to practice at the same time, we wouldn't have footballs or other items flying into running surfaces. I will pause there for questions.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, sorry, John,
Yeah.
I missed this call, so I would have asked the same question if I could have been on it. So how many square foot did you say this is for 25
Between
million?
110 to 120,000 square feet.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments for John? Tyler, I do have one just more process-related question for both the indoor facility and the facilities yard. We're asking here in this action item for a request for authority-only amendment from state A&E, and I'm just curious if you can talk about that process and how we go about doing that, and then if state A&E is knows about these two projects and that we're going to be coming in front of them.
Mr. Chair, absolutely. This is a process that the campus works through with state A&E, and A&E is holds the torch on carrying this amendment forward. So they're completely in the loop. There's an understanding of the entire project, the cost of the projects, and I think this is indicative of this new era that we're working in with these higher construction costs that anybody could ever imagine in the past. So it's definitely a mutually collaborative process. We're not catching anybody off guard with these statements.
Excellent. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Now I think we can turn to Northern, action item E.
Mr. Chair, I'd ask Chancellor Kegel to come up as I kind of introduce this item. This is a request for planning and design on the Montana State University Northern Campus for the Aurora Complex. And I don't think there's any person on earth better to speak to this than Chancellor Kegel.
Thank you, Tyler. I want to just emphasize the importance of this project. The thing that I've been dealing with for numbers of years, I've got advisory boards for every program that we have on that campus, and every meeting that we have on the campus with those advisory boards, I attend. And I'm constantly getting beat up by those board members over not having enough students graduating out of our programs to meet the demands that they have. And so about 10 years ago, we put together a group of faculty and staff, and we called it a strategic advancement team. And we looked at initiatives that would help us drive enrollment on the campus. And so we came up with 9 initiatives, and this particular project was one of those 9 initiatives. It's a big project. We knew at the time that it was a big project, but we also knew that it probably had more implications on getting students and keeping students on the campus than any one of the other initiatives. The president of the University of Montana just did a little presentation. He talked about vibrant campuses and the importance of student engagement and student activities. And I can't tell you how important that is. On our campus, we've got most everything covered. We've got quality programs, we've got the right programs. Where we lack is not having the types of things that will draw students and keep students on the campus, the things that a prospective student that's going to attend a 4-year comprehensive university expects to have. And so anyways, with this project, it's about student life. It's a facility that's going to be a rec center, rec and health center. It's going to be built for the students with the idea of everything that a student would expect to have while they're on the campus. The initiative was presented to the Board of Regents quite a number of years ago as a whole project, and we asked for the authority to do the first phase of that. That was that stadium project that we completed several years ago. That project was done with authority only. We were deemed to, you can do the project if you raise the money. And as some of the members of this board that were on the board at that time know, we raised that money in the community in less than 9 months. And it was $3.5 million worth the community came together and said, let's get this project done. With the second phase, which is the Aurora complex, we've had the same response, but it's a big project, and the state of Montana got behind this thing and did an appropriation for that project. What we're asking for right now is some money to be allocated to the planning, because we don't want to wait for this into the years when it fits into the schedule. I'm worried about inflation rates and other things that might enter into that thing if we wait until 2027 for a startup date. It could be a killer. This is a building, honestly, that Northern needed 10 years ago, not 10 years from now. And, just a few things. The students meet with me. I meet with the students literally every week. I meet with over 200 students a year at the Chancellor's House, and we talk about the vision of the university and the things that we need. And this is one of the topics that they continuously talk about, the need to have more things on the campus to do. And then they remind me of what happened to the swimming pool. And our swimming pool that we used to have is now filled with styrofoam. What happened to the bowling alley? Well, the bowling alley is, it's been out of commission for 12 years because we can't get parts from Brunswick. It's outdated. What happened to the climbing wall? What happened to the women's gym? It's just these things that I'm going, blah, 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 blah. So this building is to address that. It's an incredibly important project. It is my baby. And I think it'll have the biggest implication on us being able to get and keep students on that campus to meet the demands that we have. So thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Kegel. Any questions from the board? Yeah, Regent Yeager.
Thank you. Chair Lozar, Chancellor Kegel, sorry. This is something that I empathize with your struggle on. We went through it at Western. The student need for recreation and for a place to focus on physical and mental wellness is so important and can be so lacking in these small communities and small campuses. So I kudos to you and your team for recognizing that need and for taking action on it. If I could make one recommendation, it would be to make sure that you apply a lens of mental health as you go through this planning, just to make sure that it's as accommodated as possible so we can continue to make strides in that area.
Thank you, and we will do that, Commissioner Regal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Regent. Any other questions or comments?
Just
Regent
a quick one for Greg. This building, I totally understand the importance to have her and to your university for this facility. This building's being asked to be, literally and figuratively, very athletic. It's checking lots of boxes. I would just cautionarily, I think that on the design selection, past performance to plan and to communicate budget and all of your wants and all of your needs, not every design team that perhaps would propose on something like this has this in their resume of a past successful project. And I just think that's just a huge arrow in your quiver, just thinking about that, or however the selection process is going to work going forward on this. This kind of building can be done correctly and can be done on budget, and this kind of building is also one of the, the scope of it is one where costs do, they want to gallop away. So just, probably preaching to the choir on that, but I think this is a great project for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Southward. If there's no other comments on this one, I just wanted to, again, thank the legislature for the resources for this $25 million for a project that Chancellor Kegel, you've envisioned for probably decades. And it's really cool to see that we're starting to get that progress underway. So thanks for your leadership.
Thank you.
The last item for our action agenda is focused on Helena College, Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd ask Director Lyons to address this.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, bringing forward for you an item to request authorization to purchase an hangar at the Helena Airport for instructional use for Helena College. During this last legislative session, Helena College received $3.6 million to acquire and renovate a hangar located at the Helena Airport Authority. This request is just for the purchase portion of that hangar currently for $1.65 million. The hangar is 10,000 square feet with a 27,000 square foot cargo ramp attached to it. It's conveniently located near the airport campus that Helena College currently has. What this will do for Helena College is provide more opportunities to expand within their aviation program. Currently, Helena College has aviation technicians. With looking to the future of the needs of the industry of maybe furthering that into avionics, other areas of aviation that are needed into this. So it just gives them an opportunity without the space currently. This gives them the opportunity to renovate an existing space and move forward with it. Per board policy, we do require appraisals for this. You'll note that there is only one appraisal for this. Unique, hangars don't turn over very quickly. It's not like residential property where we have a lot of comps to compare against. We had searching from lots of different appraisers. They just didn't have enough comparables. The last one that sold was over 5 years ago in Missoula. So they used some of that information, and then they also did some further research for us. If we had to build a new hangar of this size, we're looking at $122 per square foot at $4.5 million just for a hangar. So in reality, a $3.6 million for a hangar and renovation is a good value for this project. As I mentioned, this is just the purchase. At a later date, we will come forward with a request for planning and design, probably in at least a year down the road to start that process. They also received an appropriation for O&M moving forward with this building, so the O&M will be covered from an appropriation previously. I'd also like to note during the consent agenda that there was a lease for the land that is tied to this project as well. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you, Director Lyons.
Thank you.
So that concludes our action agenda today, and we're going to move on. We've got a couple items on the information agenda, and the first one is looking at our budget framework. And just to sort of tee this up a little bit, one of the items in our committee's work plan is delineating budget principles, ensuring that we're being more explicit about the ways in which we're making decisions and anchoring decisions with regard to the management of our budget. And, the goal for this item today is really to put everything down on paper more than anything with regard to sort of how we've made decisions in the past. It's been implied as we go through our making our budgeting decisions, particularly that May after a legislative session. A lot of these principles are in various places in a couple of the different PowerPoint presentations that Tyler and others walk through year after year, and we just wanted to make a point of, again, putting this down on paper for us to sort of work from over the course of the year. So the goal again today is just to walk through what those principles are right now. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is a great opportunity to, revisit some of the slides that we talk about at May approval of tuition and fees and allocation of state appropriations, kind of connected also to our approval in September of our annual operating budgets. And this first slide to kick it off here, what I call budget framework, is nothing new to this board or other boards. This is actually a framework that we adopted in 2009 from a consultant that we often used at that time, and I think it's still very applicable to today and probably more, I guess, aligned and utilized now than it was 15 years ago. We've spent time and board policy, in fact, to explicitly differentiate the missions of our various campus types and how those missions then flow into the appropriation, tuition, and financial aid alignment, which is the heart and soul of our strategic financing, but then coupled with an operational efficiency that we can receive from campuses working together. And so definitely a 30,000-foot view of what we do. This next slide is just evidence that I'm not pulling your leg here on the 2009 model. If you remember this slide from 2009 at the MSUB campus, you've probably been around a while. I'm not going to say too long because I definitely remember it, and I don't want to be making any big statements about my exit. So this was a much more detailed presentation, as you can see down at the bottom. This was slide 50 from NCHEMS, National Center for Higher Education Management System. Dennis Jones was a legend at the time, and probably still is. And kind of set the stage for us to develop uniquely what we do here in Montana. And so I would just walk through these categories. I don't suspect any of these items would catch anyone by surprise, and I'm sure that I have not covered this at the level of detail that we actually utilize, but very at kind of the basic surface level. And I just a continual effort to connect the setting of tuition rates in conjunction with the amount of money that we receive from the state to create our current unrestricted budget, but not leave behind the concept of financial aid and how that applies to not just resident students, but non-resident students and the overall revenue position of campuses. Not an easy task, and it's taken us some time to really even hone in on these are the different attributes within each category. So when we start with tuition, to no one's surprise, consider affordability of resident students. And how do we do that? Well, we start with mission type, and we compare what we charge at the flagship campuses, for instance, to the flagship campuses in western states around the 15 western states, as an example. Also, taking into consideration median household income within those states as a long-term benchmark in how we're doing. And you've seen those slides from me before in the past. This second bullet under there is probably more pertinent this go-around, this biennium than ever, which is to understand the pressure that tuition revenue, that we put on tuition revenue to fully fund things like a pay plan and present law adjustments that, unlike other state agencies, essentially 50% of the cost needs to come from students and 50% from the states. Now that varies from the state appropriation. Now that can vary. It's more like 45% from the state and 55% from students, but we're headed toward in a good direction of a 50-50 split. We and certainly look at the contribution that residents' tuition revenue contributes, but particularly also this go around non-residents, and non-residents helping pick up the cost of the pay plan, non-resident tuition revenue, as I'll talk in the next slide, and the importance of that in subsidizing and holding down the cost for resident students. And we differentiate these tuition rates by institutional type and mission. And we, in 2017, took great strides to align tuition rates by mission type, and we've upheld that since then. And then in terms of setting non-resident tuition rates, we look at comparable markets throughout the western states, and we rely heavily on our campuses and their enrollment management teams to advise us in those rates. State appropriations, key here is that we have a base plus model. Campus-based budgets need to be upheld for consistency, and campuses the assurance that they will have the operational resources needed to continue the high-quality services that they have. And then we look for an inflationary cost adjustments each legislative session in terms of present law adjustments. And when we receive those, we allocate those in a formulaic manner. We take a look at what % of resident students, FTE, that each campus contributes to the overall system portfolio, and we allocate it based upon that percentage. The pay plan is another area that we allocate in a formulaic manner, usually generated by the criteria of the funding. For instance, this go around was a 4% increase, or $1.50 per hour based upon whichever is higher, and we calculate that actually based upon the number of employees on each campus, and we allocate it accordingly. The third area, which we analyze each biennium, is what I would call resident student support. And we take a look at the dollars per resident student at each one of the campuses based upon mission type again, and we analyze those in terms of a multiple set of metrics. Obviously, the funding per resident student, the total expenditures that a campus has per student, the percent of state appropriations in comparison to tuition, and we keep a close eye on that. And we will make adjustments where necessary, and we have in the past. And then finally is the allocation of a portion of our allocation. State appropriation is allocated based upon performance, and those are the approved performance metrics and our model. And coming up in this next March board meeting, that'll be a request for this board to once again allocate $15 million of performance funding for the second year of the biennium. And then finally, financial aid. And this is not a state that relies heavily upon state appropriations to fuel financial aid. Rather, we look to our institutional aid, and through waivers and discounts, we provide a network of financial aid. That's not to say that we don't have any state appropriations for financial aid. STEM scholarship comes to mind as one of our predominant state approaches for financial aid. Regents set the table initially for waivers in terms of mandatory waivers, and this is a reflection of the values of this board and boards in the past, that American Indian waivers are a top of the list priority and mandated for all campuses, as well as the MUS Honors Scholarship, and those two waivers contribute to more than 3/4 of the mandated waivers by the Board of Regents. On the kind of other end of the continuum, campuses use waivers as a discounting tool to attract non-resident students. I'm going to talk about the data behind that in the next slide. But in a manner to entice non-resident students to come off of a much larger tuition bill that is reduced in a strategic manner based upon campus type and mission. We have a variety of different approaches to that that are highly successful. And then finally, in that same vein, we're ensuring that non-resident tuition revenue per student continues to subsidize resident students. And so I'd just jump to the next slide, which is really a continuation of a question that was asked at the September operating budget meeting. In that vein of, do we receive more tuition revenue from non-resident tuition per non-resident student than the resident student revenue per student? And resident student revenue per student is in two categories, which is state appropriations and tuition. And so this slide, hopefully I can dissect here to alleviate some of the confusion that I did not alleviate at the last meeting, which is it's about $19,000 of non-resident tuition revenue per non-resident student that we receive annually, and we're projected to in FY24, compared to on the far right, which is the total amount of revenue brought in per resident student. That total amount of revenue brought in per resident student can be broken into two categories. One is the resident tuition revenue per student, which is much lower, $4,000, compared directly over to the non-resident tuition revenue per student, which is at $19,000. Then you have the state appropriation, which rounds out the total amount of revenue per resident student at about $11,000. So on the fly at the meeting, I apologize for any of the confusion I might have created last time. Hopefully this helps in kind of analyzing that approach. So, Mr. Chair, that's the walkthrough. I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are.
Thank you, Tyler. Are there any questions from the members of the committee or the board? Not seeing any. I just wanted to thank you again for getting it all down to in one deck and one slide. I think we've never actually seen it all together, even though we're deploying these principles sort of year after year. So again, I think this is a really good foundation for us as we begin to think about 2025, even thinking about some of our legislative priorities, going back into this and understanding sort of how all three of these revenue sources really play together to provide the highest quality education in the state. So thank you, Deputy Commissioner. We just have one more item, and this almost kind of aligns with the conversation we had this morning with faculty, just with regard to open education resources, with really the intent and the goal of student choice, accessibility to resources, affordability of resources, knowing that course materials are quite expensive. And we had a really robust conversation. The commissioner kind of provided a couple key takeaways in his opening remarks that this is a complex space with regard to, that fine line between ensuring there's academic freedom from our faculty members, as well as making sure that we're doing everything we can to reach our first goal as the Board of Regents, and that's around accessibility and affordability, and that really, course materials are right in the center of that. So I know we've had a couple conversations just within a few of us with regard to this item and kind of the goals of this item, and so maybe I'll turn it over to Tyler to talk through sort of where we're at with this information item.
Mr. Chair, yeah, thank you. We had planned to go into more detail on this topic. I think it's not ready. We're going to take a step back. The budget folks need to communicate better and work closer with the academic side before we can bring forward more detail around this. I do know there is some time is of the essence on this topic, so we'll get to work and communicate through either the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee or this committee, or jointly at the next meeting or in March, and put some more details to this to explain it.
Excellent. Appreciate the pause, and definitely I think there's opportunity between ARSA and the budget to kind of figure out exactly how we want to discuss this and how we want to move this forward on a broader context of affordability for course material. Madam Chair, well, that gets us to the very end. I did just want to mention that to the board members that the subcommittee for infrastructure is going to be having a meeting coming up in December and likely one in January. So the work of that body is starting to pick up. So excited to see where we go with that. With that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair Lozar. Before we break for lunch, we have a couple of minutes. So I would just wanted to stop us as regents and look to our fellow regent in Brianne Rogers, who really, this isn't your technical last meeting, but it's your technical last big meeting before you leave your service on the board in February. And I just wanted to give anyone an opportunity to thank you personally for your work. And I would say from my standpoint, the thanks really come as a colleague. You were very early on for me, a person that I knew I could turn to and ask questions. You were very knowledgeable. You've always been very clear-eyed about agendas and non-agendas, and your work last year as chair was helpful for me as I sit in this role this year. And I feel badly when someone who has such experience and love and knowledge of the university system, it's your time to move on, but I'm confident that you as an individual will continue to promote the system and will work for and towards the system, perhaps in other and even greater roles in the future. So thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you. Regent Rogers, thank you for your service. Just sort of reflecting on what I would term as just a challenging 2021 session, and your time during that session, your counsel for me, and help navigate some really interesting waters there for us in your leadership roles. And just appreciate the time we've had together, and genuinely appreciate your service on the board. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could just add a couple remarks as well. It's been wonderful to have you as a colleague. I can't believe it's been 7 years, or nearly 7 years of time together. Bree, you have been such a balanced, conscientious professional that has really held the students at the heart of all of the work and all of your areas of interest on the board. The number of times Bree has shared articles or podcasts. I mean, she's constantly learning. She's constantly thinking about her role as a regent and how we can continue to be agile and nimble and bold as a board. And I think you saw that particularly last year as the chair of the Board of Regents. Just your leadership through the session, your leadership in committees has just been is pretty incredible. And I think it's made this body even better. So. I know it's not over yet, but just really appreciate all that you've given to the state of Montana.
Yeah, to follow up, Bree, I think you've done a wonderful job and been a mentor to me as I came new to the regent position. Thank you for that. And to highlight again, I thought your leadership through the legislative session was particularly beneficial for the overall system, and you deserve a lot of credit for that. So thank you.
Bree, thank you, first of all, for your service. I try to think about the motivation to me as another board member when I come to a committee call or a leadership call, and how comprehensively prepared you are for every discussion, whether it's a committee you sit on or another arena. And to the comments just shared about the legislative session, I mean, through high-profile litigation, you were physically present at all of those endeavors that our system was asking for leadership on, and you provided that. And I truly mean it. Thank you. It's inspired me to be more engaged and more fully in as a regent, and I'm sure that's true for all of our colleagues. Thank you so much.
Hi, Bree. Hey, thank you. You were one of the first to reach out to me, and you continually followed up with me. So like Regent Bao, thank you a ton for your mentorship. You're brilliant. I've always appreciated, you have a steady mind, and it gives you a steady hand on a board, or, when things got exciting behind the curtain. I'm proud to call you a friend. Just thank you for everything.
Regent Rogers, while my time on the board with you has been extremely limited so far, as a student leader, you've just been so great to talk with through the luncheons or the breaks. You've always been an open ear on the students' issues and recognizing that the university system serves the students. I think you've done an excellent job through your tenure. Thank you.
And none of that was scripted. So I would say that comes from all our sincere hearts and sincere gratitude. So thank you. With that, we'll... Do you want to say anything?
I would just like to say thank you. I mean, this has been such a humbling experience. This is a very interesting room to walk into, especially, someone who came into life where I was like, oh, I'm sort of smart, I know what's going on. And then you walk into this room with all of these people who have so much pride and passion and care in every single thing that they do, and know what the word pedagogy means. And but it has been so humbling. I'm so humbled by the staff and the faculty and the administrators of this university system, and the pride that you bring to work each day and the passion that you bring to make sure that our state and our students continue to thrive. I can't say enough about the OCHI team and the OCHI staff. Every topic that is discussed under the sun, no matter what question we come up with, they always seem to have the answer or have a quick pull of data or the ability to come back and make sure that that follow-up happens. the wealth of quality that you guys bring to this university system cannot be understated. Thank you so much for all that you do. I also have to just remark that obviously students are at the center of everything that we do, and I just feel so fortunate to have served on a board that has a student seat at the table where you actually get to have a vote in every decision that this system makes. And what a fun piece of the whole experience that has been to have these incredible students like Garrett and other student regents helping us to look at things a little bit differently as we're exercising all of these opportunities. But, you know, just can't say enough great things about my colleagues here. I've had so much fun trying to come through all of these complicated issues with all of you and come out on the right side, and always with Commissioner Christian at the helm, showing us the true north and having a big, long, steady leadership stride that helps, I think, the system to be stable and us to be able to have the time and space to make really difficult decisions. So thank you all so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. And with that, we'll break for lunch and return at 1:30. Good afternoon, and welcome back. Sorry we're a couple of minutes behind schedule, but appreciate all the conversation and the opportunity to share whatever you're sharing. So I will now turn over the meeting to Chair Buchanan for the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee.
Chair Dombrowski, thank you, and welcome to the November meeting of ARSA. Got a full agenda as usual, and in advance, certainly want to thank all of the academic teams on each of the campuses that have put in the work to get us here today. Following Regent Lozar's protocol with the consent agenda, would ask at this point if there are any items on that agenda that any member of this board would like to pull for individual consideration. Great, thank you. Seeing none. We are going to dig into the first three items of the consent agenda a bit because we've got some folks in attendance that we get an opportunity to celebrate a little bit. So I think as we think moving forward, we're going to invite up Provost Lawrence, as you've got two of these items, and look forward to you helping us introduce these individuals and help us move this agenda along. Provost Lawrence, welcome to the podium.
Thank you very much. I am delighted to be here today and delighted to address you all. We are very thrilled to have this opportunity to recognize our newest Emeriti faculty members and to celebrate their many contributions to the University of Montana over their combined 64 years of service. Their engagement and involvement in our community is such a huge part of our success. For the University of Montana, Emeriti faculty are an integral part of our campus community. They serve as scholars, teachers, and colleagues. They supported our campus through the knowledge of pharmacy and psychology, respectively, ensuring that the students in their courses and in their academic programs learned, and that their respective fields were enhanced through their research. Nominations originate in the faculty members' home departments and must be supported by their respective deans in the provost's office. Today, I have the pleasure of honoring Dr. Sarah Miller from pharmacy and Dr. Jennifer Waltz from psychology. Professor Miller has served 35 years at UM. She joined the pharmacy practice department in 1988 as an assistant professor and was tenured in 2000. She has an MS in biochem and nutrition from Virginia Tech. She has her PharmD from Mercer University and served in a 3-year postdoctoral residency in Kentucky and Pennsylvania, building expertise in nutritional support. She has board certification as a nutritional support pharmacist as well. She has provided clinical teaching in the Professional Doctor of Pharmacy program through a variety of lectures and advanced pharmacy practice experiences. She coordinated the first of 4 therapeutic lecture courses and an associated small group discussion course. She has been voted Teacher of the Month by students 4 times and Clinical Instructor of the Year. She has also served as an academic advisor to pre-pharmacy students. Her emphasis, her scholarly emphasis, has been on nutritional support, making impactful contributions in an extensive body of work that takes primary research results and integrates them into materials for students, practitioners, and educators to use in patient care. She has written textbook chapters, case report letters, invited chapters for licensure and board certification, as well as a number of reviews. She has focused on disseminating nutrition support information and applications through presentations to state and national audiences and internally at Providence St. Patrick Hospital. She has obviously made a very strong commitment to the university through her teaching and through her scholarship. She has also served on a number of campus committees, including Faculty Senate and the Gen Ed Committee, on the Academic Standards Committee within the College of Health and Skaggs School of Pharmacy, as a clinical faculty member assigned at St. Pat's. She has appointments to the Board of Pharmacy Specialties and a number of other contributions to the field. So I'm delighted to recognize Dr. Miller. Dr. Waltz has served 29 years at UM. She was promoted to associate professor in 1998 and to full professor in 2010. She has a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology from the University of Wisconsin and a doctoral degree in clinical psychology from the University of Washington. She has focused on intimate relationship dynamics in her research and communication between partners in relationships. She has also studied relationship-based aggression and violence. Her later career focus areas have been on borderline personality disorder treatment with dialectical behavior therapy, as well as constructs of anxiety and PTSD. She has also studied mindfulness. She has published 6 book chapters, 26 peer-reviewed publications in leading high-impact journals, delivered more than 50 presentations at scientific conferences, and produced scholarly works that give comprehensive guidance regarding clinical phenomenon. She has over 2,000 citations in refereed journals. Her work as an educator has been stellar. She has provided expertise and insight that has been sought out by graduates, faculty colleagues, and providers in the mental health care and behavioral health care arenas. She has developed a number of training videos, provided workshops to countless professionals in 13 different states and provinces. She has also focused on teaching in the graduate program, offering advanced clinical interventions, ethics, professional issues, and applied methods courses. These were sought out and highly valued by graduate students. Many students credit her with helping shape their clinical identities. She has served UM in a variety of roles on campus. She was the director of clinical training for the clinical psychology program in the Department of Psychology. She initiated improvements in the administrative functioning and capacity of Clinical Psychology Center. She has mentored a new director into the CPC, or Clinical Psychology Center. She's served on a number of department and university-wide committees, and is a professional consultant to a number of local and regional social service agencies. So it is my pleasure to recognize Drs. Miller and Waltz. We very much appreciate their contributions to UM, to the greater state of Montana, and to their fields in pharmacy and psychology. So, thank you.
Thank you, Provost Lawrence. Thank you, Provost Lawrence, and thank you, Professors Miller and Waltz, for your incredible contribution to the Montana community. Provost Eigpor, please join us at the podium from Montana Tech. We're excited to hear from you as well today.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. Montana Tech is really, truly delighted to have this opportunity to recognize one of our own and one of our newest candidate for the emerita status. This year, we only have one. In previous years, we've had multiple. But we'd like to recognize and celebrate the numerous contributions of this candidate to our university, Montana Technological University, and also to one of our very high-impact schools, the Sherry Lazar School of Nursing, where she served for 20 years. For us at Montana Tech, the emerita or emeritus status is a huge honor that we bestow on retired or retiring faculty who not only have rendered meritorious service to the university, but has made significant contributions to our community. So we regard this as a big honor. Our process actually begins just like was mentioned by Provost Lawrence for University of Montana, and that is that it is a process that starts from the department level. Either a department faculty or a group of faculty has to nominate a faculty, retiring or retired faculty, to the department head, who then prepares a nomination package through the dean to the faculty senate of the university. From the approval of the senate, that nomination goes to the provost, to myself, and subsequently to the chancellor for approval. Once all of that process is completed, the candidate is recommended to the Board of Regents, and that is where we are. For today, our candidate is Professor Miriam Young. And Professor Young actually retired in May of this year as a professor of pediatric nursing. And like I mentioned, after 20 years of meritorious service. Professor Miriam Young exemplified the best of the teaching profession and basically demonstrated a career-long devotion to preparing her students and getting them prepared for the profession of nursing after leaving the university. She was basically one who focused on how ready are the students for the professions once they leave the institution. And one of the things that she used to accomplish this was that she initiated and nurtured a peer mentorship program where she paired senior nursing students with incoming first-year nursing students just to ease their way into the nursing school and into college life. And she was very well known for that. Professor Miriam Young was also instrumental in the initial accreditation of both of our degrees, the Associate of Science in Nursing degree and the Bachelor of Science in Nursing degree. She played a major role in getting those two programs accredited. Professor Young also led the integration of simulation as a teaching tool into our nursing curriculum and training program at Montana Tech. And that has now become a major part of our training, and that is appreciated across the profession. So you can see that Professor Miriam Young has made significant contributions, big contributions to our university, and it is really my pleasure to represent the university in presenting her for this honor today. Thank you so much.
Provost Agpor and Provost Lawrence, thank you so much for carrying the confidence that your campus clearly bestows upon these fantastic candidates and faculty members. And as you think about the strategic priorities of the MUS, having an impact on students is certainly at the top of the list, but having an impact on the community and spreading their work and making our economy and our workforces as strong as they are is not lost on us as we hear those resumes today. Thank you so very much for bringing them to the table. So that would wrap up consent items. We'll vote on that tomorrow as a package. It looks like President Bodnar, we get to bring you up to introduce action item A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the board. This is one of my favorite parts of serving as the president here at the University of Montana, and that is to recognize and honor incredible members of the broad family whose lives and careers have had a transformative impact on not just our university, but our state. And today is a great example. Today it is my privilege to present to you the Montana University System Board of Regents, Maine Ann Ellingson, for an honorary doctorate of humane letters from the University of Montana. There is a lot of information in your packets about Ms. Ellingson, her career, her impact on our state. But I just want to share a little bit about someone who is a true Montana treasure. I'm guessing most of you, if not all of you, know Maine Ann personally. To meet her is to never forget her because she is just so passionate, so energetic, so committed to the common good. We're so proud. She is a two-time graduate of the University of Montana and has really for half a century been a leader in our great state. Many of you will know that at just 24 years old, she was the youngest delegate at the 1972 Montana Constitutional Convention, and she was one of only 19 women. She had a tremendous impact at that convention. Yes, she was young, but she was a force and shaped that document in very impactful ways. She co-authored the Constitution's preamble, as well as the leading proposals for the state's Bill of Rights, as well as the clean and healthful environmental provision. And she did all that, again, at the ripe old age of 24. And then in 1973, she enrolled at UM's School of Law. She was one of 9 women out of a class of 75 students. She graduated with honors from our law school, and she also served as a member of the Law Review and helped to found the Women's Law Caucus. She then went on to a position at the Missoula City Attorney's Office, and then from there started a lengthy and very impactful career with Dorsey and Whitney Law Firm. She served as bond counsel, worked on numerous public projects, and helped form the Montana Municipal Insurance Authority and Intercap program. She's been described by so many of a person, not just of great integrity, of intelligence, but someone of tremendous character, and someone who is deeply committed to service. She's widely known for the time that she dedicates still to Montana organizations, including board service for the Missoula Art Museum, the Five Valleys Land Trust. She was leading the capital campaign for the new Missoula Public Library building, is still very much engaged with School of Law and with organizations around the state. And it was so wonderful to hear her recollections over the course of 2022 as we celebrated the 50th anniversary of Montana's Constitution. She has had a tremendous impact on our university, I believe on this Montana university system, as well as on the state of Montana, and it is my distinct honor to present to you Maine Ann Ellingson for an honorary doctorate.
President Bodnar, thank you for the fantastic introduction. Any comments or questions from members of the board? I think Seth's right. We could all tell a few personal anecdotes about the impact that Maine Ann's had on us. Fantastic presentation, President Bodnar. Thank you, and please stay with us.
Yes.
As the next item, I'm going to ask for you to take as well. But to step back a moment, here we are in the last couple of discussions identifying excellence and community impact among the employees and the faculty members, the citizens of our university communities. And there's a award we're going to review right now that doesn't diminish the impact of others, but certainly needs to be pointed out as sticking out among the recognitions across the university system as one of the highest recognitions that we would bestow upon a faculty member within the MUS. I've served on this board 8 or 9 years now, and it is not common that we are recognizing a Regents professor at a meeting. It's a very unique distinction. In fact, this candidate would make number 14 in the history of the University of Montana. So something that we recognize as very prestigious. I think that as you think of the defining components before I pass it to President Bodnar, it's someone that really not only wears their school colors with pride and demonstrates an undying commitment to the students, but the excellence in scholarship, the excellence in instruction, and the excellence in service is what really elevates these folks as we hear their biographies during these nomination processes. So, President Bodnar, I'd kick it to you for an introduction for this meeting's nomination for Regents Professor. Action item B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for emphasizing the tremendous honor that this is, and this is not an honor that we award or present for your approval lightly. These are the title of Regents Professor is truly for excellence, and it's excellence in teaching, it's excellence in research, it's excellence in service as well. And I am truly honored to nominate Dr. Corey Cleveland for this honor at the University of Montana. And in a moment, after a vote, we'll share a video highlighting Dr. Cleveland's accomplishments as a researcher, as a beloved mentor, as a dedicated colleague. But I'd first like to tell you a little bit more about this amazing member of the family. There is information in your packet, but again, this is such a special person, such an amazing honor that I want to spend just a couple of moments talking about him. Dr. Cleveland is a professor in the Department of Ecosystem and Conservation Sciences here at the University of Montana's Franke College of Forestry and Conservation. And he's been described as one of the preeminent global scholars in the fields of ecosystem ecology, biogeochemistry, and environmental conservation. His work is widely published, as Chair Buchanan alluded to, in leading national and international scientific journals. In fact, he's been designated by Claravitz Institute for Scientific Information as a highly cited researcher, which, for reference, places his work in the top 1% by citations for his field. He is also the first ecologist in Montana to be bestowed with the lifetime honor of being named a fellow to the Ecological Society of America. So truly global excellence, global impact. He has been an incredibly successful researcher, has secured more than $5 million in grant funding over the course of his career, largely through the highly competitive National Sciences Foundation. And in fact, he's one of the University of Montana's most successful federal grant-funded researchers. He's one of the reasons that UM achieved last year a decades-long goal of reaching R1, Carnegie R1 research status, placing us in the top 4% of research universities globally. And that is a direct result of, in part, Dr. Cleveland's work. Beyond his significant research accomplishments, though, Corey is also a creative teacher and a dedicated mentor. When we had lunch to share, the provost and I, to share this, that he was being nominated for this with Dr. Cleveland, I just had the most exhilarating conversation about his work. And even for somebody like me who has no background in this, I was a measure of a good teacher, as he can enable me to understand his work. He has been just widely renowned for his excellence in the classroom, his mentorship. He's mentored 14 graduate students, served on more than 40 graduate committees. He's really just been a dedicated member of his teaching and scholarship community, as well as a dedicated institutional citizen. His service here at the university in terms of departmental, college, and institutional level, and he's a sought-after speaker, both on national and international stages, and has won just too many awards and accolades to mention. Truly, Professor Cleveland's distinguished record of scholarship, teaching, and service bring great credit, not just to the University of Montana, but to the Montana University system and to our great state. And it is my distinct privilege and honor to present to you Dr. Corey Cleveland for Regents Professor of the Montana University System.
Again, President Bodnar, fantastic introduction. Thank you. And since we are blessed with Dr. Cleveland's presence today, we're going to bump this back to Chair Dombrowski for action so that we can let him loose to continue this great work tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Chair Dombrowski.
I think there's a grant due tomorrow.
Right? Action item B, Regents Professor, back to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair Buchanan. So at this point in time, I will entertain a motion to approve action item B, which is the nomination of Dr. Cleveland as a Regents Professor on the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Lozar. Is there any discussion from members of the board? Is there any discussion from campuses? Is there any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. It's my honor to say that the motion has passed to bestow the Regents Professor on Dr. Cleveland.
Come on up, Corey. Maybe turn this Madam Chair, as everyone returns to their seats, we'd like to please show a video from Dr. Cleveland's colleagues and students about his achievements, and then we're going to ask Dr. Cleveland to speak.
Corey Cleveland is an exceptional scientist, one of the very best I've ever known. His research is creative and rigorous, and it helps us understand both our natural world and how to create a more sustainable future. In short, his work matters. Dr. Cleveland's contributions are internationally known and have inspired countless others to look at their research in new ways. A well-known member of the National Academy of Sciences called Corey one of the top 2 or 3 ecosystem ecologists of his generation. Another compared his research to some of the most lasting and impactful studies in the history of ecology. And here's the thing, Corey accomplishes all of this with remarkable generosity and humility. He's always willing to share his time and expertise, always thinking about his colleagues and students, always focused on the things that truly matter. He's a shining example of how science should be done, and his devotion to UM is absolute. He's an ideal candidate to represent the university as a Regents professor. Congratulations, Corey.
Dr. Corey Cleveland is one of the best ecosystem ecologists working today. He studies how the diversity of flora and fauna establish and sustain healthy soils and forests. In listening to him describe his research, it is striking how curious and humble he is. Dr. Cleveland frames his research as learning from the ecosystems he studies. That is, he is their student. Dr. Cleveland's colleagues admire his attention to students' learning. Not only does he mentor graduate students, he also teaches some of the most impactful, highly subscribed undergraduate courses in the Franke College of Forestry and Conservation. Dr. Cleveland's commitment to service within the university and to the field is notable because of his profoundly humane approach. He has stepped into challenging service roles with grace, and he regularly checks on others who are in similarly challenging roles to see how they're doing and offer help if needed. The care Dr. Cleveland gives his colleagues is an embodiment of our ideal of what a university should be. It is an honor and delight to recognize Dr. Cleveland as a Regents professor at UM. Congratulations, Corey.
I've been one of Corey's graduate students for almost 3 years now. While the graduate school experience can vary a lot among graduate students here at UM, my experience lies on the far end of the very good side of that spectrum. That is due mostly, if not entirely, to Corey's dedication and philosophy as an advisor, as an educator, and as a researcher. I've learned so much from him about my field of research and about how to be part of a research team and part of a university. I think he is a great model for faculty here at UM, and I consider myself extremely lucky to have him as my advisor. So thank you, Corey, for everything, and congratulations on this honor. You absolutely deserve it.
Wow, that was a little overwhelming. I just want all of you to know that the stars aligned for me in 2007 when I got offered a job at this place. It's the only job I ever wanted. It's the only job I ever want moving forward. I hope I can spend my whole career here. It means so much to me to be selected a Regents professor at the University of Montana and in the state of Montana, because I am a Montanan. Building an academic career takes a village, right? And mine certainly reflects the hard work and talent and support of a lot of amazing colleagues and collaborators and graduate students like Robbie and postdocs like Emma, two of my crew who are here today, and the rest of many of my other colleagues here today. And so I'm honored to receive this, but the credit mostly goes to them. I want to thank my colleagues for all coming together and nominated me. The Dean of the College of Forestry, one of my best friends ever, Alan Townsend. Provost Lawrence for her support of the nomination, and Seth, when I had lunch with you, you said it's time to take off your CFC hat and start putting on your UM hat. Well, you can see I did that today. But it's such a privilege to represent the university and the state as a Regents professor, and thank you all for your support.
Is someone else coming up? They have a tunnel, yeah, they have a tunnel. What a great accomplishment, and I think, Dr. Cleveland, your words really express so many of the things that we see when we name a Regents professor. So thank you, Dr. Bonner, for bringing that forward, President Bonner, and again, congratulations. So with that, we'll turn it back to you, Chair Buchanan.
Thanks, Chair Dombrowski, and as just reflecting, we're saying congratulations, and I think it's as important what the student that had the chance to testify is thank you for bringing this excellence to what our students and communities get to experience. That's fun. I'm going to push action item C to Deputy Commissioner Teal for introduction. Joe?
Thank you so much, Regent Buchanan. Members of the committee, action item C is part of our ongoing review and reflection on campus mission and campus mission statements. You heard from Deputy Commissioner Trevor a lot of the work that this board has undertaken over time in our policy to think about campus mission parameters. What are the mission parameters of our different types of institutions? What role do they serve within our state ecosystem of higher education? You should know that also each institution, as part of their accreditation process, has a regular reflection on their mission statement, on the metrics, on the processes that they use at the campus level to ensure they're doing their utmost to make that mission a reality. And this is also part of that process. Within our policy, we ask that campuses come forward at minimum every 3 years or when their mission statement does change as part of that ongoing reflection process for them and for you as a board to ensure that, that their mission remains aligned to what we're hoping they achieve for the state and that their processes internally are yielding and delivering on that mission. So I want to just briefly invite Provost Brown from MSU Northern up to the podium. This is not a change to MSU Northern's mission, but want to give her a brief opportunity to talk about where Northern sits within that cycle of continual evaluation of campus mission and how they're delivering on it. Provost Brown, I'll turn over to you briefly.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Regents, Commissioner, and colleagues. I'm actually very thrilled that my first opportunity to speak before you is to speak about Northern's mission. Northern is a very special place. We serve the High Line, we serve the state of Montana. We provide people with life-changing education. And I am honored and very proud to be a part of the Northern family. Northern just recently went through a successful NWCCU campus visit. As part of this 7-year cycle, we've been looking at our institutional effectiveness and ways that we are fulfilling our mission. Because of this, we are very acutely aware of the importance of having a mission that is measurable and that represents the institution in a demonstrable way. And this mission that we are putting forward today is the mission that we have had, the mission statement that we've had for multiple years. But we feel that it very much reflects the institution in a way that is demonstrable and very straightforward. Despite how straightforward it is, it does help us to, I guess, underneath that mission statement is the fact that we are changing people's lives. So we would like to continue with the mission statement. I do want to say that this does not mean that we as an institution are not reflective of where we are going and how we would like to represent our mission through these types of statements. Over the last several months, we have had meetings with students, with faculty, and with staff to receive feedback on what they felt would embody our institution in a statement. And we will continue that work and continue to reflect. And so at this time, I present this mission statement to you for review and look forward to continuing this conversation with you in the future.
Thank you so much, Provost Brown, and it feels like this is an appropriate onboarding project, a review of strategic plans for a new provost. We appreciate your input. Any comments or questions from members of the board on this item? Great, seeing none, we will move it forward. Action item D. Provost Makwa, it looks like I'm accurate in calling you up this time to share from the committee meeting, I called on Provost Makwa, had not done my job in identifying who's going to introduce it, and he since reported that he's not only up to speed, I assume it's a lot of primary research at AleWorks that got you ready to make this presentation?
Detailed study.
Thank you, Provost Makwa.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Buchanan. This really isn't just about beer. It's more about our support for the state of Montana and for the agriculture industry. Our MSU's barley, malt, and brewing lab's primary mission is to create new barley varieties for utilization by Montana farmers and to conduct malting and barley education and research to benefit Montana malting and barley industries. So this request to the Regents is to request authorization to Montana State University to obtain an academic brewer license small brewer exemption in accordance with Montana Code annotated 16.4.314. And that number, that designation, that item in the Montana Code is important and relevant because through the last legislative session, there was a House Bill 31, that was put forward and enacted by the legislature to modify that Montana Code to make it more general. And the changes in that bill were minor, and they involved going from 2 campuses to making these types of authorizations available to all post-secondary institutions in the state of Montana. This is really a big deal for the state. Barley is one of the most significant cash crops in the state of Montana. We grow more barley than any other state in the United States. So over 1 million acres are planted. And it varies from area to state. So when we consider the land-grant mission of Montana State University, we apply all elements of that land-grant mission to work with our farmers and ranchers and producers. You know, that starts, when you look at the value chain, that starts in the lab in developing seeds, and it goes to the greenhouses. And then it goes to our agricultural experiment stations, 7 of them that are spread around the state, because what grain or crop works in northeast Montana may not be as effective in central or eastern or western Montana. And then we bring it back and we analyze it. So it's not just about beer, although that's really important, but it involves plant sciences, biochemistry, agricultural operations. And this is where our students are involved with this process. So in terms of the brewing license, we already do this. And we have 3 small desktop distilleries, but because we don't have this authorization, they're located at a site that's about 20 miles from campus. So you can imagine the logistics of moving and bringing these grains from across the state to this site, and then bringing the samples back to our lab so we can put them in the autoclave and we can do these kinds of biochemical and plant science tests. And it's difficult for students to participate because of the distant nature of that lab. So with this request, we're asking to bring the equipment that we already own and we already operate back into our malting lab on campus so that we can have a more streamlined, seamless operation. So thank you, Regent Buchanan.
Appreciate it, Provost Makwa. Any questions or thoughts from members of the board? See none, we'll move it forward tomorrow for action. Thank you very much, Provost Makwa. Final action item, I will push this to Deputy Commissioner Teal for introduction, a smaller list than we've seen in the last couple of meetings. Thank you.
Regent Buchanan, members of the committee, again, I just want to remind you where we're at in this important process of evaluating new programs that we're developing. And quite intentionally, we have a process that starts at the stage of a request to plan. This is meant before campuses have made a lot of investment to be an opportunity to give notice to their fellow faculty, academic officers around the state of directions that they're moving, what they're seeing in terms of demand in their area. and an opportunity for you as regents to provide early input and thought as to the direction and suitability of academic programs as they go into the development process. So just so you know, today is meant as really a session where you're giving your approval for these campuses to proceed to plan these academic programs. There's an important process that comes after this where they revisit with the Commissioner's Office and Commissioner's Office staff and their fellow Chief Academic Officers the budget, the curriculum, the resources, key questions about quality for these programs before they're formally approved and go into operation. With that, we have 2 request to plan items today for your consideration. And the first one, I will again invite Provost Makwa up to the microphone to introduce the minor in precision agriculture in land management systems. Provost Makwa.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Teal. So MSU has put forward a request to launch a minor in precision agriculture and land management systems. But this program and developing this program has generated tremendous excitement on our campus because it is so cross-disciplinary, multidisciplinary. And we see this as the future of agriculture, similar to the aspects of the malt and brewing. There's been a lot of requests. We've had pressure, even, if you will, from the industry to develop this kind of program. It involves data science, electronics, sensor optics, analysis, statistics, spatial sciences, all those components that we teach and that we have programs combined together in a major that will prepare our students for farming, for ranching, and for many additional opportunities outside of even the agricultural industry. 2 positions were funded by the Montana legislature to get this program started. We also have an endowment that was a gift from a donor, and then we're reallocating an existing open faculty line in the College of Ag to this. So we do see this as the beginning of more. We balance both sides of the equation. There's lots of interest from students to pursue this minor and ultimately a degree in this area. And there's lots of interest from employers and industry to hire these students. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Provost Makwa. We'll open if there's any desire of discussion, questions from the Regents or the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Provost Makwa, I think this is an excellent opportunity. Being immersed pretty heavily in the agricultural field, I've just grown up through all of these major technological advances in precision agriculture. And there is a knowledge gap. I mean, a lot of our farmers and ranchers are older than the technology that is being put into this equipment that they're operating. And so by training up a new job force to help close that knowledge gap and better further the advancements and the efficiency that this technology is able to provide is great. Thank you for your responsiveness to this development in technology.
Thank you, Regent Yeager.
Great comments, Regent Yeager. See no other, Regent Rogers, thank you.
I'll just add, I really appreciate your focus on industry interest and ensuring that workforce demand is there, that these students will come out and have good paying jobs that have a connection to the future of the workforce area as well. I was so impressed at your recent agricultural seminar on this specific topic and the discussion amongst the crowd, all of whom are mostly privately employed producers, was a lot of interest, a lot of applicability to their current operations and need for more expertise for the future. So thanks for this.
Thank you, Regent Rogers, for your support.
Thanks, Regent Rogers. Any other comments? Great. Provost Makwa, thank you. Deputy Commissioner Teal.
Chair Buchanan, we'll move on to the second item on our request to plans, and I'll invite Provost Lawrence up to the stage to present on the request to plan Bachelor's of Science in Accounting from the University of Montana. Provost Lawrence.
Thank you very much. We are excited to present a request to plan for the Bachelor of Science in Accounting with tracks for specialization. This is largely to be responsive to the field. There is high demand for accountants, not just in Montana, but around the region and around the country, and we've seen a tapering off of people going into the master's program. So we are hoping that by establishing this Bachelor of Science in Accounting, we will be able to produce the number of accountants needed to serve all of the open spots in the field. So I appreciate the work that our colleagues in the College of Business have done. This will not require significant new resources. We will be able to establish this degree with our current faculty. So I'm happy to entertain any questions that you all might have.
Thank you, Provost Lawrence. Any questions or comments from members of the board? Great. Seeing none, thank you very much for the presentation. It looks like for tomorrow's action items, we'll be moving all of the items that we have not acted upon today to the committee or to the board for full action. Thank you. On to the information items. Real quickly, not on the agenda, I thought the comments this morning from our partners at Liaison about data is the language that's spoken by decision makers was great, and reminded Joe and I of a recent convening of data analysts within the system, and I'd ask Deputy Commissioner Teal to just really quickly shed some light on that event.
Thank you, Todd. I think an important group that maybe we should talk about more are campus institutional researchers. This is a team that helps boil down all sorts of information, not only for federal and state reporting, which are increasingly complicated, important so that we stay in compliance with all of our different constituencies and requirements, but increasingly they are collaborators not just for our campus leadership, but for our campus advising teams, student success teams, faculty, to make data actionable, to evaluate new things that we're trying. And I was really pleased that last Monday and Tuesday, we had a statewide convening of not just our institutional researchers, but a lot of the colleagues across the campus teams that they work with, and wanted to recognize, we had more than 75 individuals gather in Bozeman for good conversations, opportunities to share best practices, opportunities to build community, network together, think through how they can work together as a statewide network more effectively. And then thank some of the folks who made it possible. And first among those, many thanks to MSU Bozeman, to their lead institutional researcher, Chris Fastow, to the President's Office event planner, James Tobin, to Vice President Steve Swinford, who's here today for hosting that large group. And then many thanks to our own Director, Christine Miller, our own Chief Business Analyst, Eric Meredith, who really, from the system perspective, helped to put together a stellar agenda. And thanks as well to our partners at Complete College America, who helped fund and make this possible, and also bring some national experts to that table. So I think it was an excellent convening, an excellent and important topic, and we've already seen some good excitement, I think, coming around that statewide network of data analysts, researchers, sharing tools that they've developed at their campus that can be useful around the state. So many, many thanks to all those who participated and all those who made that possible.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Teal. We'll just keep it on your deck here for the next two items under academic review. Please and thank you.
Thank you, Regent Buchanan. Again, this is the other side of the tip of the iceberg of the work that goes into program planning to make these meetings possible. You have, under the academic review items, first, an academic approval memo. These are all of the items, both request to plans for new programs that have reached that next stage of development, as well as more minor changes to academic programs that you've delegated to the commissioner and to the CAOs to review and have final approval for. There's a wealth of material and information as to those programs coming through in that memo, and we're always happy to dive in if there are some of those that you're interested in. And then second is program reviews. So both under your policy as well as through the 7-year cycle of accreditation, campuses undertake review of their existing slate of academic programs. And this will look a little bit different at each institution and in different disciplines and in different colleges, but it typically means gathering important data, gathering important student assessment outcomes, sometimes having external visits by experts in that field to provide feedback on a program, to perhaps inform changes to its curriculum, and at the institutional level to inform if that program needs more substantial tweaks, or if it needs to go into moratorium, or if it needs to be changed in other ways. We have in our policy, as well as the accreditor has in its policies and process, a 7-year cycle by which all academic programs existing at campuses are reviewed. And what you can see in this item is a summary of some of the key outcomes of that pretty substantial body of work, as well as a schedule for when future programs are going to undergo review at each of the institutions. And just, I think, a testament to the effort and process that not only our faculty, but our provost offices and their staff put into ensuring that we have thoughtful, up-to-date, relevant academic programming in the university system. And very happy to open up if there are any questions on either of the academic review items.
Any questions from members of the board? Any comments? The only I would make is when we have our committee meetings, there's upwards of 40 members, 45 members on that call. And it's just an opportunity for us on the board to say thank you for the immense amount of work that gets bundled into a 5-minute conversation point in these meetings. We certainly appreciate the expertise and work that goes into these items as they're put in front of us. Thank you. Thank you. Great. Shifting to a bit of a reporting component of the meeting, a couple longstanding strategic priorities that we want to continue to draw attention to. I'm very excited to invite Sue Balter-Wright and John Thunstrom to the podium to give us an update on our learning management system project, which has been ongoing for some time. And again, I think it's very appropriate to thank and welcome Sue to her new role and taking some leadership over on this topic. Sue and John, thanks for joining us this afternoon. We look forward to an update.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. And if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you to run the slides. Perfect. Well, I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be able to talk to you a little bit about where we are on the learning management system update. And for those of you who haven't been in a learning management system before, I think about it as the front door to teaching and learning. For years and years, it really was the online portal, but post-pandemic, and in many instances, most courses now use the learning management system in several different ways. So I want to give you a little bit of the history of how we got to where we are right now. In December of 21, we meaning the lovely ARSA team, first broached the idea of a single learning management system. Currently, the MUS has 3 different learning management systems, and as a result, students who move between institutions sometimes have to navigate 3 different front doors and 3 different back doors to understand how things work. So that was a big part of it. So if you want to move to the next slide. So the number one goal was to provide students with a more consistent experience across the university system. And there are several other strategic initiatives that we'll talk about a little bit later that are really aided by having the single learning management system. Additionally, there's the economy of scale, which I know is really important in terms of not only the system office, but also individual budgets. So theoretically, the more student FTE, the lower the cost per FTE, which creates a significant budget savings, particularly for our smaller institutions. And I know that Deputy Commissioner Teal can give us some more specifics on that if it's something that's interested to you. Additionally, smaller institutions often can't afford to have 24/7 support for their students. It's a really expensive add-on. So the ability to move to a single learning management system also gives us the opportunity to try to create an economy of scale for costs as well. So if you wouldn't mind moving to the second one, just a quick review of our overall timeline, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the scoring in a minute. In September, we were able to make the decision to award Canvas by instructor our contract, and we are currently between the third and the fourth little bullets up there, because we are, Dr. Thunstrom and I, he's now officially doctor, are currently working with CIOs, and several other CAOs and several other constituencies to get campuses engaged and on board. And I just want to take a moment to give major props to so many constituencies and so many campuses who have wholeheartedly embraced this initiative and are ready to move forward, and it is going to be a lot of work on their behalf. So Ange, if you move to our next slide. In order to do scoring and contract, the ARSA committee the ARSA staff put together an extraordinarily cross-disciplinary as well as cross-institutional team. We had a scoring group that looked at 4 major areas in terms of determining which learning management system we should adopt. Those areas were student and faculty-facing tools, administrative or back-end tools, course migration, how well would courses move from our current platform to the next platform, as well as cost. And cost was not scored by us, but it was something that was part of the overall decision, and cost was a pretty major factor. I want to call out Brian O'Connor, our procurement manager, who ably brought all these people together to try to make, to get us quickly moving in the scoring, and also Julie Clay, who serves as project manager. And that cohesion essentially enabled us to move very quickly, but with a lot of precision into our choice of LMS. And we were against some pretty hard deadlines in order to leverage funds that had a short timeline. So why Canvas? I'll go to our next slide. So in the end, Canvas was a clear winner. First of all is just the intuitiveness and its mobile friendliness. So the app that's student-facing and the app that's faculty-facing are incredibly well designed, as opposed to the traditional learning management system, which just takes its desktop and makes it adapted to a cell phone. Canvas had actually begun thinking about mobile from its inception. Interoperability with outside tools, that's a fancy way of saying that all the things we're already using pretty much plug into Canvas, and that it's a lot easier in the back end for folks to be able to bring in new tools. And also Canvas's back end, which I'm going to have John answer questions on, is very modern, and it is much more easy for other vendors to play well with the system. There's a very strong analytic component, both for administrators so that they can tell which tools are being used, how often it's being used, how it's being accessed, but also for faculty. So this is a student success metric because faculty could quickly look at a dashboard and see how students are progressing, as well as how well that they are interacting with course tools. And then finally, Canvas Commons, and this is actually an incredible bonus for the system. So Canvas Commons is a place where any institution can add content that is accessible to other members, not only in the Montana University system, but across the country. And so it allows us to move forward some initiatives, both in terms of helping institutions with particular issues, but also perhaps also with faculty who work across the system, teaching the same class. In my case, I'll just say public speaking. And so we can share resources, we can share tools, we can share open educational resources. So there's a lot of opportunities for collaboration. Andrew, would you move to the next slide? So where are we now and where are we going? At the system level, we've reestablished the Learning Management System Advisory Council. We had our first meeting, gosh, how long ago was that? We had our first meeting. It was great. We had a lot of great conversations, and we have a second meeting scheduled for in a couple of weeks. Canvas has been an incredible partner. We actually begin our implementation of our Canvas contract in January, but they've given us a lot of resources so that we can get a running start. One of those resources is the Canvas Certified Technical Administrator certificate, which allows the folks who are going to be running the learning management system to really understand the ins and outs of the system. Additionally, we are going to have a kickoff for some of our institutions who are willing to go first and take the first big step, and that's going to happen next week. We are currently planning for training for faculty and administrators. We are hoping to have something in early spring, as well as conceptualizing student communication and the best way to get students ready to move to this new platform. Then at the campus level, which is my next slide, oh, nope, I wanted to show you our current advisory committee membership really quickly so that you could get a sense of the folks who are helping us make decisions. The advisory committee is really important in terms of giving us advice in terms of what resources that we should include in our Canvas contract, what resources we should look for that we can allow campuses to opt in on, as well as some important conversations we have to have about how are we going to keep our courses, what kind of archiving are we going to do, how are we going to do the migration. So this advisory committee is planning to meet monthly for the spring of '24 and probably a little bit less after that as we move beyond the initial kind of rush to get everybody on board. Now we can go to campus resources. So this is what are happening for campuses. We have our first initial campus cohort kickoff on January 8th. We are going to be running 3 campus cohorts, and these are essentially doing the technical integration. And I want to take a moment here and talk about what it means to transition. A transition is a big campus change. And so there's really 3 steps. At the heart of it is the technical transition, and this is moving all the systems that are currently in the LMS to our new LMS. So that's a super heavy lift for our registrars, our CIOs, our institutional research folks, and luckily that's for John. Number 2 is where I get to step in, and that is getting students and faculty prepared. And this is going to include on-site trainings. There are a lot of trainings that are already part of the Canvas package that are on demand, as well as some resources that we'll use as a system to gather folks together to talk about what I like to call 21st century pedagogy, so that we have some opportunities to bring folks together to talk about how do we utilize the LMS in its best possible way. And then finally, each campus has a transition team. That transition team is important to making campus-level decisions. All right, and we can go to the next. So this is why I think this all matters, and this is why I'm so impressed with the cooperation and the willingnesses of campuses to put so many human resources and time resources into this project. This is a project that will move individual campuses, but it's also going to move the system as well. So Canvas Commons, which we already talked about, is a resource sharing tool, but it's more than just a link farm. It's a way for people to develop high quality educational content that can be shared and then proliferated. As you know, we are also part of the course sharing project, which allows students to cross-register without a lot of barriers. And so this creates a very seamless integration. Right now, if a student is at Miles, they're already on a Canvas platform and they register in UM, they have to learn Moodle and vice versa. And I think students are incredible. Students have a much easier time making the transition than faculty, but it's still nice, right, not to have to worry about this. We talked about student, faculty, and staff training resources, and you're going to hear quite a bit about that in just a moment. But also, this is a way for us to build communities of practice. Folks across the system can work together, not just academics, but student affairs, IR, and this is a wonderful resource for us to share what are we doing on campus, but also how can we ask for folks to chip in. And with that, I would open up to questions.
Deputy Commissioner Teal. First of all, thank you very much for the presentation. I look forward to the discussion.
My only very quick comment is to let you all know what a large project and how grateful we are to have Sue and John leading this effort. They provide exactly the right expertise to make sure that a heavy lift for our entire system and all of our campuses and our faculty is undertaken well. John with his acumen and the good trust he has from the IT teams. And Sue, I don't know if many of you know this, but MSU Billings is really the state leader in online learning. More than half of their student credit hours are generated online. Sue has not only been a longtime faculty member, but also a director of their online learning team at different times in her career during really the main part of that growth. So we have a great team leading what I think is going to be an initiative that has a lot of, I do think, risks and challenges to make sure it comes off right, but many also long-term benefits. And from this list that Sue's put up on this slide here, I think the benefits that are maybe hardest to account for, but most important, are having similar platforms for collaboration across institutions. Being able to build those communities of practice, both within faculty and across different groups on our campuses, having a space and a repository that makes that, not just possible, but easy in many cases, it is a big benefit. It's one that I think only really became clear to me as we were evaluating our different options for an LMS, exactly how useful that will be for my day job moving forward once we get through this important work of a transition. So thank you, Sue. Thank you, John, for taking on this task and for leading really a massive team effort. You've only seen some of those on these slides to start undertaking this important change.
Great comments. Thank you very much, Deputy Director Teal. Any questions or comments from members of the board? Yeah, Regent Lozar, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Buchanan. Thank you for the presentation. Just more of a comment. This is one of the items that we talked about for a number of years. It was one of the items that was a priority for the board just with regard to our shared services or collective services, and it was an item of interest to our partners at the State Auditor's Office, and it's just so it's really good to just see all of the energy, all of the effort, particularly it's great to see that this is a collective responsibility of the two different working groups that have representation all across the campus. Very similar in nature to the conversation we had this morning with regard to the working group on a single app. We know this is tricky. We know this is quite complicated, and we know it takes time, but together I think we've got a path forward. And I just want to underscore just some of the conversations that we had with the students at lunch today, just with regard to advising and transfer. The beauty of this single LMS is it's going to create a good experience for our students who we know are sort of coming in and out and to multiple different campuses. And while this is quite efficient financially for the system, it's ultimately the students that are going to really benefit from this. So appreciate all the work, and it's one of those things I think the board can be proud of, and we can kind of check this off as one of the major initiatives we've been talking about for years. So kudos. Thank you for your leadership.
Thanks, Regent. Those are great comments. Any other questions? I have a quick question. Daunting task for sure, right? And as I lead into the question, I recognize that it wasn't immediately adopted by all facets of every campus, of every part of our system, and some of the early concerns we heard about this morning as we met with faculty about the potential impact on academic freedom. Maybe talk a little bit about how you've been able to engender confidence that this is not going to infringe upon that very important tenet of what we do.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. I feel as though the structure of the LMS doesn't necessarily confine faculty to a particular way of addressing or adopting content. Rather, it's a skeleton where faculty plug in their content and their expertise. And one of the things that I think is really valuable or possible with this is the ability for faculty to collaborate, but also to share innovation. And I know that there are some concerns, especially in the general education sphere, that there's going to be too much kind of a cookie cutter. But in the end of the day, a faculty member ultimately decides what lives in the shell of an LMS. Does that answer your question?
That's a great answer. That's what we heard this morning from those that have gotten over that concern and expressed their confidence that this is moving forward. So thank you. I would just wrap up by saying, and echoing Regent Lozar's comments, this bus is rolling. We appreciate even those that early on were reluctant to get on board, that you're pushing now, and there's the real work of implementation in front of us. And a big hearty thank you from this body as every member of the system that's engaged in helping this transition be successful kicks that work off in this academic year. Excellent. Thank you both, John and Sue. We appreciate your time this morning and your work on this particular project. I'll ask Director Miller to come to the podium, and again, a quick opportunity to welcome Regent Yeager to this committee. As he and I were discussing top priorities from students, mental health and well-being, and his comments this morning reflected his focus on that. I think it's fantastic that you'll see, Regent Yeager, that every meeting we have an opportunity to see where the system is moving the dial in this discussion. It's one of those topics that's not going to go away. There's no finish line. We're going to have to continually strive to improve because the health and well-being of our students is a top priority. So thank you for your early encouragement to stay focused in this lane, and I would know you'll be pleased to hear the update that we're going to get from these two lovely ladies. Thank you for joining us at the podium, Director Miller.
Thanks, Chair Buchanan, members of the committee. I want to echo your comments, Chair Buchanan, that I think at our last meeting in September, Regent Rogers said that this board and she would like to see student mental health and well-being on every agenda. And I don't know if we'll have it on every single agenda, in the line items, but I wanted to reiterate that because I think it's an ongoing, always present, kind of top of the list priority. And I'm really excited to share with you today some of the work that Dr. Hacker and I have been doing. So I want to kind of introduce this project, but I want to take a minute to introduce Dr. Hacker because I think that it's her position at OCHI as our new Director of Student Wellbeing sort of speaks to our offices and our systems and this board's commitment to student mental health and well-being. At our last meeting in September, I shared with you an update from our Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Task Force of this year's priorities that group will be working on. And I think you saw everything from enhanced trainings to strong suicide prevention and post-vention plans to kind of the culture change aspects of student mental health and well-being to increasing and enhancing our clinical services. Dr. Hacker's work with us is intended to build our systems capacity and our capacity at OCHI and our work with campuses and being able to actually do all of those things that we know are best practices, that we know will help address and better support students' mental health and well-being. So I'm really excited for what's to come. There's a lot there, and certainly we will kind of work on it and share with you more as those things develop. For today, Dr. Hacker and I are going to be sharing a little bit about a piece of this larger picture of student mental health and well-being that is about our campus climate and culture and student trainings. We have long had at the system office, we have had system-wide trainings for students that meet our compliance obligations around education for sexual assault prevention, substance use, and financial literacy education. Those have served us very well. Every single student in the MUS has had access to those. It's been a really positive experience to have kind of a foundational common training and education available to every single student in the MUS. There are some challenges that we have had with that approach, with contracting with a third-party outside vendor. One of those challenges is that we have 16 campuses with very different student bodies, very diverse student bodies, and as you might imagine, those training areas are pretty particular to the student, who they are, where they're from, and also very particular to the resources available in a community or at a campus. That's been something that's been really challenging with our existing approach, that is very hard to remedy. One of the other challenges that we've faced is that these trainings aren't necessarily integrated into the many, many other programming pieces that our campuses use to address these areas, substance use and sexual assault prevention. So part of our goal, and what Dr. Hecker is going to share with you right now, is to build trainings that address some of those problems and kind of take advantage of an opportunity that we have available through the common LMS that we did not have before. This is just one example of where having a common LMS allows us to share resources across the system. And I think we've long wanted to do this, but the kind of technical side of it has been pretty prohibitive. It's a huge project out, producing trainings is a huge project outside of that, but having a common LMS allows us to really do this in a different way and approach this in a different way than we have. So Dr. Hecker is going to share with you kind of the plan, what the opportunity is, and talk a little bit about the fact that this isn't just a training. We aren't just meeting compliance needs. That's really important. It's our obligation, and we have to fulfill that obligation and take it very seriously. But we're talking about something different. We're talking about culture change and student development and retention and really addressing the needs that students have in a pretty comprehensive way. And we're really excited to be able to take this step. Dr. Hecker, I'm going to turn it over to you to share some details.
Thank you, Christine. Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm really excited to be here and presenting this to you today. And just being part of the MUS, this is really cool for me. So thank you for having me and listening. As Christine mentioned, we have these federal training obligations. I think most of you are very familiar with these. They are required by the federal government in order for our campuses to receive funding for our students. And we have done a good job in the past in meeting those compliance obligations using our third-party vendor. One of the things that we're hoping to address is some of the student feedback that we have heard about our current system. And some of those concerns include things like the training doesn't reflect the culture of the students who are in the MUS. It doesn't actually share experiences that match their lived experiences on our campuses. And more importantly, it talks about all of these issues as siloed from each other. So there is a separate training for the alcohol prevention and a separate training for the sexual assault prevention. And there's not included in either of those trainings a mention of mental health and well-being. So this is a great opportunity for us to really kind of dive into those topics in a more integrated way. So some of the opportunities that we have moving forward with this, and the opportunities are kind of endless. I'm just listing a few here for your consideration. But the first is to really think about student development and the students who are showing up on our campuses. And every generation is different, and every generation needs different kinds of educational materials in order to be successful on our campuses. So by moving to a homegrown training system, we can be really responsive to the students who are in our classrooms every year. Additionally, we can address those unique cultural influences. Obviously, some of our students across the state are going to connect with some of the material in different ways, and we can really customize the trainings to reflect that. And this is the thing I'm most excited about, is this holistic approach to talking about these issues. Because when we're talking about alcohol prevention and safety and harm reduction, we're talking about sexual assault prevention, we bring mental health into that conversation, and suddenly we have a whole student in front of us, because all of those concepts are so interrelated that we can really have meaningful interactions with our students through this training that will hopefully result in what we want to see, which is healthier and safer learning environments for our students. talk about student diversity. The students who are on our campuses are all quite different. And this gives us that opportunity to really speak languages and use vocabulary that connects with each campus. And another really great opportunity here is that we can pull data from our LMS that will really give us in-time information about how our students are navigating the information. And we can build some assessments into that, and we have full control over that data collection and how we use that data moving forward. Most importantly, it's really cost effective for us as a system, because once we have this training built, it's maintenance. We can go in and we can update it as needed, but that allows us some capacity to address some of the other issues that we're looking at when we're talking about student well-being, which that's what I'm really excited about. So the really fun thing is that this implementation really follows the same timeline as our Canvas implementation, because that's the platform we will be using to share this training across the system. And that Canvas Commons is the place where the training will live, and each campus will be able to pull that into their instance and then customize it for their campus using their resources, their expertise, hopefully their student leaders and campus leaders, and then they can add to it as well. So I think that's kind of a fun thing, is they can add relevant resources to the training. So this is our timeline. Again, following the Canvas timeline. Our first step is just to get a good advisory council together. And we're going to do a professional advisory council that consists of representation from across the system, from our campuses, student leaders, and things like that. But we're also going to be pulling some students together to help us create content that actually they connect with and they enjoy, because we're not experts in that as much as we think we are. And then we're hoping to pilot with a small cohort, just to see that the implementation goes smoothly, that campuses are seeing the value that we hope they see from that training, and fully implemented by fall of 2025. Obviously, there are about 1 million different steps in between this really high-level timeline, but as you can see, it's kind of it's ambitious, and we have a lot of work ahead of us and great people helping with the conversations. So the thing that's really exciting about this is that it really builds on some of the conversations that have already been happening with our Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Task Force. It helps elevate the amazing work that's already happening on our campuses when it comes to student well-being, and hopefully provide some additional resources to make those efforts more effective and visible to our students. And this is just a tiny little piece of our comprehensive approach. And here's the bigger picture. And this, I started listing things here and realized I probably should stop, of all of the things that we want to address. And so this is where we're kind of heading next. And the cool thing about this is a lot of these concepts can be embedded into this mandated training piece. It gives us that nice little vehicle in order to put some seeds, plant some seeds for our students that we can hopefully nurture down the road in some of these other efforts. We will be able to come back and reiterate and reinforce some of those concepts and really kind of move students along in that progression. Okay, so I think with that, I would like to invite any questions or comments, concerns you might have.
Dr. Hecker, Director Miller, thank you. Any comments or questions from members of the board? Yeah, Regent Rogers.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and I'm just so thrilled that we have your position in OCHI generally, helping to guide this future work and ensure that the work is maintained and kept relevant. It sounds like the new LMS is a good resource for this, that's going to be able to make a consistency across all campuses, but also customizable to address unique campus needs. Any other features or things that you've seen on the national realm that can help to move this forward, that we're still looking for additional resources?
That's a really good question. I think one of the things that's really going to help this move forward is just really being collaborative with our campuses. We have a wealth of expertise within the system already and the work that has already been moving forward. And so when we think about the national scale, I would like to just bring it back to Montana and say that our institutions, our student affairs professionals know what they're doing, but this work can help bring that together in a collaborative way, open up those resources so that that work can continue to move forward. And I just want to kind of reiterate how I guess kind of honored I am that I get this position with a system that is so committed to student well-being. It speaks a lot to how you value that in our student retention and completion and success of our students across the system. So I guess thank you to all of you for putting a priority on this.
Thanks, Regent Rod. Regent Dombrowski.
Near and dear to my heart. So I recall that there was going to be a survey of students or a survey somehow, and I'm always the one to say, okay, so what? What will the data show? What data will we collect that will show us that we're making a difference?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We are currently in the middle of implementing the Healthy Mind Survey. So the campuses across the system have sent this out to students. And the really exciting part about that is that the survey is going out at the beginning of these efforts. So when we implement that survey again down the road, we can see the longitudinal effect of what we're hoping to accomplish through these efforts. That's a really critical piece of what we're doing. Thank you.
How's the survey going? Too early or?
No, so Chair Buchanan, Regent Dombrowski, thanks for the good question. Yes, so JC's right. We are actively, and it's actually open at University of Montana right now. So if any students, faculty, or staff are listening and you got an email about the survey, please do respond. The survey is open. Every one of our MUS institutions are administering the Healthy Minds study for students and faculty and staff. The vast majority, with the exception of a couple, are doing it this fall. We will have a couple implement in the spring. That survey really gives us in the system a very good, validated picture of student experience of mental health, impact of mental health, clinical mental health on student academic performance, use of on-campus services, and on the faculty and staff side gives us a strong picture of faculty and staff experience, mental health experience, their understanding and knowledge of being able to recognize and respond to students, and how they refer. That faculty and staff portion is just as important as the student portion, partially because I think faculty and staff well-being has also, I mean, this board has talked about that a lot as well. But it also gives us an idea of what students' needs are and what our faculty and staff are prepared in terms of meeting those needs. And that's not, of course, to suggest that faculty and staff are responsible for clinical mental health needs, like certainly not. But it helps give us an idea of where we can provide tools, resources, education to our whole campus community. So that's a very valuable tool going into this process to help inform how we think more holistically about student well-being, where the intervention points are, and where we can do that kind of culture change work. I'll also say the second survey that we use and have, we've done 2 cycles of administration of the National College Health Assessment, which is one in 2021, one in 2023. That is a much, much broader assessment of student health and behavior, and includes everything from basic needs, securities, to sleep habits, to clinical mental health, to substance use, and well beyond. It's a massive survey created and validated by the American College Health Association. That is, the findings from that and the results from that will also help inform how we design and build these trainings and kind of the phase 2 surrounding curriculum that we also hope to develop, and campuses can adopt and adapt in whatever ways make sense to them. So, excellent question.
Thank you.
Any further questions or thoughts? Yeah, Regent Yeager.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. Dr. Hacker, I'd just like to welcome you on behalf of the MUS. Your passion and excitement for the work you are doing is so reassuring. It's so important that we focus on mental health and we try to find every opportunity to better it for our students and provide those opportunities where they can be found. And so I'd just like to thank you for the work you are doing and are going to continue to be doing.
You're welcome. It's 100% my pleasure, and I hope you are expecting an email from me inviting you to be on our advisory council. Just a heads up there. Yeah, thank you, Regent.
Excellent. Any other further comments? Again, Dr. Hecker, welcome to the MUS. Thank you for stepping into this role. And Director Miller, fantastic job continuing to champion this incredibly important issue. We had planned for a 3 o'clock break. I think we're ahead of agenda, so we're going to stick with that. It is 3:10. We'll meet back here at 3:30. Joe is correcting me. We'll see you back here at 3:30. Take a quick recess. Thank you. All right, well, we'll call the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee back to order. Thank you. Exciting report. Excited to hear from Director McLean and a couple of invited guests. It's just, I'm going to tease a little in our committee meeting, just incredible progress in American Indian minority achievement. I believe a lot of credit goes to you and your colleagues, Angela. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to introduce you as we get this meeting's AIM update. Director McLean.
Thank you so much, Regent Buchanan, members of the board, for the opportunity to present today's American Indian and Minority Achievement Report to all of you. Today I'll walk you through 3 things. First of all, we'll speak to the AMA Council meeting that we had here on campus yesterday. Then we'll move into the data that Regent Buchanan just alluded to. And then finally, we'll point to where we're headed as a system as we work on this important effort as an American Indian and Minority Achievement Council. I'd like to begin by thanking President Bodner and Dr. Bird and Dr. DeBoer and Director Williams and Director Guzman for hosting the AMA Council yesterday over at the Payne Native American Center. We had a very productive meeting that consisted of campus updates on the extraordinary work that has happened just in the last couple of months on each of our campuses in the university system. We had a walk through the data, and we had a very insightful panel of students. 3 of them traveled down Highway 93 from St. Ignatius High School, and 2 of them are students right here at the University of Montana, and we were able to glean a lot of insight about practices that we could examine in order to better serve American Indian students across the university system. But throughout the 3 hours, we continue to focus on 3 things. First, how can we continue to grow enrollment, retention, and completion by using both qualitative and quantitative data? Second, how can we grow the conversation around American Indian student success so everyone is sharing in the same data and the application of that data? And then finally, how can we engage our council members with the senior level points of contact in a very strategic way? So as I walk through the data, one of the things I'd like you to keep thinking about is not only the data itself, but also what is happening in regards to all of our campuses. And that's what I think is most exciting about this conversation. And with that, I'll move into the very first data point that I'd like to share with you, and that's American Indian student enrollment. It is up once again this year, up another 6%. And one of the most interesting things there is that we had almost every single one of our campuses show enrollment growth. And by my Anaconda math, we're only a few handfuls shy of having enrollment growth on every single one of your Montana University System campuses. And I think what that points to is that it's no longer a hit or miss conversation. It is something that is very strategic and by design, and it comes as a result, I think, of you as a board signaling to our campuses that this was a priority and you meant business when it came to those recommendations, and our campus follow through on those action plans. Second, I'd like to point to retention, which is up once again. In fact, the last 3 years, we have posted the highest retention rates for American Indian students across the university system. Another thing that I think is important here in this data point is that we had close to 2/3 of our campuses post retention gains. And so, again, we're seeing very strategic results. But one of the things that we continue to circle back to in the AMO Council meeting yesterday was how can we continue to use that data so that we move beyond 2/3 of our campuses that are posting gains here, and we move to a place where every single one of them are doing so. The next data point I'd like to point you to is American Indian student persistence, and that is the rate of students who continue to matriculate from fall to spring. And so what we have is the data point from last fall to last spring, and compared to the 21 cohort and compare that to the 22 cohort, we had a 4.7% increase in American Indian students who persisted from fall to spring. In fact, in this, we had 9 out of our 15 campuses show an increase in persistence. Once again, I think something that is pointing to a very strategic effort at the system level to drive American Indian student success. One of the things I heard in part of the conversation this morning is it's not only important to get the students onto our campus, but it is as important, if not more important, to make sure that we see them to completion. And I hope that that's what you see with those last 2 data points and this next one, which points to increases in graduation rates for all of our students at the bachelor's level. At our 4-year institutions, we had a slight gain, 1.9% in American Indian student completions, and at the 6-year rate, we had another slight gain of 1%. But what you see there, I think, is indicative of a continued trend of growth in graduation rates for our American Indian students. And if you'll recall, last year we pointed to the fact that we had growth in American Indian student completions at every level where we offer completions for our American Indian students. So from certificates to associates to bachelor's to master's and to doctoral degrees, we saw growth last year's. Additionally, we're seeing this increase in completions across the system. MSU and the University of Montana both posted gains in completions, and 5 of our 2-year campuses posted gains in completions. So we're seeing it at all levels, and I think that that's very exciting. So as we focus on the data there, it's also important to consider what's next so that we don't rest on our laurels, but we continue to focus solidly on moving forward in a seamless conversation. The first thing that I want to point to here is an adoption of new recommendations that we hope to have in front of you at the first of the year, and then have our campuses ready to deliver on action plans around those new recommendations on or before June 5th of 2024. Again, it's a part of that strategic effort to collect those action plans, make sure they're not collecting dust on our campuses, but they're actively engaging everyone in the conversation around American Indian student success so that we can continue to grow those numbers that you just looked at. Additionally, one of the things that we did this fall was I pulled together all of the provosts from each of the 4-year institutions to take a look at the shared policy goals between us and the Montana legislature. And I asked them to fill out a rubric that would point to all of the great work that is happening on our campuses in regards to programming to support American Indian students, in regards to Native American language, in regards to tribal college partnerships, as well as what's happening on the transfer front in from our tribal colleges. And so what I have now is a repository of all of that information in one place that I think will be meaningful to the deputy commissioners, to you as a board, and to our campus folks as they go out and have conversations between now and the next legislature about the strong work that's happening by design in your Montana university system. And I want to signal my deep appreciation to all of the provosts for their engagement and their rapid response in that conversation, because as early as tomorrow, we're going to have another EDIC committee, and these conversations may very well surface. And then finally, the one of the most fun things that I get to do each year is collect the governor's tribal relations reports, and we have significant work happening on each of our campuses. And on this next slide, I have a link so that all of you can go and take a look at this outstanding work that's being done on each of the Montana University System campuses. And I enjoyed the process of working with each of our campus narrative writers, as well as working with the governor's office in making sure that these narratives took shape and were included in what the governor would send out and share. But I think that they were wildly excited about all of the good work happening across our campuses. And then finally, one of the things that we continue to focus on is growing every single partnership that we can possibly grow with all of Montana's 7 independent tribal colleges. And what you have here is a depiction of just some of those strong partnerships, everything from Perkins to campus level initiatives, to the HiSET, where we work with all 7 of the tribal colleges, the research symposium, college application weeks, our 2+2s, common course numbering, where we work with a couple of them. And just this week, we had the very first tribal college in the entire country sign on to the Education Design Labs efforts, and that is Salish Kootenai College. And in fact, a reporter spent almost all of yesterday with the team up there as they embark on that micro pathway process with us. And one of the things I would be remiss if I didn't touch on here is Deputy Commissioner Teal and I have been in conversations with Stone Child and with Fort Peck around the course sharing platform and working to make sure that we can perhaps roll out some course sharing efforts with those 2 tribal colleges sooner rather than later. We see some real opportunities, especially when it comes to linguistics and the opportunities there with the course sharing quotely that we currently have on many of our campuses within the Montana University System. And so with that, we know that we've got always a lot of good and important work to do, and I want to thank all of the council members and all of the leaders of the campuses that support all of the council members in this very important work that we believe is making a difference in the lives of the American Indian students that we're serving here. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would turn it over to you and your team for any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Director McLean. We appreciate the report. It's got to be fun to give good reports like that when you get up in front of us. Great news. Any comments or questions? Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. I too agree with you that it's really fun to give very promising reports, sort of report after report after report. We've seen a lot of progress with our American Indian students across a number of different indicators. So appreciate all of your leadership and the leadership of the AMA Council. One question is with regard to just a data question. I'm just curious if we track tribal college students that have transferred in, and if we've ever analyzed the retention rates of tribal college transfers and persistence rates, just to see if there's any other sort of interventions or strategies we need to be deploying for that particular group or subsection of our Native population.
Mr. Chair, Regent Lozar, we absolutely do track the number of tribal college students who do come into the Montana University System. In fact, you can see that data point on the American Indian Student Success Dashboard. And I was looking over to Tyler Trevor on the second part of that question, where you're looking maybe at some of that more granular transfer level data. And absolutely we have, and that was part of our conversation at the council yesterday, is how do we get a more global understanding so that we can stand at the podium in front of the Ed Interim Committee or an Appropriations Committee when somebody asks us that question about what that transfer picture looks like. And then finally, I would just add that just a couple of years ago with Ed Northwest, there was a data sharing agreement in place, and I think the only college to sign on to that was Stone Child College, and we got some of the first glimpses into a true picture as to what was or was not truly transferring. But it is something that's a priority for us to make sure we have a clear understanding of.
Thank you. Maybe as a follow-up to it, I haven't played around with the data recently, but does it show persistence and retention of tribal college students, or is it tribal college total numbers, matriculants?
Regent Lozar, currently I believe the dashboard shows successful transfers to the MUS and doesn't necessarily break down matriculation. And what I'll say is, thus far, just getting to that point of recognizing the transfers to different campuses from different tribal colleges, I think unveiled that we have work to do. Like from the numbers of tribal college students that are enrolling in Montana, we'd expect to see more tribal college transfers coming to the MUS. That has led to a good amount of work, which I think President Sangri-Billy will speak to some, around how do we make that process simpler and clearer for tribal colleges and to support their students through Common Course numbering, through general education certificates that can make it clearer to our campuses how they see and work through some of that. And to Director McLean's point in terms of further data sharing partnerships, there's one challenge that we have, which is generally transfer students, and I expect that if we dove more deeply into that data, we'd find this is true for tribal college transfers. They retain at rates equivalent, or higher than native students. And that's because they've gotten over a pretty important hump. You've had to apply to a whole new campus. You've had to move yourself, sometimes your family, to a whole new community. You've shown a lot of dedication to your education to get to that point, which means you tend to retain. We really got to get into some more micro data to be able to understand the frictions before and after that we can improve on. And I think that's a longer term conversation that we're continuing to think through. Many of our tribal colleges over the past 2 to 3 years have started participating in the National Student Clearinghouse's post-secondary data partnership, and we think that as they work through that process, it creates new opportunities for us to not just analyze that transition at the did a student transfer level, but to analyze it at the student's transcript level, or other more fine-grained analyses that could perhaps identify, are there tribal college transfer students that are being ill-served by our institutions where we can improve, or are there other opportunities where we can make that a smoother and more effective transition? So I think a lot of good work to date without some of the resources available to do some of the deeper analysis that is on our docket longer term to build the infrastructure so that we can undertake.
And Mr. Chair and Regent Lozar, one of the pieces that we did ask the provosts to dive into is what is that transfer picture looking like for those students who are coming from the tribal colleges to your campus. And so they've done the initial phase of that work, and then we'll talk about addressing some of the needs later on this spring.
Excellent. And maybe one last comment. The great thing about the AMA Council is this idea of look at our success, but we have more to do. So every single data point is positive, it seems like, year after year after year. And with regard to the sort of more to do, when you look at slide 5 in particular, and you look at it just at American Indian graduate rates, and the trends have been pretty spectacular. When you compare it to the trends for non-Indian students, that trend has been spectacular as well. So the question is around what are we doing to close the achievement gap, as both are improving year after year? And one of the things I would underscore is how do we accelerate the achievement of our American Indian students so it's on par with the non-Indian students in the system. So, I think year over year we're going to want to see a higher trend, right, for the American Indian students to be able to catch up. So I think achievement is 1, but closing the achievement gap is 2, and I would put it in that category of we have more work to do. So appreciate all of your ongoing efforts.
Great comments. Also probably something to take away about what we can learn to accelerate the graduation rates in our other cohorts as well. How are you being so successful? Great comments. Regent Lozar. Any other questions or comments from members of the board? Well, the bar's set high. You better have good news next meeting there, Director McLean. Good work. Thank you so much for all of your and your colleagues' efforts in this arena. We appreciate it. I'm honored to invite President Sangri-Billy to the podium. You may have noticed she's been in attendance for a couple of meetings now, and we're just so grateful for not only her time and commitment to what she does for Stonechild College, but for what she's doing for all of our tribal college efforts around the state. And today we're excited to hear a report on behalf of our tribal partners. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Board Chair. Thank you, Board of Regents. Tanse, Nia Okimau Peseusku. My name is Chief Thunderbird Woman. I am the president of Stone Child College. I've been at Stone Child College for 23 years, and I've served as the president for the last 5. And so some of the things that we've started back when I was the dean. So I just wanted to note, I know we have 7 tribal colleges in Montana. And one of the things, about our tribal colleges is we're all unique. We're all here to provide a service to the community and the people that we serve. And so that's one of the things that we're not trying to take from each other, this and that. We're just trying to build our own communities, and so building our own nations. And so that's one of the things when we look at these partnerships for our students, what's going to work best for them, because we always want them to finish school, come back and work in our community. Some of them don't, but it's always, that's what our main goal is. How can we continue to provide our culture, language, those types of things to our students, because we know, and studies have shown, that when students know where they come from, who they are more successful. And so when they leave Stone Child, they do get a good idea of, we build that with them. This is, a lot of them don't have that at home. They don't have the culture, they don't have the expertise. And so those are some of the things that a lot of the tribal colleges do for the students in our community. And that's why each college is different. Some of them have 2 languages. We have 2 language. Ani Nakota has 2 language. And so there's different, like I said, each one is different, and especially in the ceremonies and the different things that we do. But our main purpose is to always educate our community. And to do what's best within that. And so just, the tribal colleges and Stone Child College, we have been a part of the Common Course numbering to ease transferability. And we've also worked with John and Angela to help with the Gen Ed certification. And we do offer a big dual enrollment within the schools. We have Box Elder and Rocky Boy School. We actually just signed an agreement with Havre High School, so we'll be doing dual enrollment with the Cree language there. And so those are some of the things that we want to keep going and to expand on. As far as the college, we've only been in existence for 29 years. Actually 39. Kind of a little nervous here, but I was able to get a little spreadsheet while I was sitting there freaking out about having to talk to all you guys. So now that that's over, but so those are some of the things that we're looking at doing, is expanding those. And as far as the data goes, we have did our work to be part of the clearinghouse. We have worked with Achieving the Dream, Ascendium, we still have grants with them. And so that's going to strengthen the data that we get, that you guys are going to need to see and track how our students are doing. We do have moved to a new data system, and with that has helped us pull the data that we need. And so we had a system that nobody in the state of Montana, no other tribal college had, and so it was really hard for us to get information. And so we've moved into a new data system that I think that's going to help pull our data to be more effective. We've been sending our data to the PDP, so we're hoping that this last one is working, and then we'll be on the PDP dashboard. And so those are some of the things that we try to do. And it's so our students can move on, transition, and be more successful. And so I know a lot of the tribal colleges do that too. And we're always looking to build that partnership. Some of the things that I just had a slide, this is kind of our history. The next one goes, I think, on the degrees that we offer. We also got approved by Northwest to offer cybersecurity. So starting spring semester, we'll be offering cybersecurity, a 2-year. With that comes internships opportunities. We have a grant with the Department of Nuclear Defense, and so we do have internships at Sandia Labs and Kansas City Labs for our students. And so those are some of the things that we'll be doing, especially as we can move to some of those degrees being offered online. Next slide. And this is just kind of an enrollment. We started we never had a SEM, a strategic enrollment management system. So this is some of the baseline data that we have. that we've been working with tracking our enrollment. And so we've been doing a lot of different things, improving that we've never done. We've never recruited. These last 2 years, we've did a really recruitment drive, starting with our Head Start graduates, 8th grade, giving them swag, going out more in the community to the different community areas. We have a mobile unit. We go register students, letting them know, hey, we're here. You know, we do offer, we still have a lot of COVID funds, and so we do offer if they don't get on a program, if they don't have, if they don't qualify for Pell, we try to help them in different ways. We also get funded by the BIE, Bureau of Indian Education, and then we also get a lot of scholarship monies from American Indian College Fund, and so that's how we are able to provide opportunities for our students. So see, these are some of the successful partnerships that we have, and this is with the SEC. Not all of the tribal colleges are on board, but we do have the Common Course, Transferability, General Ed, HiSET, MILP, and we do participate in the MOPSOC. We have for many years. We do the career fair, and then they have the tribal college career fair that stops at Stone Child College. So those have been very successful partnerships that we have had with the Montana University system. And these are some of the current partnerships that we have right now. We have some 2+2 programs and a master's programs with UM Western. We have an early childhood program where we have 5 tribal college partners within our grant at Stone Child, where we branch out to bring them the 2-year and the 4-year. We also have some programs with MSUN. We just recently signed 2+2 with criminal justice a couple weeks ago. We also have a small research grant that we work with MSU. And then I also, as Angela stated, SEC in Fort Peck will be doing the course sharing platform. And that's something that's very exciting because I know we would like to share a lot of the languages. And, you know, we're a very small institution. We only have 11 full-time faculty. And so we do have a lot of adjunct people. And so and that's I saying, you know, I was talking to Regent Lozart, like a lot of our presidents are different. Like I do a lot of things. I'm actually a co-PI. So we do a lot of things that we need to do just for our tribal communities, but we do it because we all really care about the community that we serve. And so those are some of the things that we do. I was even telling someone, I'll even keep score at a game if I have to, if there's no one there. No one shows up to do something, then we all do it. And that's the thing about, if you're at a tribal colleges, it's not there because you're making money, you're there because you really care about the community and the students that you serve. Because a lot of us wear many hats. You got one person, your job might be the retention, but you're also marketing, you're also on Facebook, you're also doing recruitment. And so that's the uniqueness about the tribal colleges, is that we all do share different roles. And I think the next one is one of the needs. And so one of the needs that we see at tribal colleges is having a contact, a go-to person. I know, like I have a contact person at UM, you know, they had Brad, now they have Carla. And so it really makes that transition easier when our students leave at Northern, it's Margie. And so those are things that when someone calls me and says, hey, I need help, I don't know what to do, who do I go to? And so then it's easier for us to reach out. Believe it or not, I was messaging students on Facebook. I mean, students I have an open door policy, they're always in my office. And so, you know, that's just how we are at tribal colleges. We're all based on relationships. And so those are some of the things that I'd like to build with all the other institutions so that our students can transition easier. We also looking for partnerships for trades and vocational areas. That's one thing that we do because I know that I can't do everything that the tribe or, you know, our community thinks that we can do. And so how we make that happen is through partnerships. And so those are some of the things that we're looking at doing. We're also looking to develop partnerships, some of the programs. We also want to do some research. Like we're doing community-based research right now. We actually have a community member, Dr. Helen Brissett. She's a graduate of UM, lives here, but she works for Johns Hopkins half-time and works for Stone Child the other half. And so we're really trying to build our research capacity at Stone Child. So those are some of the things that we're building for our communities. You know, it's exciting, and anytime, you know, Angela, I really want to thank Angela and Joel because they really have helped us build a lot of these partnerships. You know, I was saying, hey, how would this would go good? You know, this might not go good. So those are some of the things that, you know, as we continue to build, it'll continue to help our Native students succeed. And that's at the end of the day, that's what we're all here for, is to see them succeed, to matriculate, to get their bachelor's, master's, doctorate, but we want them to come home, so don't keep them. But, I wanted to thank you guys for giving me the time today to speak in front of you, and thank you, President Botner, for the hosting and for always being good to us here at the tribal colleges. And so we want to thank all you guys, and go Grays, sorry. Any questions, I guess?
I have a question. I love the "don't keep them" comment, because I do appreciate that. When I was in healthcare, we did a lot with nursing, and then we'd say, oh, the nurses are going back to care for their elders or care for their tribe, which we really felt was wonderful. So do you track who goes and comes back?
Well, we kind of do internally, but that's something that we're working on with our data points. But no, as we get on these dashboards and we're getting better with our data, I mean, we had to go and clean house once we moved to this new data system. We had to go years back and manually input a lot of that information. But yeah, we do track, and so sometimes we're sitting there tracking with, do you know this person, that person? And we're such a small community, we know. And like I said, if you have a student at your university system, chances are I know somebody there, or I'm probably related to them. That's kind of how it goes with our small communities.
But I just would say, I think part of what we're trying to do is to support the work, and if in fact the desire is for the student turned professional to come back to the reservation, to me that's just sweet. I mean, that's icing on the cake. That doesn't reflect anything but really a strong partnership. So eventually, I think to be able to use the data to demonstrate that the strength of your, the tribal members coming back as you want them, I think would be fabulous.
Yeah, that would be good.
And I think, thank you for your comments. I think it was super helpful for us to better understand, and thank you for putting the needs out there. What really resonated with me is that, some of our most successful programs, like Montana 10, are exactly what you said, that you need a person so that the students can make that connection as they transition, and that little bit of extra effort is what keeps the retention and will help on the process. So I think, when we think about our most successful initiatives, it's interesting. You identified that also. So I hope we can be more helpful going forward with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And maybe just to piggyback on Regent Bao's comment about points of contact or having that person on campus, I know that was a priority of the AMA Council a few years ago, and the Regents and OCHI to make sure that there was someone dedicated. And maybe as I'm looking at your needs that you've identified, is that it is very clear from the tribal colleges on some campuses who the points of contact are, but so there may be an opportunity to sort of reintroduce some of the points of contacts on some of the other campuses to the tribal college presidents. I think there's a tribal college presidents meeting in January, so that might be an opportune time to, one, maybe just reshare the contacts for each of the MSU campuses, or maybe even invite them to introduce themselves.
Yeah, I'll invite them. I invited Angela. They came to our meeting in, I don't even remember, September. But yeah, I will do that invite, because like I said, if I don't know them, then a lot of my staff don't, because then they're always asking me, and I don't know. I can find somebody or call somebody, so that would really be helpful to come to the table, and I'll send that invitation out for our next meeting in January.
If I may, President Sangre, Billy, I just wanted to thank you both for taking on the role of your leadership in the Montana chapter of AHEC and Montana Tribal College Presidents Association. And I will say you've been a great partner for us. I mean, Angela and I know when we pick up the phone with you, we'll have a great conversation, have a good opportunity to talk through, all of the different complicated issues that are going on and where we think there's some good opportunities to partner. And we've really appreciated working with you and really appreciate you coming to these meetings and being here today. So, thanks.
Thank you, too. Thank you. Thank you.
President Sangre, Billy, thank you so much for your presence. As alluded, you're always welcome at these meetings, and we appreciate the time you put into preparing these remarks today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Unless I'm missing something, I believe that wraps up the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee meeting for this afternoon. I pass the microphone back to you, Chair Dombrowski.
Thank you, as usual, full of great information and programs. So I'm looking around at my OCHI colleagues saying, okay, now the next is public comment. It's been posted for 4:30, but I believe we can move right into public comment at this time. I'm looking for those nods of heads if that's appropriate. Since this is a public meeting, I will now call for any public comment. Public comment may be offered on items on this meeting's agenda or in any matter not on the agenda, but under the jurisdiction of the Board of Regents. Written public comment may also be sent to Leanne Kurtz at lkurtz, that's LKURTZ, @montana.edu. To allow us to give everyone a chance to comment, please limit your comment to 3 minutes. Is there any in-person public comment? Please.
Hello, everybody. This is my first time speaking to you, and it's really an honor. Thank you very much. My name is Lori Franklin. I'm a rabbi in Missoula, community rabbi, and I'm here to tell you a really good story about something that worked, and worked well. And so it's a tale of an amazing collaborative effort that has taken place here on the campus involving staff. I'm going to just put this up a little higher. Involving staff, students, faculty, Missoula community members, and this was supported and shepherded by the president's office. I'd like to blow our horn a little bit. I'm afraid to try to list all the names, 'cause I'm sure I'll miss somebody, because I think there were over 20 people involved over several years. But I really have to give a lot of credit to President Bodner and to Chief of Staff and Vice President Webster for their commitment to the project to make sure that it was brought to a conclusion, and to the trust building that they were able to accomplish working with the participants who helped us get to this place. So I'm referring to a bronze plaque, which is now on the wall of Corbin Hall, and below it a QR code. And the plaque interprets the left-facing swastika tiles on Corbin Hall that have been there since its installation in 1927, at which time a swastika was not associated with the Nazis. It was a neoclassical decorative element. And in many cultures, in fact, it's a symbol of good health and good fortune, as opposed to the ugly legacy of the Nazi Party. Approximately 3, or maybe it was even 4 years ago, I'm not sure of the dates exactly, the Associated Students of the University of Montana and the Diversity Advisory Council brought a proposal to the president's office asking that the swastikas be removed because they were a daily reminder of hatred and the violence that resulted from it. And at the time, the president reached out to several faculty members and a few community people to have private conversations about, what do you think? You know, should we take it off, or should we leave it there? What's our role in this? And suggestions, in addition to the proposal to remove the tiles, suggestions arose to use them as the basis for education, both on campus and for the community. And to do that, we would have to preserve them, leave them there, but maybe interpret them, and that's where this bronze plaque comes in, this QR code that leads to a curated website with information about hate in the world and in Montana. And we also thought that it would be worthwhile having a campus event annually. And this year it was timed to correspond with the anniversary of Kristallnacht, which was the night of broken glass that was part of the Holocaust history. So the discussion was backburnered because the pandemic interrupted a lot of public life on campus. And but it was revived more recently by President Bodner and Chief of Staff Webster because they really wanted to move the matter forward by bringing together those who wanted to remove the swastika tiles and those who thought it would be a good idea to use them as a basis for community education. So as a result, we had a series of meetings, face-to-face, remote, both, to decide how to proceed. And those who originally proposed the removal of the tiles came to the conclusion that the power of education was most important. And we all reached consensus that we would install a plaque, QR code linked to the website, do an annual event, and that this would be the most constructive approach. So this was just dedicated, what is it, a week ago? Yeah. And then, based on a draft created by Chief of Staff Webster, we collaborated literally word by word, sentence by sentence, punctuation by punctuation, to create the text that appears on that plaque today. So it was truly a remarkable collaborative effort. And it was a kind and compassionate crew of collaborators that succeeded in arriving at consensus and worked together to produce something that we are all quite proud of and glad to present to the community. And I would like to say that at the base of the plaque, there's a date explaining that when it was created, because one of the roles of a university is not just to educate today, but to educate tomorrow, and the next decade, and the next 50 years, and the next 100 years. What will people read when they read the words we wrote today? So we thought, let's put a timestamp on it, give them a little context, because the languaging that we're using and the things that we're focusing on may or may not be the language that people use 5 years, 10 years down the road. So we wanted to give them context. Now, I'm just looking around. My colleague, Rabbi Mark Kula, also has words for you, and he may come rushing in at 4:30. But what he will do, I'll set the stage for him, because he is the rabbi at Congregation Har Shalom in Missoula. He also does a lot of interfaith work, and he was going to talk about his own personal connection with this project. For those of us who had families that died in the Holocaust, this is not a theoretical thing. It's not abstract. It's only a generation ago. My parents' generation lost friends and family directly. And so he's going to talk a little bit about that and the community impact of having something like this available at a university in our city. So thank you so much for listening to me. Would you like my remarks?
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Any other in-person public comment?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. My name is Ariana Rodenbeck, and I'm a freshman here at the University of Montana. In just my short period of time here, I've noticed an issue that many students on campus struggle with. The number of physical parking spots on campus are upsold by 20%, causing more problems than just limited spacing. Before I go into that, it is completely fraudulent for the university to withhold the harsh reality that they sell more passes than physical spots. It is misleading and dishonest to not make your students aware that even though they pay for a spot, they actually only have a 1 in 5 chance that they may receive one. On top of that, they are fined if they cannot. Because students are fined so harshly, people are driving erratically in order to receive a spot before their fellow students. This creates a public health, safety, and welfare issue. Another problem is that the limited parking has caused me to miss class, which I pay for by myself. Because of my absence, I requested to speak with President Botner and was told that an appointment could not be made for any parking issues, but during orientation, we were all told that it's an open door policy no matter the issue. I am truly disappointed to see such a wonderful university poisoned with problems that nobody is willing to take on. In closing, I am not receiving what I paid for. Not only am I not receiving my spot, but not being able to find a spot has caused me to miss out on my education that, again, I pay for by myself. Also, the current building being constructed has taken up many of the parking spots that should have been available to students. The university has been covering up this issue for years now, and there are many solutions, but the university is just not motivated enough to attempt any. Because I am a freshman this year, I'm expecting to see a solution before my 4 years here are finished. It's just very upsetting to see such fraudulent behavior being allowed. Again, it's fraudulent for the university to sell a parking space that a student does not always receive. I want to challenge this board to find and rectify a solution. College is already financially draining enough for students without being ticketed on top of that. It is absolutely frustrating as a struggling college student to witness a federally funded university knowingly ticketing students who already purchased a parking pass but simply don't have the space to park. Where's the revenue from the tickets going to? This needs to be addressed. Not only is this a liability for the school, but myself as a student, I am stuck with no other options but then to plead with you. The Montana State Attorney General's office informed us that we should plead with the Board of Regents, so here I am. I'm putting in my effort by bringing this to your attention, but I need you to get involved. Please do not shy away from this issue or it will continue to boil. One day you'll be forced to fix it either way, so please just work towards a better beginning now. Again, thank you for allowing me to speak, and I hope you properly consider a solution.
Thank you for your comments, Ariana. Is there any other in-person public comment? Is there any online public comment? Just a reminder, since we are running ahead, that there is public comment tomorrow, the second day of the meeting as well. So we could take public comment at that time. Okay. I have two housekeeping issues before we recess the meeting. One, for those of you who are joining the reception at the Montana Museum of Art and Culture, the advice is to walk. There is a volleyball game occurring at 4 and a basketball game at 7, and the parking will be limited, so you might choose to walk on this very fine day. And board members, I want to remind you that questions for the community breakfast are in your folder, if you'll take a look at that. And at this time, I'm going to recess the meeting, and the Board of Regents will reconvene tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the second day of the Board of Regents meeting. We'll jump right into the two-year and community college committee. I'll turn it over to Chair Southworth, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. President Bodnar, just wanted to thank you and everyone who helped roll out the red carpet for this giant meeting on this incredibly busy weekend here at the University of Montana. This morning, we've got 4 items on the agenda. We're going to hear from Director Miller and Lauren Fern on our placement policy. We have a Perkins state plan update that Jackie Treaster will walk us through. And then conversation on non-credit credentialing that Dean Tom Gallagher will step up to the mic and talk to us about. And last and not least, an update on the EDL, the Education Design Labs that we had talked about in our September meeting. So with that, Deputy Commissioner Till, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair Southworth. Members of the committee, I want to invite Director Miller and Dr. Fern up to the mic for our first item. You know that we've been working through a task force that Dr. Fern leads, many different challenges, next steps, ideas around co-requisite math and writing, and most recently, some of the impacts on placement and our placement policy, our placement approaches nationwide, and the research around them have changed dramatically over time, and really grateful for the good work of a statewide group that these two have led, and wanted to give you an update on some of the progress of that work. Christine, Lauren?
Thanks, Joe. Chair Southworth, members of the committee, good morning, everyone. Lauren and I are going to share today a draft policy change to our board's placement policy. This will be very familiar to you. We shared the gist of this as guidelines that our Developmental Education Steering Committee had worked through over the spring semester and the summer. You saw those guidelines in September. We have been working with our campus provosts since middle of August up till now to get feedback from institutions, faculty, deans, etc. So what you see here is kind of a revised version of those guidelines in policy form. Just to note, you see a lot of redlining here. We currently have a placement policy that essentially said campuses shall have a placement policy. So, we can do a little more work with this policy, and that's what we're hoping to do. Really quickly, the goals of having common placement guidelines across the system are to align best practices, to ensure that the placement strategies that campuses are using best serve student outcomes, including gateway math and writing completion in the first year, and really importantly, reducing time and money to that gateway course completion. And happy to dig into some of that data at a later date. We also really needed to address this issue as we are becoming more seamless across the system, as we have a lot of transfer students, as we have things like Quotely that facilitate cross-registration. We had pretty different placement approaches. So one student would get placed in one math or writing at one institution and then register for their course through Quotely at another institution, but meet totally different placement standards. And so we needed a little bit more continuity in how we address this, and so that students could transfer and move between institutions, and the burden is not on them to kind of navigate this placement system. So the final goal that I'll point out of this is that it gives us an opportunity, as you'll see kind of in the bottom last point of the policy, it gives us an opportunity to have dialogue and discussion about what our placement approaches are, what our outcomes are, how we're structuring those either prerequisite but hopefully more likely co-requisite courses or college level courses, how we're following math pathways, and we just don't really have that opportunity on a formal basis otherwise. So I want to share a little bit about the process and implementation really briefly, and then turn it over to Lauren to kind of talk about some of the content and give kind of a faculty expert view of that. As you heard in September, we had quite a long process over, it's now been going on for about a year and a half, but more intensively this spring and summer, and most recently, in August, like I said, our committee had put together draft guidelines. Those got sent to provosts. Provosts worked with registrars, advisors, faculty in math and writing, department heads, deans, all of the people who kind of needed to weigh in. We compiled all of that feedback from provosts. Our steering committee met over October a few times, kind of identified our key decision points, and then made revisions based on that. And came to this information item that's a draft for your consideration. When we implement, there are still a few things that we need to work out. I don't think the implementation of this policy, the guidance around that, really should be in the policy. I really think it should be in kind of a mutually developed handbook between OCHI and our or manual in our Developmental Education Steering Committee, because there are just some nuances of what this will look like at different institutions with different students, different contexts, STEM, non-STEM, nursing, non-nursing education. Like there's just a lot of variables that don't belong in, don't need to be addressed in policy. So that will be something we'll be working on over the next couple of months with our steering committee, and we'll share with this board and with campuses as that develops. Lauren, I'm going to turn it over to you to hit some of the high points of what is in this.
Thanks. Chair Southworth, members of the committee, thank you for listening to us yet again talking about this policy. I just want to start by saying that there's been a lot of discussion over the past day about retention, and I really want to emphasize that proper placement has a huge impact on student retention. So this is a really important matter for us to discuss and really get right for the students. I'm just going to briefly touch on a few of the different high points of this policy. The first thing I'd like to mention is that, of course, if students are coming in with prior learning assessments, AP, IB, we obviously don't want them to have to take a test if they don't need to take a test. We don't want extra barriers. But from that, what we really want to emphasize is that by default, we want campuses to be placing the students in college credit-bearing courses, i.e. if they're not ready for a college-level course, that they are placed into a co-requisite course, which you'll see defined here, which is essentially the college-level course with built-in support as needed to help the students succeed in that class. This is an equity issue. Historical data has shown that students from underserved backgrounds tend to be placed more often into developmental courses, and that's just not the way we need to go moving forward, given all of these new best practices that have been developed over time. It is important, though, that we meet students where they're at, again, for retention purposes. Some say that there is no need for prereq courses or DevEd courses. Being a math faculty member for over 30 years, I would argue that there is a need, and if we are truly wanting to invite students to come back after being away for a period of time, I think we really need to be open and, again, meet them, but yet shorten their pathways. And that's what the goal of all of this really is, especially for STEM students. I just don't see how a student can walk in with knowing fractions and learn a college algebra so that they would be successful moving forward and actually get through a calculus course. We really need to think about not just shortening the pathway, but making sure that there's going to be success in the throughput courses. Now, along those lines, I do think it's important that campuses share this sort of information with each other, because some of us do use these prereq courses. For example, UM and MSU have a very similar system. We've collaborated very closely with each other, and we've managed to shorten the pathway for those students entering the STEM field, even those who need to start out in a prereq course. In terms of point number 4, you'll see that it's a very long description here, and I just want to touch on a few things, because I think that this opens up so many different possibilities for students. Multiple measures are something that we very much need to look at. If a student can place in using ACT, SAT, high school GPA, some combination, that's obviously an optimal thing so that they don't have to take another test. Having said that, that data's not always available, and so we need to find a way that students can get themselves back into those courses. Excuse me. What I will say is, if we can place students in using those multiple measures, that's wonderful. If not, there's a lot of creative work right now that's going on across the system, using a platform that I know you're all familiar with called EdReady. And the cool thing about EdReady is it's a low-stakes placement. We recognize that for many people, they've been away from math for a period of time. They don't necessarily remember the content, and they just need a refresher. So what the placement mechanism that a lot of the campuses are using right now is that the students take an initial diagnostic, and then it's a SMART program, so it builds a study plan based upon what they did not get right. And the students can then go through that module and improve their skills and therefore place higher. So it's not a high stakes one and done test. I think that's a really important thing to emphasize. One other thing I'll mention in terms of how creative we can get, here at the University of Montana, I am the math discipline lead, but I also have a position out of the Office for Student Success, and I run all the math placement here. So that dual role allows me to help advise students. I have an advising certificate, and so I work really closely with all of our advisors across campus so that those students who it's kind of questionable where they should go, I meet with them or talk with the advisors. So having that communication and those relationships, I think, is really important to get it right for the students. Past that, of course, we want to follow the math pathways. This is something that Deputy Commissioner Teal knows that I push on quite often. We need to update those math pathways. It's been 8 years, and so it's my hope that our steering committee will address those. And last but not least, I just want to emphasize that I think the purpose of the work that our committee is going to be doing is we're going to be able to look at what placement mechanisms are going on across the entire system. We're going to be able to learn what's working, what's not working, once we're able to collect all the data and get the metrics right. And we'll be able to improve from each other. We talk a lot about communities of practice. I think this is an awesome opportunity for such. So if you have any questions, I know you've heard this spiel quite a few times.
I might just follow up with one point just to clarify. Campuses have discretion in interpreting this policy. The guidelines, the changes really are default placement into a college level course with the caveat that if institutions maintain prerequisite courses, they demonstrate why they're doing that and have data to show that that is in fact the best path for students. And the other thing that I would just call attention to is that other institutions will accept MUS institutions' placement determination. So those are the three big things that this policy does, while also allowing, quite as Lauren said and kind of demonstrated from her examples of a lot of discretion on what this looks like on the ground. Chair Southworth.
Thank you, ladies. Questions or comments from the Regents? Yeah, I just appreciate the hard work, lots of thought, thoughtfulness has went into this, and excited to hear updates on this as it continues to mature. So thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Casey.
No worries, Mr. Chair. Maybe less of a comment about the policy, more a comment about placement and the work that we've done with EdReady and this creating new ways for our students to get through these very, very critical courses that, of course, is the launch pad for the rest of their educational career in higher ed. And kind of going back to the conversation we've had over the last couple of days, certainly this morning around sort of the narrative of the options. So this is a policy is about what we do within the university system, and hearing Fern or Lauren talk about the increase of the quality of the advising when the students are on campus with regard to placement. Well, those are the students that are in the pipeline. But there are a lot of students or potential adult learners who have no idea that higher education has changed, and we have these new ways in which to meet them where they're at. So we need to figure out a way to tell that story so that these courses that are really anxiety points for those potential students, that they know that there's a different way that they're meeting their needs. So I think it's just something that we need to think about beyond the policy here. It's a good policy, but how do we tell the story to get more of these students into the pipeline?
Great point. Regent Rogers.
Chair Southworth, just a quick note about the final piece in the policy. Thank you so much for formalizing that reporting requirement or process. I think, as you know, I love data, and I'm really excited that that is now something that will be tracked within the system, and we'll be able to use that information to be able to continue to improve. So thank you for all the thoughtfulness that went into here.
Regent Yeager.
Thank you. I really appreciate the work you guys have done on this. It's been over a year since I looked at this data, but last I had checked, our graduation rates for students that had taken prerequisite courses was almost half of that of students that didn't. And so the efforts on this are great, and I'm so excited to see you guys continuing with them. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? No.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Deputy Commissioner Till.
Thank you, Chair Southworth. Next up is an update on our ongoing Perkins state planning process. So I'll invite Director Treaster up to the microphone.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Happy to be here today to give you a Perkins State Plan update. Just let you know where we are in the planning process, and we're starting to see some priorities and some goals really emerge from some of the stakeholder and survey work that we're doing. And so want to give you a heads up about what you might be seeing over the next few months. So first, I'd like to say why the state plan actually matters. So these are the areas that we are required to address within our state plan, and it really helps us set some priorities as a state, and we'll end up having all of our local eligible agencies, which is our K-12 recipients and our college recipients of Perkins, tie all of their funding back to the priorities that we outline in the state plan. So that's why it's really important for us to do that stakeholder engagement and that survey work and make sure that we know where the priorities are for all of our partners that we work with, because it really does get down to what a CTE teacher decides to spend their Perkins money on. Just a little update about where we are in the state plan. We do have our survey open, and I'll actually talk a little bit more about that in a couple of slides. And we have had our first Perkins State Plan Committee meeting, and it was very successful. Really excited about the collaboration there. I'm going to tell you who is on that committee because I'm really proud of the group that we got together for that. And so as you can see, we are well on our way to that May 10th deadline when we will be submitting our plan to the Department of Education. A couple of important things that you'll see in the state plan is both Montana's statewide vision, and then we have a set of goals that we outline as well. So I'm not going to read this vision, but this is what we currently have in our state plan, and we will have our committee review this and maybe wordsmith or change some things that as they see fit. But really, you can see highlighted a lot of collaboration, a lot of alignment, and a lot of making sure that there's a relationship between academics and workforce needs. We want to make sure that our students are really well-rounded individuals, have those, everyone's calling them 21st century skills, employability skills, soft skills, those skills that we know are really, really important, along with those, very specific skills that are needed for the work that they're going to be pursuing. And then as far as our goals and priorities go, so we have outlined 4 in Montana. And again, we'll have our committee review these and see if they want to make any changes. But really, the things that we are focusing on here is that collaboration and alignment, and really that availability of quality programming to every student in Montana, regardless of where they're located, what their circumstances are, if they're a part of a special population or not. We want to make sure that those quality options are available to those students no matter what. So kind of one of the biggest parts of the Perkins State Plan and what we'll be turning in May is our core indicators of performance. So these are levels that the state sets. So we as Montana, we set our goals. There are, of course, some parameters that the Department of Education has us look at. But these up here are the required indicators that we are reporting every year. So we're collecting this data, and it's a part of our annual report for Perkins funding. So you can see on the secondary side, we look at the four-year graduation rate, academic proficiency in reading, math, and science, post-program placement, and that's whether or not a student decides to enter the workforce, if they decide to go to a post-secondary institution, or if they decide to enter the military. We count all of those students as post-program placed. And then we always look at these non-traditional program concentration. And I always like to give a reminder of what this is because it's different than what a lot of other folks talk about when they talk about non-trad. This is gender non-traditional students. So these are students of one gender or the other that are in occupations that are that employ 20% or less of one or another gender. So a lot of times we'll look at male students in nursing or education, female students in STEM fields, skilled trades, things like that. So we do try to really promote getting those students interested in those types of occupational fields. On the post-secondary side, they're a little bit easier on us than secondary, but we also look at post-secondary placement. And for the most part, we're looking at students that either continue their education, so if they do get a certificate or an associate's degree, or even a bachelor's degree, if they continue to be enrolled, we count them as placed, or if they are working in Montana, and we collaborate with the Department of Labor and Industry to get those numbers and track where our students are working. We look at earned recognized industry post-secondary credential. Again, that can be a certificate, degree. I mean, really any one of these credentials that would consider them graduated. And then we also, on the post-secondary side, focus quite a bit on that gender non-traditional program concentration as well. Now there comes the fun part with the data. So these are our optional indicators for CTE program quality, and these are actually all on the secondary side, but that doesn't mean that we all should not be super interested in what's going on there because these students are hopefully coming to us. And also it really tells us a lot about the strength of those CTE programs while our students are still in high school, and then what they're coming out with as they either decide to go to college or post-secondary, or if they decide to enter the workforce. So right now in Montana, and again, we do have a choice. We're required to choose at least one of these. But right now in Montana, we are measuring the attainment of post-secondary credits, so strong alignment with dual enrollment. And then we're also measuring students that are participating in work-based learning. I will say that something to very much consider, that we consider and our agency leadership considers and our committee considers, is that we want to make sure that the data that we're collecting is measurable, reliable, and valid, and that we have the data infrastructure to be confident about what we're collecting and reporting that to the Department of Education. I will say that if we decide to add another optional indicator or take one away, it doesn't signal the importance of that work at all. It's just a matter of what we feel comfortable is really reliable data that we feel comfortable reporting to the Department of Education. I would argue that every one of these options should be collected and looked at just as a state and making sure that we're aligned for things that are important. But if we feel really confident in the actual infrastructure and the collection of that data, that's what we should be reporting to the Department of Education. So just want to signal that because you may see some changes here, and it doesn't mean that any one of these is more or less important than the other. It's just what we feel confident reporting to the DOE. Some other options, attainment of a post-secondary credential. Some states are measuring, they're using that definition, or they're saying credentials of value, technical skills attainment. So sometimes students that are graduating with a CNA or some other short-term credential, they're counting those as a success. And that is something, we could look to see if we could potentially have that type of infrastructure at some point to collect as well. Oops. So just want to give you a heads up about our membership. I'm super proud of this group of people, and I will say every single one of these folks on our committee has spent time in the classroom. Patty has taught post-secondary education, and then everyone else on the list has spent time in a high school classroom. So we have people that are heavily involved in workforce, but have actually been in the classroom with students, teaching them, CTE. I think Lily taught science. And so we're super proud of this group of folks. And we did have our first meeting, and it was just so wonderful and collaborative, and I'm just like so thrilled with this group that we ended up getting together. So some of the committee discussion topics that we'll be chatting about with those amazing folks on our committee. I will say that we have almost just shy of 900 responses so far on our CTE survey that has gone out. Last time we did this in 2019, we had 1,200 total, and this survey's open until February. So we have lots of time to really crush that number and get as high as possible. And it really does help us quite a bit as we're talking about these discussion topics, things that get into the state plan, because we start to see some priorities and some topics start to emerge that we see are important to our students, our parents, our teachers, and our industry partners. So I will say that 67% of the school and college administration said that they would be interested in collaborating more with the Perkins Grant. Not one administrator indicated that they definitely would not want to collaborate. So we're talking about the option of consortia. So this could be several smaller high schools working together on their Perkins Grant, maybe a larger high school working with a few smaller high schools, or even a college working with another college or high schools within their area. We do ask that every one of our local education or our eligible agencies, they have to do a local needs assessment every 2 years, where they have to take a look at labor market information. They have to do some stakeholder engagement. It's a big administrative hoop to jump through, and a lot of our smaller high schools have decided to opt out of this really important funding because they don't have the capacity to do that. So if they can partner with a college or partner with other high schools and get some assistance on those requirements, it really does ease up on those administrative burdens quite a bit. We also are seeing that 96% of folks taking this survey are indicating that quality CTE is really important to Montana's economy, and so we're always focusing on that strength between education and workforce, and that really kind of streamless, like that easy transition from secondary to post-secondary to workforce. We also have had some pretty interesting feedback about what programs people are actually aware of. 74% of our survey respondents indicated that they know what 1-2 free is, which is awesome. I think that that's a pretty good number. But only 30% know what credit for prior learning is, and only 31% know what pre-apprenticeship is. So we want to do a better job about informing folks in our communities about what options are available, and some of these options are really useful for a wide variety of students, and so we want to make sure that we're getting the word out appropriately. And then we also show that 68% of parents indicate that they want their student to have access to a work-based learning opportunity, and that can be anything from a job shadow to an internship, having a speaker in the classroom, anything that gives them access to some kind of, hands-on exploration of a career. And so we're gonna really start focusing on how to grow work-based learning opportunities for our students, both at the secondary and post-secondary level. So this is our public survey. It is online, both at the MUS website and the OPI website. A number of emails have gotten out. I think that Ange is going to get it up on Apply Montana, and that's my fault because I have forgotten to send it to her. But there are lots of different ways to take this survey. You could go to the website, or you can use the QR code. It's pretty quick. We really try to make sure that it is 5 minutes or less for all of our respondents to take. But it does give us some of that really important information that helps drive some of that decision making at the state level. So I encourage everyone to please take it, share it with colleagues, friends, family, Students, we love hearing that student voice. And so thank you for those who have taken it, and thank you to those who are going to spread the word to take it. And so, yeah, as always, we have a whole bunch of Perkins information up on the website. I'm always available for questions or collaboration. And with that, I will stand for any questions that you may have today.
Thank you, Jackie. Can you remind us how much money, is it 6.7 million?
Yes.
And then the split on a percentage basis on the, MUS or that goes to K-12, what is it like 65?
It is.
35?
Yes, yeah.
65 on the K-12 side, right?
That's
so,
correct.
one thing I'm really excited about your, this rock star membership committee, on a needs basis across our state where, it's just factual that like not every district has the same opportunity to participate at high-level CTE, the dual enrollment, everything else. Not every district has a university in their community. So, damn the needs, right, across our state. I'm very excited about this membership being able to really analyze our state and helping parts of our state catch up and then continuing to build it going forward. So lots of great work. Thank you, and thank you too, Joe. Anyway, questions, comments from Regents? Chair Dombrowski.
Thank you. Always great work. And I'm sorry, this is a little bit weedy. Is the survey required by Perkins?
It is not, Regent Dombrowski, Mr. Chair. It's stakeholder engagement is required, but we're not told how to do that. Okay. We have found in Montana that survey work has been fairly successful, and so that's how that's just one of the ways that we do that. Yeah.
So follow-up question. Today at our community breakfast, we were talking about how does one know even what the options are? So I'm thinking about if I'm a parent, I don't even know how I'd get to this survey. I mean, I am a parent, but my kids are older. So I'm just thinking about, is there an opportunity to use a survey to almost educate people on what the options are as they're taking the survey? And that may be not a correct way to use a survey, but if 67% of parents are saying, I want my child in a work base, I mean, that's critical information for us, I think, to follow up on. So.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair, Regent Dombrowski. Yes, and so we, to your one point to getting information out to folks that may not have easy access to it, we are talking about doing some social media pushes with the survey. And in addition to that, when you take the survey, it does give some definitions of what we're talking about when we're talking about career and technical education, what some of those options actually look like, and then we do give our state's definition of what work-based learning is and some examples of that too. So I think it does create a little bit of awareness, but I think that's a really good point that those folks that are taking the survey, directing them in a way that if they are interested in more information on how to get that. So that's a good point. Thank you.
Maybe jumping on that a little bit, having Mary Heller as part of this, perhaps she can get this into each district on whatever platforms they're using to communicate to the parents. I would think that that's probably not that difficult for her, and the, reaching, tens and tens of thousands of people, just bam. So anyway, other questions, comments? Regent Rogers?
Thanks, Chair Southworth. Great presentation as always. I feel like these are always such a high point. You take so much, pride and have such a great support team that's working on all of this in such a statewide capacity. It's always really exciting to hear about, and clearly this state plan committee looks amazing. The one place I always feel that I'm surprised when we have legislative partners that aren't aware of the MUS's work in CTE and how much this Perkins grant is driving so much of the work that is going on in the state of Montana. Can you share a little bit more about how we're working with our legislative partners to help increase their awareness of the MUS's support for these types of activities?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair, Regent Rogers, happy to do so. And actually, jogging my memory that we have a couple of videos actually complete that we didn't bring today, but I'm hoping at the March meeting we'll be able to show you a few. We did invest some of our Perkins State Leadership money to make some awareness videos of some of the incredible work that's being done at our campuses all around the state, and that includes 3 of our tribal college partners that receive Perkins. And so they're really these statewide videos that, one is specifically healthcare programs, and they're highlighting, SKC's dental program, Great Falls College's respiratory therapy program, City College's sonogram technician program, and so we're working on that awareness. We know that that's something that we've struggled with in the past. And so I think that the hope is that with these really nice videos that highlight these faculty and these students that are doing such incredible work, if we can try to get that more public facing and share with our partners just so they know that we do have a lot of work that we're really proud of, that we want to have a lot more visible. That's my perspective. Joe, I don't know if you want to jump in on that relationship with the legislature.
I don't have too much to add. I think it's, we certainly are talking about Perkins consistently with not just interim committees, but also other state agencies. WIOA, Department of Labor and Industry, are doing a planning process as well for another anchor part of career and technical education, job training, workforce training supports. And so to me, in some ways, it's a question of consistently communicating what's going on, but also being good partners and good collaborative partners in these planning and delivery processes so that they see the results in their communities. I mean, a little bit to Regent Southworth's point, I think that that's some of the fun conversation going on here is saying, hey, there are certain structures to these big, important funding streams for the state that perhaps don't work for really, really small schools. Like the design at a federal level, and we have to be creative as to how we structure them internally to Montana so that we facilitate collaboration between all of these different partners, secondary, post-secondary, industry, state agency, and so that we are having funding streams that make sense to deploy in a smaller school district. That I think that's some of the interesting and exciting parts of the process that Jackie and this team is undertaking, is thinking about how do we leverage the work that's already going on regional levels to be more strategic in next phases of how that funding is deployed and build kind of new models and new ideas around that work better for our context in Montana. And I think that's an exciting part of the consultative process that we are doing and need to do as part of the planning process, is it gives us an opportunity to talk about that theory level. Where are we seeing faults in our current system? How does Perkins, WIOA, other sources of state funding plug some of those faults? How do we leverage regional partners to solve some issues that I think do exist in how funding is used to support smaller districts, smaller communities in particular?
Great, well, thank you guys so much, and all I'll say is I've seen that consistently over my time on the board, and thank you for your continued work to help them understand that CTE happens in Montana not despite of the MUS, but because of it.
Thank you, Regent Rogers. And thanks for all your support, too.
Any other questions, comments? Jackie, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Deputy Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair Southworth. We'll move on, and this is just a start of what I think will be an important conversation over the coming year. I want to invite Dean Tom Gallagher up to the microphone and also thank him and Dean Vicki Trier of City College and some of their two-year leadership colleagues who've joined a task force that we're forming and charging to think about non-credit policy in the Montana university system. And I don't want to steal all of Tom's thunder, but just so you know, your campuses do a lot of training that's not just in the for-credit space, and they also engage with partners who do a lot of training and think about how that leads to pathways that are in the for-credit space in Montana. And nationwide, the non-credit space is more than the Wild West. It's exploding and it's complicated. And oftentimes it doesn't have the same funding streams or incentives or ways to support it or integrate it with what colleges and universities traditionally do. And Tom and this team, I think, are going to take on at a state level thinking about what we've learned through some of that experimentation and bring some recommendations forward to this board on what frameworks, what supports we perhaps need moving forward. Tom?
So good morning, everybody. Chair Southward, members of the board, Deputy Commissioner, it's my sincere pleasure to have the opportunity to present in front of you today. And I'll paint a little bigger picture before we jump into the specifics of this particular task force, that it's part of a concerted effort by the two-year college leaders across a really vast state, rural geographic challenges that have come together in a number of different ways here under credit Deputy Commissioner Teal, who gets us together twice a month, and we discuss these issues of kind of common interests and see how we can work together. This particular task force is part of a larger work plan that we've put together as two-year college leaders. So I just want to say on behalf of the two-year college leadership group, thanks for the opportunity, and thanks, Joe, for bringing us together on a regular basis. So I'm going to talk about non-credit workforce training and credentials and the early work, and I'll reinforce that this is early work. I think we've had a couple opportunities to get together, and we'll continue that good work over the coming months and year. But let's start out, why do we care about this? Why is it important? What are the things why do people care about this? And some interesting national data here. 1 out of 4 adults hold a workforce certificate, licensure, an employer credential, or an industry recognized credential. That's a really big number across our country. In fact, 5 million learners pursue non-credit training each year. 5 million. Two-year colleges have that really unique mission-based approach to workforce development. We serve a little different audience than the traditional learners. In fact, we used to call these folks non-traditional students. If you look, Education Design Labs has a great term that they use for it. It's called the new majority learner. And the new majority learner actually has 17 different categories of non-traditional students. So we talk about that, and then I think we overlook some groups that are so important that maybe we don't always serve to the best of our ability. And so putting together this task force provides a platform where we can start discussing some of these topics and coming up with a strategy for Montana. So some more kind of why here, why are folks going this route? One is relevance. And when surveys take place to determine why folks are choosing non-credit training, well, one, it's really easy to connect to a career. And I think that really provides, anytime something's relevant to us, we're going to pursue it. This is an area that I really want to jump into. Secondly, most of these programs are very streamlined. So some are available on demand, some are fast, convenient, and asynchronous boot camps. You can think of the different models that might come out of this. Thirdly, there's value to this. Folks see that this is an opportunity to advance their careers. And then lastly, and I might, for the Montana University system, state that this might be the most important piece of this, is that creating these so they're stackable credentials. Creating it so somebody can do a non-credit training and then that is not a dead end form, that we can assign academic credit to it and we can invite them to further their skill sets through completion of a certificate or a 2-year degree or a 4-year degree. And so we don't want to look at any of our non-credit workforce training as one and done. Like, how can we bring those folks back? Let you kind of sort through this slide here. There's a lot of logos and lots of information here, but these are maybe a few of the examples of non-credit workforce training that's taking place across our state right now. And these are at institutions, well, across the region. And some of these are boot camp models. I'll identify here, Job Site Ready is a boot camp model. And it's shared amongst a number of two-year colleges, and it teaches introductory, entry-level construction trades, helps folks with 30 hours of online learning, really important, and then a 3-day boot camp. And we actually buy the tools for them and then send them out to work. So that's been extremely successful. See a big picture here of Dean Vanderveer and Highlands College. I don't know how I did that, sorry. And what they're doing with CDL drivers. And many of our CDL programs are in that same mixed module, where some will be online. Boy, that's scary, huh? Teaching online truck driving. But you have to remember that they have to take a written exam. And having that asynchronous and having it be, so, you know, I might go on and it might take me a month to go through that written material. President Bodner here, he can do it in a week. And so there's varying times of completion. And what we found out of this is that we have higher success rates. And then they're ready to do the driving portion of this. So it's a great kind of example of how we can mix and match. Other examples I want to bring up here, Gallatin College, Missoula College, and Amazon Web Services got together to do fiber splicing training. And so this was an industry-led training, and we have several examples of those as well. The one that is, I think everyone on the board is very familiar with, it happened here in Missoula. And that was the Cognizant ATG All-in Missoula training program that put nearly 200 folks in the workforce with high-paying, high-tech jobs. So those are a couple examples that are very employer-based, employer-driven, and really they require partnerships with the two-year colleges. The other, I got one other logo here that I don't want to overlook, and if you look on the lower left-hand corner of this slide, you'll see Accelerate Montana's on here. And really, as we talk about Accelerate Montana and think about the role in the state, Accelerate is a catalyst for so many of these programs that are coming together. So they provide a lot of the employer-driven requirements and are able to assemble the right groups together across campuses to deliver these trainings, to create these trainings, and to really serve as, again, I'll use the word catalyst. All right, so when we set up a task force, we usually are given a charge, and we've taken a charge and kind of wrapped it into a vision, and then I'm going to move to the next slide because this is an addendum to our presentation, and you can go back and read this if you want a little more information on it. But I want to cut to a little bit to the chase here on some of the discussion topics that we want to have with this committee, and I've got just a short list here, like 7, right? I'm sure there'll be more that'll come up than that, but one of the really, really important points is understanding business models. So we have a very clear business model for our academic programs. They're tuition and credits, and so when we start looking at self-support models and incentives for institutions to put together non-credit training, we need a business model. And those business models might not likely all be the same, but I think we'll be able to tease out some of the characteristics of the ones that have been successful and how we can utilize that to learn more about the other trainings that I think these will continue for the duration of my career, and maybe longer. But understand that having some really solid business models. 2, employer engagement. There's got to be a job at the end of the training. I mean, that's the bottom line. That's why people are doing this, and we really need to embrace that. I have this employer-learner, just a bullet item here, but I'd really, I don't have a good visual of this, but I'd think of this as a spectrum. And I'll call it a risk-sharing spectrum. So there's models in place where the burden is on the learner. In other words, I pay for the training, I go through the training, I finish the training, and then maybe I get a job. That's one end of the spectrum. I think the other end of the spectrum would be The employer has hired me. The employer is paying me, and employer is paying for the training. So those are the maybe two opposite ends of the spectrum here, and then you can kind of think of somewhere in the middle a lot of these programs are going to fall. Secondly, how do we take a systems approach? How do we work together as a system to share programs? That could be really difficult to do. And so figuring out whatever the nuances are there. Fourth or fifth item on the list here is badging, learner and employment records. Interesting topic. We do a deep dive on that at some point. Micro credentials, outcomes. So what credentials will be issued? How are we going to collect the data that takes place with this? Because we're creating really a parallel system to our credit-based models. Next item on the list is quality. I want to make sure that there's a quality element to the training, that there's some transportability, there's some transparency, and there's value to our learners for this. And then the last one, which I've talked about a little bit already, is that there's some flexible pathway options here, and the term prior learning assessment, PLA, really resonates with this group. Can we get an academic credit? Can we get 3 academic credits? Does that count towards a degree? Where are we going to go with this? So those are some of the key discussion topics. We're also looking to pair with what's taking place across our country. We're not unique here in Montana. We do have our unique characteristics, but what can we learn from others? So we have, we've responded to a request with that SHEO put together, and they have a policy academy and a non-credit mobility academy, and we're going to jump into that, hopefully as a part of this process, and learn from what's going on across the rest of our country. Okay, so I want to recognize we have Dean Vanderveer in our audience here today. My co-pilot, Dr. Vicki Trier, City College, sends her regrets she wasn't able to make it today. And I want to just indicate the diverse kind of population. We have a lot of good 2-year college leaders throughout the state, but we also have representation from Ange DeWolf King, Peter Baker, and Department of Labor and Industry, and the Governor's Office too. So we're trying to bring together a larger group with that. And I'm going to stop there. Thank you for listening to me today, and pause for questions with the maybe the kindness of saying we're really early on this, and I'm sure there'll be lots of good questions, but I'd like to take it back to the task force.
Great. Thank you, Dean Gallagher. Questions, comments from the Regent? Regent Bao?
Yeah, thank you, Regent Southworth. Tom, a question I'm wondering about is every time as Regents when we meet with businesses in the community, like breakfast this morning, there's always we always get a clear message. I need more X, surveyors, AutoCAD, diesel mechanics, some of these are degrees, some of them are not degrees. What's the clearinghouse process for how you prioritize, which jobs and which sectors you're working on, and how do business leaders who are, in many ways desperate for hiring more employees or getting more certified, more certifications through the process, talk to me about the process of where those ideas meet with your committee and how you decide which areas to focus on. Because it seems like there's so much demand from the private sector for more of what you're offering, but it also seems like sometimes I don't know if we do anything in surveying or AutoCAD, right, with that. So talk about that process for us so we know that where the minds are coming together on that.
Yeah, there's a lot to that one, and maybe I'll kind of tease it apart a little bit here in some different angles. So one, I know our 2-year colleges all have advisory committees where there's active engagement with employers, and that those take place on a regular basis, and most of those right now are geared towards certificates and 2-year academic programs. I also recognize highly here that employers don't have time for that. They need folks, and they need them today, and so I would think that some of the models I mentioned, that risk spectrum model of if we can work with more employers to bring the workers to the trainings and serve as a training partner might be one solution. And that's kind of, that would help us out in the short term. Longer range, one of the ways that we're going to need to address this is getting down into the high schools. And you see the work that Jackie and her team are doing with CTE education. But I'd suggest even going down further than that, a lot of this needs to take place at the middle schools. And so one of the examples that again, statewide, that took place the last 2 summers is in cybersecurity. And STEM camps were offered at 10 different communities across the state for middle school students to pursue STEM careers with a cybersecurity influence. And those took place in Miles City, they took place in Glendive, Great Falls, Bozeman, Butte, Helena, Stevensville, Kalispell, Missoula. We covered the spectrum on that one. And so that's, I would suggest maybe that those 2 different prongs would be really supportive, and we're reaching out to industry too. What can we do? What would you like to see us do?
I think, well, thank you. That's super helpful. And I do think that a path, a way forward for all of us is deeper integration of the university system into the high schools to create more connections. But again, when we think about businesses, I don't want to sit at a breakfast and talk to a business person that really wants to hire kids now and talk to them about what we're doing in middle school, right? I mean, I think that's the missing, that's kind of where the connection goes awry when we're trying to, and again, it's unreasonable for businesses to come say, I need, X number right now today. But it seems like there should be, I'm just, as this, because I know this is new, but as this develops, it would be good to know how how you're prioritizing the degrees and certifications that are getting the most focus, because everybody's short of time and resources, and where that measures with the different businesses and how many they intend to hire. It's a little bit what we're trying to do in the sprint program is we're saying, we're going to take this many kids and move them through with guaranteed jobs. And on your side, as that develops, I think I'd like to hear more about that at future meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. That's really great input for us.
President Bodnar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Regent Bauer. I think it's a great question. I think your question of where's the clearinghouse that happens, how do we decide on these things? That's where we want to be, I think, as a state. I mean, kudos, thank you to Deputy Commissioner Teal for bringing these groups together. As we started to really push Accelerate Montana, was never meant to be its own entity. It was meant to catalyze and try to get those discussions going. I think the answer to your question, honestly, right now, is that this is like a startup. So what's getting prioritized? Well, those programs where we have business partners who are stepping up and coming to the table. So when we're with the Chamber of Commerce at the state level, or we're at the Governor's Cup or those things, my always push for our chamber colleagues is to say, when you have a business that says, I can't hire X, Y, or Z, the first question you should ask, well, have you talked to the university system? Have you talked to Accelerate Montana? Have you talked through that program? And so, the reason we see programs like the AIM Hire program having such great success is because you have an employer that steps up and they're engaged. And I think that's one of the habits that we're having to try to teach, to be honest with you, employers around the state. Like, don't just sit back and expect the workforce to come to you. Come and partner with us. Tell us what you need. We'll build it. Now, we have to work through the business model, as Tom said. We have to, that employer-learner risk sharing is a super important question, right? When the employer's sharing some risk with the learner, the programs work. When it's totally on the learner, they sometimes work, but it's sometimes harder to get people into those programs. So we're getting there, but we're not there yet.
One follow-up. President Bodnar, thank you. I think that's a really good point. You're 100% right that the and what it leads me to suggest then for this program is that let's make sure we have a specific ask of the private sector, so that if they want more mechanics or surveyors, that we can say, well, do this and that's what we'll do. Rather than just taking the input and filing it away, that we have a specific ask for the private sector. And I think that'll help with the prioritization, because the private sector will either say yes and meet the requirements, or they won't.
And I think this task force is a great step to get us there, frankly. So again, thank you to Deputy Commissioner Teal for bringing this together, because it's happening, but now we're doing it in a more, it has been happening for a couple years now, right? But now we're doing it in a little bit more systematic way, and we're engaging kind of in a consistent way across the system, which is, I think, going to be really important to help us meet that request.
Great. Any other questions, comments?
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Deputy Commissioner?
Thank you, Chair Southworth. And this will just be a brief update, but I think it relates really closely both to this task force and this conversation that we just had. And I want to thank Director McLean so much, who has jumped in with both feet, leading all 10 of our 2-year campuses, 2 of our 4-year institutions with 2-year missions, in working on this Education Design Labs project. I think what's key here is there's a lot of tools and technologies that these folks are bringing to us in helping us design curriculum with industry expeditiously. You know, they have, I think, some great resources, networks, tools to make that process faster, more clear for both campuses and industry, and really excited about the work that these teams across our state have undertaken and Angela's work. So Angela, if you could give us a quick update.
Sure, certainly. Deputy Commissioner Teal, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, members of the board, good to see you again today. I'd like to just begin with a great big thanks to each of our 2-year leaders and their points of contact in the Education Design Labs effort. They've wasted no time in working with our office to roll out this remarkable program across the state. And I would just like to circle back to the 3 pieces that make up the Ed Design Lab partnership with the state of Montana. First off, we have the 12 to 20 micro pathways that we will develop, and we've dubbed ours Year to Career, hopefully getting workers out into the job sooner rather than later. Second, data building and sharing, and I think that points to the conversation that you just had around the clearinghouse, and will certainly be a piece of that puzzle. And then finally, marketing the micro pathways. When we met in September, we had our launch just the day before the Regents meeting, and since that time, we have been incredibly busy. We have met 5 times with each of our 2-year campuses and our 4-year partners that are a part of this effort. We have conducted campus and employer surveys in that time, and we have identified the top 3 industry sectors, and those industry sectors are as follows: healthcare, education, and then the 3 T's: technology, trades, and tourism. And within those, interestingly enough, the 4 jobs that emerged as ones that we need to tackle first are medical assistant, welder, computer support specialist, and IT support specialist. Additionally, on Tuesday at the Missoula College campus, we hosted a student focus group, and we asked them all kinds of questions about everything from their entrance point to the university, to the registration process, to their course-taking patterns, etc. And then they went out in the hallway and they participated in what they called a gallery walk, and they put up stickies, and so now the Ed Design Labs is taking all of that back, and they are processing that into a document that we can, as an Ed Design Lab team across the state, make meaning of as we design each of our 12 to 20 micro pathways. And a great big thanks to Dr. Gallagher and to Dr. Grace Gardner and Christina Berger down in the Bitterroot for their partnership in making sure that that wonderful student group was able to come together and inform our work in this area. Later on Tuesday, we had another first when it comes to Ed Design Labs work. We worked with Bitterroot Health and their Chief Transformational Officer, Becky Conroy, as well as an HR person and an actual CMA in the Bitterroot Health facility down there in Hamilton. And they came on to our Ed Design Lab session, And they went through what we call a T profile, and they identified the specific 21st century skills that they need workers to have to be a CMA at Bitterroot Health. Then to complete the bottom part of the T, they walked through the Ed Design Lab points of contact with each of our campuses across the system and identified any of the credentials that folks might need to work in their hospital. Additionally, any of the technical skills. So at the end of that hour-long session, we had a clear picture of what Bitterroot Health would need to hire a CMA. And one of the interesting things there that they said repeatedly was, we are taking folks in if they apply and they are willing to do on-the-job training. And so if you can come to us with a program that we could get our employees in and out of sooner rather than later with all of these skills, that is something that would be magical for us. And to build on what I think I was hearing from Dr. Gallagher and parts of the conversation around the table, one of the pieces that emerged, I think, as very clear and important is that we need to prioritize skills over degrees. And that is something that emerged throughout every part of what we heard from Bitterroot Health on Tuesday. And I think that that's what you'll see in each and every single one of our micro pathways that we develop. Additionally, we hosted conversations with Salish Kootenai College, and we worked with them, and they successfully signed up and are now the first tribal college in the state to move forward with the Education Design Labs effort. I met with the Board of Public Education on Tuesday afternoon and visited with them about our Education Design Labs effort. I had to recall which day it was, and there were a group of superintendents in the room from the Bitterroot, and they were so intrigued that they have invited us to come and make a presentation about the Ed Design Labs and about the micro pathways to their superintendents group in the very near future. And so it sparked an idea, and I think it points to what Regent Bao is getting at, in that we need to make this connection with this work with our K-12 partners, and I think that we have a real strategic way to do that, and so I will work with our Ed Design Lab partners and with Deputy Commissioner Teal to see if we can't get to each of the regional Montana Association of School Superintendents groups and make sure that they're a part of it. And then finally, one of the questions that we had from Regents was, how does this jive with everything else that we're doing? One of the specific asks was, how does it correlate with the work that we're doing with Sprint? And so what I took time to do was to create a quick spreadsheet that walked through all of the Sprint degrees and then aligned them within each of our 3 industry sectors. And then I took it out a little further just so I could, in my mind, wrap around how everything I'm spending my time on starts to fit into this. And I put in the Montana's Future at Work and how that third column worked with each of the other 2 pieces. And then I think that we can continue to build this out with the excellent conversation that Dr. Gallagher just presented to each of you. So none of this is standalone. It's all a part of the great work that our campuses are doing, but really it's about making meaning of those skills that our students have or that they will need, and putting them into a platform where they can earn those skills in a year or less and then go into the workforce. So with that, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I will conclude my presentation and turn it over to you to see if you folks have any questions.
Thank you, Dr. McLean. Questions, comments from the Regents? Thank you for this update, and this is going to be exciting to track as the year matures, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
9:46, that concludes the 2-year, 14 minutes early, but, okay. Chair Dombrowski.
Yeah, right on time, actually, because we're set for a break. Just to remind everyone, we're going to reconvene at 10 with the Education Interim Committee folks. So we'll do a little, please. All right, good morning to all of you who are joining us. Welcome back. I'd like to welcome the Legislative Education Interim Committee to the table. Thank you all for coming. I think there's maybe 1 or 2 still on their way. We place tremendous value on our relationship with the legislative branch, and we consider the joint sessions like this to be key to our collective understanding, maintaining, and enhancing our relationships. We do have many exciting updates to share on the system initiatives that you likely will recall discussing during this session, and we have exciting news on the research front. However, before we begin our presentation, I'd like to turn it to Chair Solomon to ask him for a few words and or remarks.
Thank you. Chair, we very much appreciate the opportunity to meet with the Regents. It is something that we look forward to when we get the opportunity. We work very closely with them, especially on the budget side during the session, and afterwards we go over all our policies and procedures, and we really appreciate the fact that we are welcomed to the table to have these discussions, and it hopefully leads to some very good things, so thank you.
Terrific. I'll just take a minute if we can just start at that end. If you'll just say who you are so we have introductions around the table, that'd be terrific.
Senator Daniel Emmerich out of Great Falls, Senate District 11.
Seth Bodner, President of the University of Montana, and we're so happy and honored to welcome you all here to campus.
Student Regent Garrett Yeager from the University of Montana Western.
Senator John Fuller from Kalispell and retired teacher.
Good morning. Regent Jeff Southworth, Lewistown, Montana.
Melissa Romano, representing House District 81 in Helena, Montana.
Good morning. Todd Buchanan, member of the Board of Regents.
Good morning, Senator Edie McClafferty.
Good morning. I'm Clay Christian. Have the pleasure to serve as your commissioner.
Again, I'm Senator Dan Solomon.
Good morning, Joyce Dombrowski, Board of Regents.
And good morning, Casey Lozar, member of the board.
Representative Linda Rexton from Polson, House District 12.
Regent Lauren Bow.
Good morning. Representative Sue Vinton from Lockwood, Montana, also representing as the House Majority Leader. Thank you.
Good morning, Brianne Rogers, member of the board.
Good morning, Wadet Cruzado, President of Montana State University.
Thank you all. I'll turn over to Commissioner Christian or others that were going to present the MUS initiatives. I guess it would be Joe. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, legislators. Thank you for being here. We've had, I think, a great meeting today. We wanted to bring to you updates on a couple of initiatives that the legislature was kind enough to fund the Montana University system to accomplish. I'm going to invite OG Director Angela Wolf-King up for our first one, but before, just kind of the unifying architecture between these two initiatives is we want to build some infrastructure so that as institutions of higher education, we can work better together to serve students, and also build infrastructure so that we have better pathways to partner with industry to serve students in new ways. And really, that's at the heart of the Sprint degree program. Where is there changes to higher ed, changes to how industry interacts with higher ed that can solve problems for students? So, Ange, if you'd like to come up and give the update on Sprint degrees.
Good morning. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Teal, and thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity, and I should certainly say both of these boards for the opportunity to share about the MUS Sprint Degree project. And I was mentioning to Regent Bow earlier, a little bit for the Regents, this will be a recap of what you've heard before, so please bear with me this morning as we share this information, certainly with the EDIC committee. I forgot I had a clicker there for a second. I was going to ask Jared. Thank you. So as Deputy Commissioner Teal mentioned, Sprint degrees, as their name sort of suggests, are accelerated degree programs. But beyond that, they are still high quality programs. One question I often get asked is, because it's accelerated, does it mean that it doesn't carry the same accreditation weight? Does it not carry the same amount of credits? Does it not carry the same amount of quality? And these are still our same university degree programs. They are fully accredited. They are still the full degree timeline, but they are just structured in a different way. These programs are also something we have designed around them is that they are a need of Montana. So we did not just pick a degree out of a hat to decide to accelerate that in a fashion, but rather these are in response to where industry has expressed a need for their graduates. That's sort of the main concept of Sprint. Within that, we've sort of set up 4 main pillars of which we focus on, and they're on the screen or linked in your slides this morning. One is workforce development. It's designed to support, again, Montana's workforce needs. They are intentionally engaged with industry, not only for understanding what those different degree needs are, but also to where students can interact with industry while they're in their degree program. So rather than connecting maybe in your final year, students are hopefully engaging with an industry partner throughout the process of that degree. On the student side, what we're hoping comes out of these projects is that students have a better understanding of the value of their degree. One topic that I'm sure is not a surprise to anyone in this room, but is understanding the value proposition of higher education. By providing students a clear pathway between a degree and a career and an industry partner, we're hoping that students and families feel very confident in that post-secondary decision. And then last is certainly that these are a faster time to completion. I won't read these off to you, but essentially what we're really trying to accomplish here centers around those 4 main areas. Flexible programs, demonstrating innovation and efficiency within a higher education space, connecting with employers in a different way, and providing a different level of opportunity or access to Montana students who maybe aren't able or are not desiring a typical college education career or college education pathway. Student outcomes, again, I won't read these to you, but essentially what we're hoping is that they do feel that partnership, they do feel that support at a career and an academic level. Our Sprint students are involved in cohorts. I will talk about the programs here in just a second. But we have intentionally designed them to be in a cohort model along with a dedicated advisor, so somebody who is essentially shepherding them, mentoring them from both an academic and an employer standpoint throughout the program. On the industry side, our goal is that industry, if anybody was here for our previous conversation, the industry is coming to us in a way that they feel like they have a seat at the table early on, so that when we make a call to an employer, they can tell us, here's what I really could use more of, and then we're using that information to make accelerated programs. So I feel like I'm flying through this, and I apologize for that. But this, to me, is the exciting part. This is the part where our campuses have put in a lot of work, where we see students currently within this project. So in the summer of 23 and the fall of 23, our current semester, we piloted 4 programs across the MUS. These programs are located in the Billings and the Missoula areas. You'll see the programs here on the slide. The first one is a paramedic program. This is a flexible delivery program in partnership with different fire departments from across Montana. This is a full AAS degree that is now being able to be completed in a year. It gives students the option to be an online learner, a flexible learner, or an in-person learner in Billings. Our second one is in response to a lot of mental health crisis and concerns around employment availability. This is a human services program. It allows students to receive a license accreditation at the end, but also is a stackable credential for those that want to continue into the mental health space. But again, this is a BS degree, a Bachelor of Science in Human Services degree. It is a 7-semester program, but the way it's styled is year-round. These students go to school in the summer, they do a fall, a spring, a summer. It's a 7-semester continuous 2.5-year program for completion. And then finally, we're running 2 surgical technologist cohorts, one in a partnership between Great Falls College and City College, based in Billings with 2 hospitals, and then one here through Missoula College. At our last meeting, I think it was Regent Buchanan asked, who are these Sprint students? Do we know anything about them? Is there a certain type of student that's interested in this? And so with that,
we put together a survey of our current Sprint students. We have about 55 Sprint students currently in those 4 programs. And we asked some questions to gain a little bit more insight into their interest into the program, whether or not they feel like it's working, do they like it, and some demographic information as well. I will say the left side of this slide is really what we're hoping is a Sprint student. It is a high school graduate who wants to accelerate their time to completion. It might be an individual that has gone to college, stopped out, that wants to jump back in, wants to find a quick, direct link to a career outcome, or it could be an adult learner who's looking to expand, change, pivot their options. What we found is that our actual students really mirror those 3 bullet points. I put an age range on here. Now that I'm looking at it, it feels sort of silly, but we have students in the program who are 18. We have a student in the program who's 54. It varies a little bit based on the program. We also have a pretty even split in terms of demographics. What I found interesting was that 75% of them are completing their first degree. This is their first pathway into higher ed, whereas 25% of them are falling into that middle band of, I have some college, I haven't finished, I'm looking to finish something out. Lastly, I'll point to, I realize the colors aren't coming up very well, I apologize for that, but one thing we did ask was what drove you to this project? Was it understanding that you'll have a career afterwards? Was it scholarship support? Was it time to completion? And somewhat surprising to me, the biggest reason that students, at least in this survey, chose the program was based on time. Most of them comment, I wanted to get into a career, I wanted to go faster, I was ready to work, I want something quicker. And I think that just speaks, again, back to what we sort of knew going into this project was that there are now students who don't either have the time or don't want to have a traditional 4-year, 2-year experience, but are looking to have something that allows them to begin working, to enter the workforce, to earn a livable wage in a much faster way. So the last slide that I have for you, and I'll preface this a little bit, thank you again to your support of this program. We opened up an RFP for our campuses to submit projects under the Sprint umbrella. That was opened up this summer. Those projects were selected this fall. These are the new projects. I'm really excited that we will have 6 more as part of our now Sprint portfolio. And I'll read them through, and I'm happy to take any questions. I'm certainly not the subject matter expert on any of them, and want to thank our campuses for being that, but happy to share them with you. Here at Missoula College, they are restructuring their Associate of Nursing degree to be a 1-year degree. This is a year-round program that will allow students to start in either spring, summer, or fall, rather than one single entry point. Right now, Missoula College is able to take 36 nursing students a year. This will allow them to take 60. Our second one is a construction management Bachelor's of Science program at Montana Tech. This is the first BS in construction management in the state, and this will allow students to finish that program in 3 years. We have a diesel tech program out of Northern. This is also a 1-year program. It's actually not even a year, it's a little bit shorter than that, but it's a fall, spring, summer, so a straight 3 semesters for students to be completed. Auto Tech out of Highlands College is an interesting program because they are going to pilot with a pathway with dual enrollment, so students will take 2 semesters of dual enrollment in the Butte area, and then we'll finish off an accelerated pathway at Highlands. We have an education degree, which is a partnership between Great Falls College and UM Western, which allows educators to be done in 3 years rather than 4. Again, going a year-round schooling concept of a spring, summer, fall, rather than a fall and spring semester concept. And our last one is an occupational therapy assistant program out of Helena College. Again, this is the first program within the state, first licensed program in Montana will be at Helena College. We're very excited about that. And again, they're restructured theirs to be a 15-month completion program rather than the 24 to 30-month program for completion. So what's next for us is really just marketing. Most of these programs will start next fall. And what that means is we need to let our communities know, let our high schoolers know, let our job service folks know, our partners at DLI, et cetera. And so our office, OCHI, will work alongside the campuses for everything from press releases to marketing materials, updating websites, social media, to really expand that knowledge base across Montana. And lastly, we'll begin the fun engagement of our new industry partners alongside these programs. So with that, I will pause, and I'm happy to stand for any questions. Thank you.
Questions? Regent Bell?
Chair Dombrowski, Director King, thank you. That's an excellent presentation. I think for the interim committee, I think the way we look at this is the Regents took some risk on these programs to show that, to test the idea that whether we could be innovative, entrepreneurial, and meet students where they are. From the time period of our generation when everyone assumed that college was a 4-year process and you took summers off and that's all that the option was available, we decided to try and think out of the box and say, no, actually you can get a full degree in 2 years. And we're addressing several issues. One is the percentage of Montana high school graduates that are attending college has gone from 38% to 31% in the past decade. Those are our potential clients that we want to attract them back. And we think this is a way to do it. The other thing we've done is, has gone to industry and private sector and said, you're desperate for students, but you need to work with us. We don't want to just see a request list from you. We actually want to have some engagement and some financial commitment to make this program work, because one issue that wasn't addressed is that these programs are also extremely affordable. We've worked them down for some students, they may just be a few $1,000s a year. And when parents and students are sitting around the kitchen table and making a decision when they're juniors and seniors in high school, we're hoping that this pathway will bring more of those students back into the system from the other just pure private sector opportunities. And we have 50, and again, this is an idea that it was just an idea on paper 18 months ago. So I really think that the OCHI staff has done a fantastic job of getting 55 students enrolled, and you can see the possibility is there could be several hundred next year. And so thank you for the work on that. It wasn't a question which you asked me for, but I thought I would put it a little bit more in the terms of what we were trying to accomplish with this program and address the needs of Montanans. Thank you.
Can I plug one thing just to highlight on this? Something that's also is quite unique in this that I see, as I wear like an employer hat, that simultaneously we have new learners coming in on an accelerated basis and going into, breadwinning career fields, but it also is allowing employers to create vertical ladders of success to take, entry level, invest in them, train them up a ladder, and reload, rinse, wash, repeat. So this, these programs are not a one and done because of that. As our economy grows and as employers become more educated on how brilliant, quite frankly, this program is, I just think that the need gets it doesn't shrink. So, anyways, I'm proud to be able to champion this when I get to lead the committee. I can't take credit for it, but it's fun to think about. It's fun to talk about. So,
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question regarding whether you have data on the existing Sprint programs and the success rate of students. And in particular, I'm wondering if a student, say, finds that the pace of a Sprint program is not for them, what kind of support or options would they have at that point?
Chairs, Representative Vinton, thank you for that question. We have a little bit of data in terms of enrollment. We don't have a lot of great data because the programs are brand new. For some of them, they're almost at the end of their first semester, but happy to continue to keep track of that and report back whenever necessary. To the second part of your question, absolutely. So we, these programs are traditional courses, right? So even if a student chooses to opt out of their sprint program and switch into a different campus in the MUS, these are transferable credits everywhere. And likewise, while we haven't seen anybody jump to the traditional path yet, these are the same credits that they would be required to take in that traditional pathway, so would certainly move over seamlessly as well.
Other questions? Regent Buchanan.
Just a thank you to you all in the legislature for responding the way you did with resources. This is dead in the middle of our shared policy goals about time to completion. We want to reduce that for students, and it's not the only initiative. You'll be hearing from us a program called Montana 10, where we're rethinking the structure that students, particularly students that are not necessarily college bound at the beginning of the process, but are incentivized through some scholarship, additional advising services, the project that's getting national attention. We've piloted up now, 1,000 students are in this program. Same goal. Can we get these students in and out efficiently in a way that they're not carrying student debt? The FTE funding that you provide is not a 5, 6, 7-year tract, it's a 4-year tract. And so, again, a compliment to these two bodies working together. We think that the shared policy goals that we continue to prioritize are guiding initiatives like this. And although it would be wrong to say we have no more work to do, Montana is leading across the nation on initiatives like this, and your support not only validates that, but encourages the innovation that Regent Bao just referred to, and just really proud to be a part of these projects with you all. Thanks for your continued engagement.
Thank you. Representative McCall.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that over the past several years, we've had lots of conversations about employees not being able to find the needs for workers, and then students not really wanting to go to college and spend 4 years there. So this is a great example of the work that everybody's doing to help the people here in Montana, and I just want to say thank you for all the support that you're giving the employers and our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question about, of course, it's dear to my heart. For instance, some of our athletes would like to accelerate during their off season and or try to catch up. And so, is there reentry and or entry and reentry, or to join the program or the sprint program and then possibly interrupt it to go and then come back in when their competition is over?
Chair, Senator Fuller, that's a great question. And it's a little bit tricky. Right now, as I mentioned, these programs are operating in a cohort model, simply out of Regent Buchanan's point, out of a student success measure that we know is working. So while it doesn't, at the moment, I don't want to say like it never could happen. I don't think we've designed it right now for students to stop out and re-enter in the sprint fashion, that is. They are certainly welcome to pause or catch up through a different track. But because a real focus of this project is getting students to that completion, it's sort of funneling them through a cohort in a quick model, and trying to remove as many barriers that would require them to stop out. Now, to your point that we have certain students that might have other experiences or responsibilities on their campus, that is something that we could look into. But right now, the main focus of this is looking at students who are not simply, but are wanting to have a very accelerated path that recognize upfront, here is the mapped pathway that we have for completion of this course. And I feel like I'm not answering your question, but I think the blunt answer is we haven't really thought about allowing students to be removed from that cohort and then jump back in later. Please.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Senator. To the question of student athletes, I think it's a good one. And many of our student athletes do a little bit of this by taking classes in the summer, taking a little bit of a lighter load perhaps during the season and shifting gears. And to the point on the needs of student athletes, we actually have at both MSU, UM, and many of our other campuses, dedicated advisors for our student athletes to help them navigate those schedules. Our student athletes perform significantly higher in terms of GPA than the overall student body, especially given redshirt years and other things. Many of our student athletes graduate with master's degrees, so your question's a really good one, and the model for supporting those pathways for student athletes is actually a pretty good one. And in fact, as we've looked at some of our success initiatives, and Commissioner Christian's talked about this before, what we do for our student athletes is a model that we're trying to expand to do for more of the student body. And to provide that kind of focused, dedicated support and allow them to kind of take the courses when they're able to and accelerate and carve those pathways through to success.
And
sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question on what kind of salaries are these cohorts making? That's my first part. And then I worry about those that are teaching these cohorts. Are they making far less than the salaries that students are graduating and might obtain?
Chairs and Representative Rexton, thank you for that question. The salary question isn't one I'm trying to dodge. What I will say is that there's a range there, right? And probably not surprising to anyone. We have really tried to focus on programs that we know can provide students a solid future after graduation. I think our lowest range program is about $50,000 a year. It goes up from there. What we're also trying to compare with that, when I hear like $50,000 for many Montana communities is still low, is that our hope is to get these students out with as low as debt as possible and allows them to enter the workforce at a faster rate than they would have should they've gone through an academic pathway for 4, 5, 6 years. In regards to faculty salaries who are instructing these folks, I am not the expert on that, and so whatever I told you, I'd be lying. So I will punt that, but only out of respect to your question.
Other questions? Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question would be more just to get into the details of the structure of the sprint degrees and the overall cost. So in my mind, when I look at a sprint degree, I see, instead of more focusing on a well-rounded education, more focusing on a more focused, directed education. And in my mind, that saves not only cost, but time. And so I'm wondering, inside of the credits, because you mentioned that the credits, you're taking the exact same credits as you would in a normal degree, are we asking the students to sacrifice time and having them take a bunch of credits that we would consider would be directed towards a well-rounded education versus a fast-paced, directed education? Are we taking any of those credits out to try and streamline the process for them and get them to that degree faster?
Chairs and Senator Emmerich, thank you for that question. We're not removing almost anything. We have condensed the course load a little bit more. So where students might have had a mapped degree pathway that maybe included 12 or 13 credits a semester to graduate on time, and by on time I mean 4 or 2 years, we're now maybe asking them to take an additional class. So they might have 16 to 17 credit hours per semester. So nothing is removed from the degree plan, but rather restructured. The other large way that we are able to do these faster is using summers. Most students will do a fall and spring, take the summer off, come back in the fall. This is really requesting that students see their education as their job for the short amount of time that they are in these programs, and they're on a calendar year rather than an academic calendar. So they'll take 15 to 16 credits in the fall, the spring, and the summer in order to get done faster. Does that answer your question?
Follow-up, Madam Chair. That does kind of answer my question, but I would like to kind of know, have you considered actually looking into taking out some of the unnecessary stuff, the stuff that doesn't really focus in on that specific degree, in order to save those students the time and the financial responsibility in regards to getting those degrees, so we can have better trained workers in the workforce faster and not have the financial burden on them that is currently a barrier.
Thank you. Please, go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
Senator Emmerich, if I might, because I think it's a broader question, and it's one where we intentionally aren't taking out some of the general education coursework that you're referencing, and for, I think, some good reasons. We want that general education coursework to be relevant, to deliver skills that are used in a broad range of careers. When we're talking to employers broadly, oftentimes what we hear about graduates is there's a lot of soft skills, cultural skills that they need to be effective in their career and in the workplace. And we also see that those are also skills that make those same students more resilient to downturns or to changes over the course of their career. You know, I think the jobs that exist today are going to look quite different 5 years from now. So to us, to our campuses, to these degree programs, you know, importantly also to accreditors and to some of those marks of quality at the national level, general education, that breadth of an educational curriculum that college careers bring, it is important, and we want those to continue to be recognized as part of these degree pathways. What I will say is that there are certain classes of credential in the university system that are particularly focused on applied technology pathways that have a smaller general education curriculum, recognizing that the goal there is to quickly get through with the hard skills that are necessary to be successful in the workforce.
Commissioner Christian.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
if I could just add to that, Chair, Senator, so very interesting conversation, one that's ongoing. You may have, NCLS, other bodies are sort of taking up this conversation. Joe touched on it, but just logistically, one of the things that we want to do is make sure that these accelerated courses still have and carry the full weight of an accrediting body in terms of they meet the current accreditation standards. So as they sit, we don't want to jeopardize that, which would put the degree itself at risk. But there are conversations going on that we'll watch very closely around with the Northwest Accreditation Committee around potentially 3-year baccalaureate degrees that are 90 credits instead of 120. Now, I think some of the things that have to be answered is what gives in those, and that's part of the dialogue that's going on. The Northwest just approved a 3-year baccalaureate degree for adult learners that are only online, so there's some around that for BYU. So we will track it, but I think what they're trying to decide is like, yeah, so take a normal 4-year baccalaureate, what could come out of that and still carry the credentials, the portability of that degree, and still make it, valuable at a societal level, that it has covered some of those gen ed courses, that the academic learning is in place. So a great question, and one that we'll continue to follow very closely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Sure. Oh, please, Chair Solomon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things first off, this is right up our shared policy goals, and we've talked about this. We've worked on them for a number of years, and they've been very successful, and we very much thank you for this, because each time that we jointly decide that this is an issue we want to deal with, we've been able to deal with it. You do not back away. You go for it. And from the the perspective of the legislature, we appreciate having partners like that. The question I'm going to get to now, Department of Labor, Department of Commerce, these are people that are very much looking for opportunities for not only businesses in Montana, but the people of Montana, and in this case, the students. Have you done a lot with them? Because they are looking for finding money, finding opportunities, working with our industry partners, because they beat down our door during a legislative session, telling us how they want some things, and these are the things that we've been working on. So I'm just, if you can comment on that, please.
Chair Solomon, thank you for the question. And I'm going to forget some things, but I do feel like we're fortunate to have a strong relationship with both of those state agencies, and I place a lot of trust, certainly in our administration, to make sure that those high-level communication strands are happening. But at a much lower level, a local level, yes, myself meets with job service where we've had these across the state, Chamber of Commerce's within those local areas. Up until that point, that's really been centered in the Billings and Missoula area. Now that we'll have sprint programs more space throughout the state, that will open us up to a much broader conversation. And in addition to that, it's also I find it very much our responsibility to make sure school districts know, our counselors know, our individuals who work with students, our individuals who might be working with adult learners, but also for those who might have adjacent industry to know this is happening. Do you have employees that might benefit from this sort of upskilling or reskilling or reentering into these programs?
Madam Chair, Senator Solomon, the other thing I would say is very much involving industry, not only in helping to choose what some of the curriculum will be, but also just on the ground. Part of this is that there is more work study involved in it. So they are helping us prioritize opportunities at the hospitals to do it. They're helping provide upfront money for scholarships so students can dedicate round the clock to those career paths. So there's a lot happening there, and I think a lot more to happen. Industry, I believe, will support this, not only at a high level, but financially as well. And I think that'll ultimately give opportunities for students to, while they're learning at a curricular level in our institutions, those work study opportunities that they can be in the field, gaining the knowledge they need, and then ultimately, I think the good news is have a job with those businesses when they come out the other end.
Regent Bauer.
Chair Dobreski, can I just add to that? So I think what we're trying to say is we're bringing you into this program as it's just launched. So what does success look like a year or 2 years out is that we have students and CEOs of businesses saying, we've brought in 50 students and here's what their salaries are, and they're Montanans, and they've done it faster and cheaper. We understand that's what success looks like, and we've designed this program to deliver that to you. The reason we can't point to it today is because we only have 55 students, that are one semester in. But when we meet in a year or 2 years, that's what we hope to be able to show at this meeting is that kind of direct link between industry and a university system.
And I might add, when we first talked about this, it was those three programs very centered, right, in Billings and Missoula, and then you saw the 5, 6, or 7 now. I mean, that in and of itself, to me, demonstrates the success and the growth, even though we don't have the hard data yet. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one question. It's for the two presidents that are sitting here. Has it changed how you're going to approach the way education and teaching is from your institutions all the way down through that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. And the short answer is this is a part of a refocused effort to do just that. I mean, we are always thinking that. I know President Cruzado and I both, and I'll let her speak and share her thoughts, but absolutely, our goal is to make sure that, number one, we are understanding and meeting workforce and employer needs, and then number two, providing for our students the most effective pathway for them to get through our program successfully at the lowest cost and in the shortest time possible with the best chance of a good paying job. I think The other thing that we are working on, and I appreciate Senator Emmerich's question, is, okay, what do students need? How do we prepare them most effectively? As the great philosopher Yogi Berra once said, predictions are hard to make, especially about the future. And so one of the things we're always trying to balance is, yes, we want to make sure that our students are specifically skilled for the jobs that they're going to do right out of college, but also broadly educated for the jobs that they're going to do over the course of their career. And so the discussions we're having around how do you structure a sprint degree? What do you keep in? What do you keep out? Absolutely. That's impacting our discussions and how, again, are we shaping these students who are broadly educated but specifically skilled and meeting the needs of Montana's employers.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Chair. I think that campuses of the Montana University system have understood that time is the enemy. And we need to make sure that we prepare those students well for them to be competent professionals and to do it in the fastest way possible. When we talk about sprint degrees, I also think it's important for us to think about it as in buckets. In a way, it's easier to accelerate certain 1-year and 2-year programs than to accelerate baccalaureate degrees. Having said that, though, we are not shying away from not doing that. In fact, I just want to send a kudos to our College of Nursing. They saw that opportunity years ago, and when they came out with an accelerated nursing degree. And thanks to that program, we were able to go out in our communities and take care of those important needs. The most important part of sprint degrees, however, is about reaching out to those businesses and industries and saying, we can do this in partnership. Let's do this together. Tell us what is it that you need, and then we will make sure that we, without sacrificing quality or placing accreditation in peril, that we deliver the programs that are needed.
Excellent discussion, and we greatly appreciate the interest. Question? Okay, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's just maybe to bring this up a degree higher. I mean, we're talking about one specific program or one intervention for one very specific type of student, and I think one of the things that we've worked very hard on in the last 10 years and in partnership with the legislature is really understanding that the student body is not monolithic, right? Every student has a different story. Everyone has a different educational story and educational experience, and this sprint degree is for one type of student. And we've got Montana 10, that is for a different type of student. This morning we talked about at length about the non-credit training that we provide for a different type of student. We've talked about micro-credentials and stackable credentials. We've talked about the expansion of our graduate programs and our research. So I think the message to the community and to industry and to the legislature is we continue to try to innovate and really meet the very specific and distinct needs of very, very different student body, and we know that student body is going to continue to shift and change, and if we are not coming up with new methods to reach them, we're not going to be able to meet the needs of the state's economy. So while Sprint Degree is a wonderful new tool that we have, it's part of this family of tools that are really starting to meet the needs of our citizens. So I just wanted to make sure that we're seeing this all within this sort of package of work that we're doing collectively.
Madam Chair, Senator Fuller, I did want to break in just quickly to mention that we do have a couple of guests from our research enterprise and to speak to the Regional Technology Hub. And so we might, just to keep us on schedule, move to some of those topics here soon.
Great suggestion. I'll let President Cruzado make the final comment on this, and then let's go to the research, please.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add that there are also already tools in our toolbox, following Regent Casey Lozer's comment, that we are making the best use out of it. And that is, for example, the incentive that we have in every campus of the Montana University system, where students only pay for their first 12 credits. And at Montana State University, we just decided to rebrand that program. We call it the Freshman 15, as a tribute to not only the additional pounds that freshmen add to their waistline, but additional rigor to their course load. And I just need to tell you, that has been one of the most successful strategies. This last class, 82% of our freshman class is enrolled in 15 credits or more. What that does is that drastically reduces their time to degree completion, and they graduate on time with less debt.
Excellent, thank you.
Chair Dombrowski, Senator Solomon, apologies. For the sake of time, I would invite you all to review the slides on our Seamless System Initiative. In short, that thanks to the help from the legislature and effort to unify some of the key technologies around our state that students use to learn. Currently, we have 3 learning management systems across our system. We're working to unify those to create a more seamless experience for students. We're also testing out and scaling up tools that allow our institutions to more seamlessly share their online courses, which we expect is going to substantially expand access, improve access for students to have the coursework they need on the timelines they needed to finish on time. Very related to the conversation we just had. And also exciting that we're thinking of new ways to use those tools, including new ways with some of our tribal college partners. So looking to pilot some of those same course sharing tools that we've been working on over the past 2 years in the university system with 2 tribal college partners. However, we do have a few guests for you that we wanted to invite up to talk about exciting news on the front of the research and scientific and economic development enterprise of the university system, and then a new and much broader collaboration. That's the university system, the Chamber of Commerce, the Department of Commerce, industry around the state of Montana, looking to build a better high-tech ecosystem in our state and great opportunities on that front. Right now, I'd like to invite Vice President for Research at the Montana State University, Allison Harmon, and also Vice President for Research at the University of Montana, Scott Wittenberg, up to give you a quick overview on something that, honestly, I think it's an unfortunately well-kept secret in the state of Montana, which is you have one of the top performing research enterprises of a rural state in the entire country here as part of your state. And if we can pull up the presentation, there's a few reasons why that's important. Research isn't only useful because it means that the science that's being conducted addressing societal problems is happening here, that we're solving problems on the scientific front that are relevant to the state of Montana. Because our campuses are increasingly competitive on the national stage in research, there are all sorts of follow-on benefits to our students, to our campus infrastructure, to our communities. The buildings that our campuses are able to build, the facilities that our students are able to learn in, direct support for graduate students, cutting-edge research experiences for undergraduates, businesses that spin directly out of innovations that happen or start in labs on campus, often through faculty or through graduate students or through undergraduate students who've had experience in those same labs. Those are the types of things that happen because we have faculty, because we have enterprises that are becoming increasingly competitive and recognized on the national stage. And here's what that's looked like. Research expenditures, when you hear that term, it's not just meaning that we're spending money, it's meaning that faculty are going out and competing against the top scientists in the country to bring dollars to Montana that otherwise wouldn't come. And you see the dramatic increase, over 100% growth in the last decade, that makes our university research enterprise in Montana the second fastest growing in the nation. And that's being recognized. It's really filling in a gap on the national map. We now have 2 universities in the state of Montana, the only 2 in our region, recognizes Carnegie R1 research institutions, the top tier recognition for research universities around the nation, and only some rural universities to carry that designation. And again, what that means, it means that there's new types of business that can now exist in Montana because it has the source of innovations to commercialize, because it has the student populations with experience with those innovations. And that's led to an increasing and accelerating rate of spin-outs from our university's enterprise to new companies and new types of companies in our communities, in our state, that are also attracting new types of investment into our state, dramatic increases in venture capital coming to these small firms and these small ecosystems of biotech, optics and photonics, other areas where we're increasingly strong. And so what we wanted to give you a sense of today, and I'll turn it over to our two research leaders, is what that looks like at the campus level, some of the accolades that faculty, students in Montana are receiving as a result, and the impacts that you all see because of the good work that's happening in this space. I'll turn it over to Dr. Harmon.
Thank you for the opportunity very much, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, Regents, members of the committee. I wanted to just give you a very brief overview of what it looks like when we support our faculty to actually achieve those kinds of gains that Joe was speaking of. So beginning with our Office of Research Development, this is where we develop teams, this is where we do training, this is where we find funding opportunities and support that proposal development. Our Office of Sponsored Programs submits proposals and also monitors spending of those dollars at a very high level to ensure that we are meeting the requirements of the funders. Our Office of Research Compliance also does training and approves protocols. It ensures the health and safety of our researchers and our research subjects. Centers and institutes are how we put faculty together in meaningful groups to provide mentorship and also collaboration opportunities. And we have a library of core facilities that give our faculty access to really unique instrumentation and expertise that helps them do their work in a way that is very efficient as far as costs go, because we're supporting those centrally. And then we have an economic development team. This is to support faculty in tech transfer and commercialization of their innovations, to do entrepreneurial training, and to facilitate interactions with our innovation campus. So undergraduate research is a great way to engage students in their education, very hands-on ways to connect them with meaningful mentorship from faculty as well as graduate students. So it's a way to support student persistence as well as timely degree completion. And our goal is to make those opportunities available for all students. What you see on the screen is a group of our very exceptional and extraordinary students. Olivia, Michaela, and Kayla are our latest Fulbright scholars. Andrea Storr is our latest Udall Scholar winner. And Maddie and Ava are our most recent Goldwater scholarships, making them 85 and 86, which contributes to MSU's reputation as a top university for Goldwater scholarships. Graduate education is a key part of university research, currently enrolling just under 2,100 graduate students, but a record high number of doctoral students this fall, and doctoral degrees awarded this past spring. The Indigenous and Rural Health Doctoral Program, I'll just highlight briefly, was approved just 2 years ago by our Board of Regents and enrolls currently 21 students. This is an opportunity for us to mentor more Indigenous students at the doctoral level, as well as engage with Indigenous communities in Montana and in the region on their health goals using a community-based participatory research model. And of course, we're very proud of our high-achieving faculty as well. Since we last gave this presentation to this group, we've had 3 additional faculty be elected to national academies. Joan Broderick is a professor of chemistry. She was elected to the National Academy of Sciences and the American Academy of Arts and Sciences in 2022. Dana Longcope is a nationally famous solar physicist, elected to the National Academy of Sciences in 2022. And then this fall, we are celebrating Liz Shanahan, who is a professor of political science and also the Associate Vice President for Research Development at MSU, just elected to the National Academy of Public Administration in 2023. And then finally, I just thought I'd give you a bird's eye view of our innovation campus. This is a really exciting opportunity for meaningful collisions between industry and researchers and providing for student opportunities. The building on the right side there, upper right side, is our Applied Research Lab. This provides opportunities for classified and top secret research. The building on the left side that is in progress right now is the Bozeman Industry Building. This is an incubation space for startup companies as well as industry that want to interact with faculty researchers and provide opportunities for students. Our NSF engine, the Applied Quantum Core, will find some space in there this spring when it's completed, and that'll be particularly suitable for education and outreach in quantum communications. And then our Aurora Innovation building under construction there is focused, of course, on collaborations with the university in optics and photonics, suitable because that is the core technology of our Headwaters Tech Hub, and you're going to hear more about that in a little bit from Joe Shaw, who's a leading scientist in that area. So with that, I'll just turn it over to my colleague here.
Thank you, members of the committee. Boy, it's a hard act to follow. We're not actually ever in competition on the research side. We collaborate a lot, but I'm glad I got to see Allison's slides first so I could put in some numbers that also look good. On the graduate education side, it's glad to see the undergraduate enrollment starting to turn around and had several years now of growth. We've had graduate growth in our graduate and professional programs actually for the last 6 years. This past year was relatively flat. But you can see we had 2787 number of graduate and professional is our enrollment in our graduate programs. I think an interesting fact is the percentage of our students that are actually graduate and professional is quite a high percentage for most public institutions. And the one we're most proud of is actually our growth in our terms of American Indian and Native American graduate students. It's up 34% since the last time we made this report. So we've seen a pretty good growth in our graduate student population among the Native American students. We also have some things we can crow about in terms of our number of our undergraduate students. I think Seth has hopefully already talked about our newest award in terms of the Rhodes Scholarship that we just received, a scholarship elect actually for it. That's actually in this current class. And then we also, as you can see, we lead the nation in terms of the Udall scholarships. We love the Udall scholarships, as do I, because it actually speaks to the kind of institution that we are in terms of work in the environment, our tribal policy, and native healthcare. Those are strengths for the institution, and I think that's represented in the kind of students that we produce. We also have members of the National Academy of Sciences. We have, I can talk about a few of them. Jim Elster is the head of our Flathead Lake Biological Station, a member of the National Academy of Sciences. He's in our Division of Biological Sciences. Doug Imland, many of you have probably heard, he speaks a lot. He has a very interesting project in which he started off by showing that dung beetles, the way that they carry out their battles in which they use their proboscis, and he's now applied that into how the military can operate in terms of their defense mechanisms. And so it's a very interesting breadth of his research he does. The other reason I would mention him second is he's also in DBS. We're one of the few universities, certainly in the Rocky Mountains, that has 2 members of the National Academy of Sciences in a single department. That's actually quite unusual, 2 scholars in that area. So it's a very strong department for us. Anna Prentice is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences and also does a lot of outdoor work. And then a very similar kind of title, it's not quite the same. It's interesting in law, since the labels are quite often different people to understand the level to which John Byington has reached, but he has reached the same level as a National Academy member, just with a different title. So there's 4 of our very strong faculty. We could have put several other up there that have different kinds of titles, but probably give these 4 the recognition they deserve. And then since MSU has this great innovation campus, I had to find a pretty picture as well for us. And so that's Montech. If you look across the river, you will see the Montana Technology Enterprise Center. It doesn't look quite like that picture because it's the old building that we have over there. It's 32,000 square feet, absolutely full. We have a waiting list of companies that want to come into it. You see a lot of particularly biotech companies that are trying to leave the Bay Area, Seattle and Portland, and they are constantly asking us to come to Missoula and to the state. And so we work closely actually with the Department of Commerce and with Frederick and trying to help those companies come to the state. So we are working with a developer to look at financing and building out more than double the space that we'll have primarily for biotech space in Montech when we're done with it. And then the other thing on that slide is we do a lot of work in terms of economic and workforce development. Most of that is through Accelerate Montana. Accelerate Montana is both part of the Office of Research at the university, but it's also part of the Montana Technology Enterprise Center. And that's a range of programs we provide in terms of Blackstone Launchpad is for creating ventures for our students. Actually, faculty, alumni, and students can also participate in it. We have the Montech's up there. We have the Procurement Technical Assistance Center. That brings in about $3 million a year of federal contracts to local businesses. We show them how they can compete for federal contracts and through the rather onerous process it takes to get a federal contract. We run a code school, Montana Code School. We train, I should ask Paul for that number when he comes up. We are one of 2 universities in the country that actually owns a World Trade Center. And so we provide a lot of support for the state and for the Department of Commerce in terms of foreign direct investment, for helping companies do business overseas, working with product that has come to the Montana from overseas companies and so on. We house the Small Business Development Center to help small businesses maintain and grow their businesses. We do a number of support services for women's organizations and particularly Native Women's Launch, so both women businesses in the city and also in our tribal communities as well. And the lower right-hand corner is one of our new programs that's supported through the state and through the Department of Commerce, and that's our Job Site Ready program. And just some of the numbers from Accelerate Montana I thought was sort of an interesting one. In the past year alone, we've had contacts or programs in 103 Montana cities and 28 out of state. Since I've only been in the state for, I guess, about 12 years now, I didn't realize that there were 103 cities in Montana. So I was asked to talk, sorry. I hope that was not insulting. I'm an Oregonian, actually, and so I'm sort of rural as well. I was asked a little bit to talk about the engines. It's interesting when you make these presentations enough, you automatically assume that everybody knows everything. So I'm going to try not to do that in the presentation today. About 18 months ago, the National Science Foundation started a whole new directorate. It's a division of the National Science Foundation, and the intent of it was to use the research that we do to drive economic development within a given region. And so they started a new program called, the division was called TIP. They started a new program called the NSF Engines for that program, and then it was a 2-step process in which you could apply for Type 1 funding, which was up to $1 million, and then you could also apply for Type 2 funding, which I'll talk about in a second. We in UM and a range of partners, as you can see there, were successful in getting our Type 1 development funding and not our implementation funding yet. And MSU, they made their presentation earlier. They also were successful in their Type 1, which is in quantum, as Allison had mentioned earlier. Ours is in precision forestry and rangeland management. I like the area that we're working in because it's an area that sort of, we have strength in the state. We have strength in terms of our institutions. We have also a lot of companies, state agencies, federal agencies that all work in the area. And so it's an area that's ripe for economic development. And in that, we had to sort of develop a region of service. And so the region of service we picked was U.S. Forest Service Region 1. Some of this came out of a group that we're in, the Mountains and Plains University Innovation Alliance, which is Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, North and South Dakota. And we've been working together trying to develop joint programs. And so this made sense for us in terms of U.S. Forest Service 1. But what we've done, as Joe's trying to move me along, is It's interesting how this has developed a real ecosystem, which was the intent of the engines, and which, as this was announced, we've been reached out to by a number of companies and other agencies that want to join and work with us in developing this program. And so here's a list of some of the groups that I met with 2 yesterday that want to join into development of what our outcome is going to be. And so a real ecosystem in this area is growing. I think it will become a real economic driver for the community. Some of these numbers that Joe's going to talk about later are pretty large. If we're successful in a Type 2 application, which will be due sometime in April, that's up to $16 million a year for up to 10 years for each one of our 2 Type 2s if they're funded. Joe talked some about the size of the EDA Tech Hub. It's also an enormous amount of money. They're all in similar areas, and so the amount of impact that we can have from our research enterprise can be enormous within the state. And so I'm very excited to see about where this ends up in the future. And lastly, there's sort of interesting change, both at the university and in science in general, in that it's now much easier to get $100 million by a large group of people than it is for one person to get $100,000. Just the way the funding flows nowadays, they expect us to work together in large-scale projects. So what's happened is that the model now is much more about hubs and spokes. And so there's one unit that becomes the sort of the primary place that the funding comes through, but you're supposed to work with a lot of partners in various regions. And so we have a number of hubs and spokes that we're now part of in one way or another that I want to talk about. So not only do we have the NSF engines, which are the red dots on there, which is some of the partner universities that I mentioned before, but we just recently were awarded an NIH REACH award as well, and so we're the hub on that, and that's basically the WWAMI institution, so Alaska's also part of it, but I couldn't fit it on the map I could find on the web. And so that's in late-stage commercialization of bio-related and health-related research. That'll be very interesting. That one was just announced. And then the university has also been selected to be the spoke on the 2 new ARPA programs. So ARPA-H is another new agency that was started that's sort of very rapid development of commercialization and of health-related research. And so the funding on that was also enormous. We're a spoke for both the customer experience and for the investor catalyst pieces of ARPA-H. So that will be, I think, very impactful for the region as well.
Well, everyone, and as Vice President Wittenberg mentioned, this is a larger ecosystem that's shifting across federal investment. And the goal is they want to see the key technologies for national security, for economic development, developed in new places. And the currency in that realm is how well we can develop partnerships, not just within our state, among different groups, but also between states. And I think we have a great start there in some of the coordination and success that our region has had in these new programs. You see, we'll shift now to discussing the Headwaters Tech Hub. We're one of 31 designations nationally. That's a huge deal for Montana. These NSF Engines Planning Grants, 3 of 44 awarded were within our region. That is batting significantly above what you'd expect given our population. And we also have in our region 1 of 16 finalists nationally at North Dakota State University for the NSF Engine program focused on advanced agriculture. And what's exciting is because we've built this network, because we're coordinating, you see a lot of great overlap in the technologies where we're trying to become strong and how we're trying to apply those technologies into our business ecosystem to address problems in our community. And so I think just some big days ahead, not just for the research enterprise, but how that research enterprise benefits our students, our economy, our state. With that, I do actually want to maybe head directly into the Headwaters Tech Hub and invite our panel for that group up. Because I expect many of you will have seen the news, the press releases recently. I think I saw a note from journalist Tom Ludy that he hoped that these politicians would stop running with the ribbon-cutting scissors. It's a big deal. It can be a little bit difficult to understand, and we're in an interesting spot right now in terms of this tech hub opportunity. In short, the U.S. Economic Development Agency, the federal government, wants to identify the regions, the technologies for a multi-decade investment to make sure that new communities are benefiting, and that those technologies are developed and commercialized and manufactured in the United States. And so it's, incredibly exciting, and you should all be very proud that an enormous team came together in Montana to bring Western Montana this designation focused on our strengths in optics and photonics technology and their application to problems that we face that are also important to national security. And also, I think a lot of recognition to teams over many, many years who created the ecosystem that made us competitive. That's an ecosystem that involved state policy, the work that you all do, involved businesses making brave choices to start up or to move to Montana, to researchers, some of whom you'll hear from today, who really took a different tack to research, encouraged their graduate students to commercialize, to start businesses in their community, that made us a hub that could be competitive in a very, very competitive space. Wanted to talk through the team very briefly. It's a massive team, and it's a team that I think has worked together over a long period of time, attracted new members to a broadening consortium, and I think a complex consortium, a consortium that has government, has small business, has tribal entities, tribal colleges, has university system, university researchers, and put together, I think, a good case that Montana is worth investment. As you can see, 31 out of 247 unique applications across the country. And our application was really building on a strength that's developed over decades around optics and photonics technologies. These are sensors, LiDAR, using light in new ways to measure new things that has all sorts of interesting applications. Applications from military applications on drones, self-driving vehicles, autonomous vehicles applications in all different sorts of industries, agriculture, the environment, and where we had, due to wise investments and lots of collaboration over years, an incredible ecosystem start in Montana, probably one of the top 3 optics and photonics clusters of companies and research, particularly in a focus area around LiDAR, a key technology in this space. And so now, what does designation mean? Well, it means that there's now a whole federal government effort to try and help us and access the resources we need to build out this ecosystem in this space to be successful in Montana so that it can be prominent on the global stage. That's export assistance, that's intellectual property guidance, that's foreign direct investment guidance, that's preference on grant applications to the USDA, to the Small Business Administration, to a whole assortment of resources that now our businesses, our communities have a leg up because we've been identified as a focus area important to national security. And then most importantly, for our next steps, it means that we have an opportunity to apply for targeted funding, $50 to $75 million over 2 to 5 years to address what we think are the key gaps in that ecosystem. And so we have a team that is working expeditiously to set up a governance structure, identify 3 to 8 tightly aligned projects that will be led by different entities across the state of Montana to pitch what's our proposal as to how we fill in, use this funding capably across a team of industry, education, government to build out our ecosystem and build a whole new network of opportunities for Montana education, Montana jobs, Montana business in spaces that we want to show we can grow and develop in a rural state like ours. And so with that, I wanted to turn over briefly. We have a panel of some of the key players from government, university. These are only some of the key players. It was a very large team that helped to make this possible and deserves a lot of recognition. But just to say a few words and to have time for a little bit of conversation with the committee, with the regents on the next steps of this project, what's gotten us to this point, and what we hope it will mean for our state moving forward. And with that, I want to start, and I'll introduce them one by one, with Dr. Joe Shaw. Dr. Shaw is kind of the hero of optics and photonics in Montana. He directs the Optical Technology Center at Montana State University. And Joe, I was hoping that maybe you could just talk and give some sense as to how this technology came to have such a cluster in the state and where it sits kind of from the national perspective.
Thank you, Joe, chairs, and everyone. Thank you for having us here. It's my pleasure. You know, there was another Joe Shaw in Montana before I came along. It was my grandfather. He ran a company in Butte. And so he'd be very proud to see where we've come. In 1995, the Montana Board of Regents voted to approve the creation of a center called the Optical Technology Center in Bozeman at Montana State University. I wasn't part of it back then. I'm not quite that old, but I was in the field at that time, though, and I took notice of it from where I was living at the time, and that's really what brought me to Montana only 6 years later, is the opportunity to be part of that and to grow this exciting field in Montana. What we've done is we've positioned ourselves over the last 28 years, actually even more than that, but the last 3 decades at least, by systematically and purposely conducting research and education in optics and photonics in a way that collaborates with and serves the needs of industry. We have, at the time of our creation, the center was created in 1995. We had 3 startup companies that were just trying to eke their way into existence around the university. We now have about 40 companies in this space of optics and photonics. It makes us the highest per capita cluster in the country, and we have also purposely designed the cluster because of our strengths and our purpose. We sort of strategically hired people to head the cluster in a specific direction where we saw early on that we could have a unique competitive advantage, and that is in the space of optical remote sensing instruments. These days I call it smart photonic sensor systems. And so what that means is we take optical systems like lasers and fancy cameras, and we embed single chip embedded computers, the kind of computer that you're carrying in your hand, in your cell phone. And then we run AI and machine learning algorithms on those tiny little computers embedded in the system so that we can do things like gather a ton of data and then process those data in real time so that we can give battlefield real-time decisions. We can give ecological decisions for our land use managers. We can give forest fire management decisions in real time. These are all kinds of, and agriculture too. I shouldn't leave out ag in a state like Montana. It has a huge potential there. So we have all these areas that meet Montana's unique makeup and needs, and it provides a high-tech economic sector that has now grown to the point where we're getting international attention, and this tech hub designation really, I think, speaks to that. Does that answer the question a little bit, Joe?
Thanks so much. Second, I want to introduce Dr. Paul Gladen. Paul leads Accelerate Montana. He's the director of Accelerate and also vice president for associate VP for research here. Paul, I wonder if you could talk a little bit your perspective, the next steps on the Tech Hub, and particularly related to workforce development, which has been a big focus of Accelerate's.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Joe. Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Regents, appreciate the opportunity. I think it's worth sort of emphasizing that this funding is through the EDA, the Economic Development Administration. Their primary metric is typically around job creation. So that's why workforce development is going to be such a critical part of this program. I would also say their number one priority right now is equity, and that's something that will very much reflect how we think about kind of the job creation and the training opportunities that will flow through this. To sort of set the scene a little in terms of how do we see that playing out in terms of workforce development, just want to sort of, we start with what is that economic activity, right? What are the businesses that are going to exist, hopefully, as a consequence of this hub? And then how does that translate into workforce needs? How does that translate into education and training pathways? And then how do we think, particularly from an equity perspective, about how folks have an opportunity to take advantage of that training and therefore those jobs? So if we think about this, Joe has teed this up in terms of sort of the sensors and photonics and how those sit within these autonomous systems, and we really envision sort of Montana being a test bed for these technologies, both for the benefit of Montana, but also for this tech hub to be globally competitive in these cutting-edge technologies. But we see those applying in a range of application spaces. So in those things that are very much kind of Montana in terms of our forestry, our agriculture, our water resources, how do we protect those? And I should add as well, there was a key component of the EDA's Tech Hub key technology focus areas that actually is called Natural and Anthropogenic Disaster Prevention and Mitigation. Now that doesn't sound like a technology, but it's clearly about how does technology used to help us better manage natural and man-made disasters, better prevent them, and better mitigate the impacts. I mean, you have to look at wildfires and floods and things like that to understand that is a capability that we have expertise both at MSU and at UM, particularly in some of those kind of key environmental arenas. So if you start to think about those application spaces in those natural resource areas, in minerals and defense and transportation, there's a world of opportunity that can flow from the technologies that can flow from this tech hub. But then what does that look like in terms of businesses? We anticipate that if we receive this funding and are able to leverage it effectively, we will see a spectrum of businesses, both new exciting startups that will flow through that, existing businesses in the photonics sector that will have the real potential to grow, as well as other major businesses. You saw some of the names that were on the slides that Joe showed. These are global corporations that want to be in Montana because this technology is emerging. They're going to want to establish more operations. We have other businesses knocking on our door already saying they want to be here. So we're looking to see what are those spectrum of startup businesses, growing businesses in Montana, and other businesses that are moving here, and what are their workforce needs. But in addition, this is about a tech hub. It's about an industry cluster. What are the businesses that go around that? What are the businesses making the components, sourcing the materials? What are the data, services, and knowledge and expertise that go into using the information that's going to flow from these systems? And then, hopefully, as these businesses grow, as the jobs grow, you need all those other support businesses, right? We need the accountants. I'm an accountant by training, so I care about those people too. So we need accountants, we need HR professionals, we need to make sure healthcare is available. So this is going to drive economic and job growth on a broader basis, and we need to make sure we're equipped to provide that. So we envision a full spectrum of skills from the technology innovations to continue to drive that forward. This is potentially a 10-year program that the EDA is envisioning, so we need to continue to drive that cutting-edge technology. We need people that can start new businesses and create those businesses. We need people that can run manufacturing operations. We need people in supply chain. We need people in data. And we need people in some of these kind of support areas, right? People with finance and IT expertise to work in those businesses or to work in businesses that support them. So when we think about education and training, we very much see it a full spectrum of education and training. I mean, reaching back into the K through 12 system, this is a 10-year program. Who are the kids of today that hopefully want to be part of an autonomous systems kind of cluster here in Montana, and how do we build those pathways? How do we create those entry-level technician jobs? Potentially folks, as we've been hearing earlier today, there are a range of different learners who have different objectives and different pathways. So how are we providing fast non-credit pathways into some of these career opportunities that may still be entry points for academic pathways? We're still going to need 2-year degrees, 4-year degrees, graduate degrees. And then there are going to be a whole host of people, many of whom already have degrees, that are saying, but I want to get into this. How can I gain some additional skills that give me the opportunity to get involved in what's happening with this cluster? So we think about that full spectrum of learners, that full spectrum of education and training pathways on the non-credit and the for-credit side. And then we also think very much about where are these jobs going to be, right? And where, therefore, does the training need to be? So as I like to say, when I think about drones, or if you see the videos from Hyundai and their research center in Bozeman, they've got things that look like they're out of some cross between kind of Terminator and Transformers that are going into rugged terrain in Montana. When that thing breaks or it needs an update, we don't want to say, hey, Houston, we've got a problem, can you fly in? We need to have technicians and experts here in Montana that have the skills to manage and maintain those things. So we need to think about those jobs are going to be across the state. How do we facilitate and make sure we have the skills for the employees that are going to work in those businesses that hopefully also will be distributed across the state?
Thanks so much, Paul. And last but not least, and I want to open it up for questions and discussion, but Very grateful to Director Scott Osterman from the Montana Department of Commerce, also Mary Craigle from the Department of Commerce, who've been so important in this process and in helping to pull a big, complicated team together. And for us to take best advantage of this, that team needs to work effectively and ever more effectively. So, Scott, I don't know if you could speak a little bit to the team and the next steps for that team.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the Regents and legislators, it's a great privilege to be here. The Tech Hub designation is one of what could have been, I'm going to say, a very isolated, small, focused, we're just going to go after this type of opportunity that may or may not have been successful. There were quite a few applications that were really very, very limited, but were very good. But we had the privilege of having a lot of discussion long before the actual work came together, and working with Accelerate Montana, working with the universities, working with business, and looking at what is it that we have for the future of Montana, and what does that look like? And, you know, we're at that inflectionary moment, and I think there's an opportunity here for us to secure opportunity for our kids and our grandkids so that they have a choice as to whether they want to stay. Most of us didn't have too many choices back in the day, and we, you know, especially when we were in the tech world. And so we had to leave. And I think the greatest gift that we can give our children and grandchildren is their choices to be able to do and live where they want to live and have a career that they want to have. I mean, I don't know what else would be more fulfilling other than that. And to me, that's our responsibility as leaders to look at that potential. And I think we took that spirit into what could have been a pretty highly contentious herding cats type of, you know, we had our moments, but 18 different consortium members trying to sort themselves out, but we really came together quickly to realize, hey, this is that inflectionary moment. This is one Montana. And that spirit really allowed us to coalesce an idea, a set of ideas, focus on the technologies that we knew that we have, be inclusive with all of our universities in the sense, because you could have said, oh, it's just about only the technology of photonics, but more importantly, it's about the application of it. As we change in our world, photonics really becomes, it's a ubiquitous piece of our life. It's going to be part of anything and everything we touch and do, because it's all about sensing technology and where we are. You're going to have photonics in your glasses. You're going to have, I mean, if you look out there and you project 20 or 30 years, you're going to have things that rely instantly on computing power in our day-to-day life, but more importantly, in the larger problem solving that we have to do, whether it be from national defense standpoint, whether it be from mineral discovery, whether it be, I mean, you can go this huge list of opportunities, which is why I think Montana is in a unique position. It's not just about, you know, I think a lot of people early on said, well, this is just about R&D. And, you know, the fundamental part of this is it's not about R&D. It's taking the great R&D that's been done here and commercializing it and broadening out into this expanding, you know, people talked about the Internet of Things and Industry 4.0 and all these other types of things. And, you know, there's lots of language around it, but it is about this ubiquitous application of technology in all parts of our world to create safety, to create better utilization and efficiency. Just go down the list of all these different things. And so it has a commercial application. And I think that's where the team came together pretty quickly, knowing that we've got to show, and photonics and everything around it, which includes quantum computing. Remember, when you have all of these sensors coming together, you've got a flood of data. And the unit itself can only tell you so much data, but when you have 1,000 units doing something, and then you need to do real-time analysis of that and bring that together so you have this real-time decision-making. It's going to take some computing power that goes beyond our capability today. It's computing power that we use today normally, that if you go back 50 or 60 years to punch cards, I mean, that's kind of where we are today with what, we're at punch card stage with what photonics is going to be able to do for us in the future. And so looking ahead to that, I was really proud of how the team came together. We worked with the university system and we worked with outside companies, companies that were not necessarily even part of that list that was up there, but additional ones where we knew, larger ones, that were going to have some very specific needs in industry needs for solving huge problems that this technology is going to be uniquely applied to. And that I think is, I can say it was a privilege to work with our team. When we look ahead now to phase 2, and I don't know if you want me to address phase 2 at all, or you can have a question, but I think it proved to us that we can do something as one Montana and a few others that are around in the environment, North Dakota places and stuff like that, that we have a unique offering that literally no other place in the world has. Our total number of people that were involved in this was something like 87, I think, or something like that. We had 18 consortium members. That could have been a lot of herding cats, but frankly, it was easy compared to just about anything I've ever seen happen with that number of people. So, because we had one mission, one goal is to get that phase 1. Now we have one mission, one goal, and that's to get to phase 2. So we're in the storming and norming stage right now, which is always the fun part. We've probably got about another week or week and a half, and then we've got a 12-week sprint to the 29th of February to get the plans in, to get the projects identified.
Thank you, Director. I know this is a lot of information. It's exciting work. It's going to be a lot of work. We'd love to open up if there are questions about the Tech Hub or questions for any of our panelists. Yes, Representative Rexon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess my question is this. How do you protect our intellectual property? What do you have in place to protect that, since that seems to be a big concern across the United States?
I'm going to pause and see if any of our panelists want to jump in. I can certainly offer a bit of an answer.
IP is always one of the most complicated parts of any cooperation and collaboration, and to some degree, we've mastered that over the last 3 decades as we've figured out how to train PhD students and then have them start a company, often using the technology that they licensed from the university. So we do have licensing practices in place, and we have a lot of sort of best practices that we've built up by making some mistakes along the way and having some big successes, though. But this is going to require us to really build on that and do something bigger. And with that, I'll let Scott talk about that.
Yeah, I think having had IP stolen from a certain nefarious country, I've had the opportunity to see how it leaks and what you can do with it, and working in places that have literally thousands of attacks daily from a cyber standpoint to steal IP. And we have to help especially our startups and our younger entrepreneurs that are going to be involved in this and solving these problems. And so if we get this phase 2 designation, IP is a big protection, is a big part of it. And Montana is a little bit, from a legal standpoint, a little bit of an IP desert. I think there's only 3 IP direct full-time IP attorneys here, so it's an opportunity, I think, for that to expand in Montana and to bring in. We've met with some firms that understand this, and hopefully that'll grow. But the other piece of IP that I think that's really important in the Tech Hub is that we're going into it with an assumption that there are a lot of overlapping opportunities, and those overlapping opportunities are going to be IP that's shared for certain types of applications, and then licensed in a way that if a company's going to invest and co-invest in working with the university to move it to commercialization or working with another company, we want to have good rules of engagement there. It doesn't have to be all written out in the Phase 2 plan, but there has to be sort of an MOU, if you will, of understanding of this is how we're going to generically handle IP, because it's for the benefit of all of the consortium members and for the state in developing our economy. If this becomes the center of photonics and applied sciences IP for creating these things, then it fills very much the economic impact desire of what the EDA plan is. So we have to be, I guess, brutally focused on maintaining IP and also teaching our entrepreneurs what not to put in your IP. If you don't have the secret sauce, like the Coke recipe, you don't exclusively protect your IP. So be careful what not to show as well.
This is an outstanding conversation and outstanding feedback. I'm just sensitive to, we have a little bit more business of the Regents to get through before noon, perhaps. So I just want to say thank you, and I want to say thank you to the interim committee members for joining us and for the great discussion, and would invite you as you leave the table to grab onto those people over there who have a whole lot of more information to share with the hub. Joe, thanks for putting that together. I'm sorry that we've ran a little late, but I'm not really sorry, because it's been a great discussion and it's really been a good opportunity. So, yes, thank you very much. And we'll move to Superintendent Arntzen, I think, is here, and next on our agenda as we sort of change seats. Thank you very much. Yes, we'll take a quick pause and yes, thank you.
Are we on? Or?
Hang on just 2 seconds, and we'll allow the Education Interim Committee members to exit the table. And again, thank you very much. We're going to come back together here. Thank you for that pause, and I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Arntzen for your remarks. Good morning.
Good morning. I know you've had a very busy couple days, and we're not quite concluded. I see there are more things on your agenda, as well as lunch looming. Want to say thank you. This has been, for all of us, a very busy day, but what a great opportunity to focus on education. And of course, in my realm, we talk about the students that enter into public education or any type of education across our state. And then, of course, give these young youth to you in another framework of higher learning. In your packet, you'll see the very first thing that I've started out with is a celebration of our Teacher of the Year candidate for 2024. This is Kevin Kickingwoman, who is from Browning. He is a teacher there in the high school. He's Blackfeet. We've had a great opportunity to go personally share with him his celebration with his family and his school family and his community family. And now we promoted him to the national family. So we have high hopes that not just what's in our Montana Constitution of understanding Indian education for all, but honoring culture, as Montana, I believe, does better than any other state. And we are very mindful and prayerful that Kevin Kickingwoman may be the National Teacher of the Year. Cross your fingers, more information will happen when I do get to come in front of you again. But also in your packet, I want to share with you about some success stories and some things we're really also working on. And yes, it does talk about assessment. We have, by federal law, we have, under every Student Succeed Act, we have a requirement to demand a summative test at the end of the year. The federal government this late spring offered Montana, and Montana is the only state that receive this accolade, to remove that summative test while we progress through a different system that recognizes and honors teachers and recognizes the learning that happens closest to when it is given. That is a testlet model 5 times a year over the skills that are achieved through our state standards that are through the Board of Public Ed. Which means then we're the only state in the nation doing this new model. And we're very excited that not only are we testing this model, but we're testing questions that are created by Montana teachers, so that Montana teachers will be authorized when they give these small testlets throughout the year. They will also recognize their great work immediately, and then that remediation or acceleration can happen immediately for the student. If we are going to enhance learning, we need to look at the success model, and I believe Montana is leading the nation in this. But I want to work backward. Because of that federal law, we did have this last spring the summative test taken. And what we recognized was in the bandwidths that there was some success, but there's also needed effort. The 11th grade students that also take the ACT were much more resilient and more responsive in success than we've ever recognized before. That means they bounce back after the pandemic, possibly, but that means also those ACT scores that they took were also much more responsive and more successful. So a great partnership between the K-12 system and moving more forward in that post-secondary model. More information yet to come on that. But the other side of the coin is our 7th graders. Our middle school in math and reading were challenged. And what we're also noticing is the trend from 5th grade to that middle school in assessment is tough. There's a huge drop-off. There's a problem. We're also noticing then that those students that don't want to be engaged in school drop out. And that is where we are finding more of those challenges in middle school. I'm asking the Board of Regents to help me in that realm. Excite the parents, the families, the communities of these students so that they can see that window open to you, to have a brighter future to you. That is one of the P20 goals I believe in when I was a legislator, as well as where I'm at this point. So I'm just saying we have some homework and work to do as we move forward. That summative test goes away next year. All 60,000 of our 3rd grade through 8th grade students will be performing in that testlet model. Right now, we have teachers that are championing this model with 20,000 students right now, and we're in our 2nd year. Our 1st year, we had 5,000. We have accelerated to 20,000. Next year, we'll have all of them embraced. What this means then for our partnership means we need to look at this data. The other thing that we're doing very innovatively, we have opened up our math and our reading state standards, recognizing that the teachers are creating the tests for these, but also recognizing the data that's behind. Our partnership then in our colleges and our deans of education, and I am so pleased that we do have a partnership, but let's double down on it. What does it mean to teach these new standards and teach a new methodology of recognizing success? Let's work together. Let's uncover this and work together on it. I also want to share a little bit about the monies. Education doesn't necessarily begin with money. It begins with passion. As a 5th grade teacher of 23 years, it's passion. It's not about the compensation. And I recognize that from your university system as well. We received at the state level in K-12 $0.6 billion of COVID relief money. We received them in 3 buckets. The first bucket of 41 million expired last year around this time. The second of 171 million has expired. I'm pleased to say that of our 402 school districts, we pretty much crossed the finish line. But I have about 3 million that didn't get encumbered. Now, 3 million for a rural school district is manna from heaven. So I've asked the federal government if I can redistribute that across our system. I have not gotten a yes yet, but I'm very bold, and I believe we can do this in Montana. That means that money on the table can also be a partnership with you. How can we, using all of these things that were recently presented, accelerate learning, invite learning for a student, especially in middle school, to work forward? The allowable uses are very large in these second and these last third bucket. So we have opportunities there. We have expended 50% right now of the third dollar. And that third dollar is very, very large. It was over 300 million. So 50% of it has already been spent. But there's opportunity there too. So let's see what we can do in working together. I'm grateful that we are recognizing Montana Ready at the Department of Labor in coalescing great government, recognizing Montana Ready also in Perkins. And if I could, Madam Chair, I do have our lead for our CTE program. She's in Zoom. This is Shannon Boswell. If she could share about not quite 3 to 2 minutes, just the excitement of survey and our partnership. And I know there's already been a discussion with the Regents, but if I could just show a perspective from the Office of Public Instruction through Shannon Boswell. Thank you.
Thank you all. Hoping you can hear me. It's exciting to be able to talk to you today a little bit about our state plan for Carl Perkins. It has a great impact in our secondary and post-secondary programs. I know my counterpart at OCHI has already talked to you a little bit about the revisions of our state plan as we're going forward. But we're excited to be able to always partner as we're looking at our Montana career pathways, and looking at ways of engaging students at a much younger age, trying to expand into those middle grades. As you may know, our CTE standards are banded K-12, which we think is fantastic to be able to put some of those early learning skills as how important they are in order to gain perspective for how they tie into future career, team building, problem solving, those types of things. With all of this partnership amongst not only OPI and OCHI, but other state agencies and nonprofits across the state, working with Work-Based Learning Collaborative, all of these different entities, we're excited that we've pushed out our Perkins survey, and at the present, we have over 900 responses, and we're looking at those responses to come from middle school, high school, post-secondary students, parents, teachers, educators, community members, business and industry partners. So I think at the end of the survey, we're going to have a really good look at the state of career and technical education and work-based learning in the state of Montana across the entire state and not just our major areas. I think we have all but 6 of our Montana counties that have been represented so far in the survey. And that is open still until February. So I think we're going to far exceed our goal of topping our 1,100 responses from the last survey when we were writing Perkins 5. So it's really good to know that it's an engaging process, and we are able to hear from all of our communities across Montana and how we can implement career and technical education for all students.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Shannon. It is a partnership, and I'm grateful for that. I also want to say thank you. You know, we are in a partnership together. It's great to be here. I have a degree from University of Montana. It's good to be back in stomping grounds here. My education degree, of course, came from MSU, so it's nice to be here as well, Madam President. But what I want to say is it's so important that we have a view of education. I know that this last legislative session gave us a lot of different flexibilities within it. If public education or all education can be in the first thought processes of everybody's mind, then we are doing a service to all of Montana. I am very, very humbled that I get to be here in this esteemed room with all of your colleagues that come across the state and from your campuses. And very pleased that we are amongst legislators, that we are amongst other policymakers when we embark with the Governor's State Board. So it is humbling for me to be here, and I'm very honored. If you have any questions, please reach out to our great people at the Office of Public Instruction. And I'll just leave you with that there's so much in Montana to be thankful for. So as we journey home to our families and our communities across our state, we are so blessed. Let's remember that and put that in the front of our windshield. With that, Madam Chair, Commissioner, Board of Regents, thank you. If you have any questions, please reach to me. Thank you. Blessings.
Thank you. All right, in the interest of moving on and managing this meeting, we will take public comment as this is a public meeting. I'm trying to determine who might be here to offer in-person comment. Can I see like a show of hands or 1, 2, 3? I'm not. Okay. All right, that's helpful. Thank you for that. Since this is a public meeting, I will now call for any public comment. Public comment may be offered on items on this meeting's agenda or in any matter, not on the agenda, but under the jurisdiction of the Board of Regents. Written public comment may also be sent to Leanne Kurtz at lkurtz@montana.edu. To allow us to give everyone a chance to comment, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. And I really need you to hold to that today as we are running beyond. So is there any in-person public comment, please?
Thank you. I'm actually here not to speak my own words. A community member came yesterday afternoon and missed the public comment and emailed me his comments asking if I would please read them. So these are from Rabbi Mark Kula, and here's what he has written. Thank you, Board of Regents, for your leadership and dedication to higher education. University of Montana models for students, faculty, administrators, alumni, and the community beyond campus, embracing multiple truths, nuance, and complexity in a safe space. UM is firmly grounded in a commitment to education as the antidote to hate, as the means of bringing forward knowledgeable, discerning adults who have self-respect and intentional deference for each person as valued human beings. We act in ways that embody conscientious and compassionate listening to all perspectives, not shutting out ideas with which we disagree. Behold, Corbin Hall on our UM campus has inverted swastika tiles, an architectural design and fraught symbol. As a Jew who knows of the Nazis' atrocities, of the Holocaust's evil impact on minorities, particularly devastating the Jewish people in my family, I feel anguish seeing this swastika. I am named after a great uncle murdered in Auschwitz. As a person aware of the grandeur of diversity, I know this same symbol is held in esteem and by other cultures and my neighbors. How do we assuage both the pain and celebrate the joy this emblem evokes? The UM community navigated this divide, following our commitment to learning, fostering open curiosity and safe dialogue. So many people led this process at resulting in a respectful, meaningful partnership. The Talmud, the extensive repository of Jewish wisdom canonized over 1,600 years ago, models civil discourse, always documenting the dissenting opinion even after a decision is rendered. A teaching counsels that one is to keep a piece of paper in each pocket. I call them pocket directives. One slip of paper states the world is made for me, and the other, I am a grain of sand. The insight for us is to consider that whenever one is too much weighted on one side, be attuned to the message in the other pocket. It will avoid one falling over. In this particular instance, balancing messages offers us resolve. The message, I'm right, remove the tiles, you're wrong, or I'm right, keep the tiles, you're wrong, illuminates truth in both perspectives. At traversing the Corbin tile terrain has brought us to common ground, recognizing and validating diverse opinions, empowering us to thrive together. How wonderful for us to dwell together, says the famous proverb. Our community learns and lives well by this lesson.
Thank you.
Good afternoon now, Madam Chair, Commissioner, and members of the Board of Regents. I'm Elizabeth Putnam. I am a professor and chair of biomedical and pharmaceutical sciences in our Skaggs School of Pharmacy at the University of Montana. And I want to talk to you about money. Basically, the lack of on this campus. I understand there are different funding formulas in how the Office of the Commissioner and the Board of Regents distribute money between the different units of the Montana University system. But I was Faculty Senate Chair back in 2014 when the performance-based funding system was also implemented. And one of my concerns that I actually mentioned with Regent Buchanan, as we used to sit next to each other at breakfast back then, was that this engenders a continuing spiral downwards because you miss funding metrics because of some lack of reaching the previous 3-year average, which gives you less money, which gives you less income to be able to replenish that for efforts in reinvestment. That aside, I know that there are other funding formulas that have also played out to our disadvantage, a lot of that due to the fact that economies of scale may not be recognized at MSU. I'd like to encourage the regents and encourage the commissioner to consider the strides that has made in recovering from our low points and consider reinvesting money in order to help us and continue to encourage students to come here for what we offer, because I believe that MSU and U of M have very complementary strengths. Both are necessary for this state. Both need to be successful for this state to prosper. I'd just like you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Dombrowski, Commissioner, members of the board. I'm Maggie Bell, and I'm the ASUM president. Thank you all so much for coming over here this week, I should say. Big week ahead of us, but I really just wanted to take the time to send a warm welcome and thanks to Regent Garrett Yeager for serving on the board. He's really an outstanding person, individual, student. He's so well-rounded, and he's a busy person to say the least. He, outside of being a student, is also a behavioral specialist at the elementary school in Shoto, and so he spends his free time not only herding cows, but children. And he's just very committed to everything he does. He's easily one of the most compassionate, caring, and kind of individuals I've had the pleasure of meeting, and we genuinely don't have anybody better to represent the students of the university system than Garrett. So thank you so much, and welcome to the board. On a completely different note, as we've been kind of talking about, money is tight, and our student groups have been kind of facing some struggles in requesting money for traveling, for hosting events, for hosting their meetings. And so we had the opportunity to partner with our athletics department to create these sweatshirts and beanies as a fundraiser this week for student groups. And so all of the profits go right back into our accounts that fund student groups. If anybody here is in need of Grizz gear, we've got beanies and hoodies. The beanies are $25 and the hoodies are $40. So go Grizz. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any other public comments? Are there any online public comments? All right, seeing none, we'll continue with the rest of our meeting, which will be our action items from our committees. So I'm going to move to the, thank you for that, move to the Budget, Audit, and Budget, Admin, and Audit Committee. So first, we'll start with the, oh.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get the letter.
I'm just trying to, I couldn't see the letters either. All right, let's start with a consent agenda for the Budget Committee. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Bao. Are there any comments from other members of the board? Sorry, I'm futzing with my, okay. Are there any comments from the campuses? And is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll take a vote for the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay, the motion passes. All right, moving on to action item A, request for authorization to remodel Gallagher Business Building classrooms. Is there a motion to approve action item A?
So moved.
Jim Southworth? Thank you. Is there any other comments from the Regents? Any public comment? Any campus comment, I should say, first? Or any comment online? Okay, there being no further comments, I'll take a vote on action item A. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Action passes. Item B, request for authorization to construct pedestrian access improvements along Grant Street at Montana State University. Do I have a motion to approve this action item?
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Rogers. Is there any other comments from the board? Comments from the campuses? Public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll take a vote on action item B. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Action B carries, passes. Action item C, request for authorization to design and construct the facilities yard relocation project MSU Bozeman. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Yeager. Comments from the board? Comments from the campuses? Online comment? Thank you. Seeing no further comment, we'll vote on action item C. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Item passes. Action item D, request for authorization to construct an athletic indoor practice facility, MSU Bozeman. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Bao. Any comment from other regents? From the campuses? Or public? Seeing no further comment, I'll take a vote on action item D. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Action item D passes. E, request for authorization to plan and design the Aurora Complex at MSU Northern. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
So move, Regent Southworth. Any comments from other regents? From the campuses? Or from the public? Okay, seeing no other comments, I'll take a vote. All those in favor of action item A, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Action item F, request for authorization to purchase hangar at the airport road for instructional use at Helena College. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
So move, Regent Buchanan. Any comments from the regents? From the campuses? Or from the public? Okay, seeing no further comments, I'll call for a vote on action item F. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Action passes. All right, we'll move to the Academic and Research Committee. Again, on the consent agenda, I would take an action to approve the consent agenda, and then a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Rogers. Any comments from the regents? From the campuses? Or for the public? Okay, seeing no comments, I'll move to a vote on the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Consent agenda passes. Okay. Action item A, honor doctorate, Missoula. I'll take a motion from the regents.
So moved.
So moved. Regent Yeager, thank you. Any comments from the regents? From the campuses? From the public? Seeing no further comments, I'll take a vote on action item A. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Right, action item A passes. We've already done action item B yesterday, so we'll move to C, Montana State University Northern Mission Statement. May I have a motion from a regent?
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Rogers. Any comments from the regents? From the campuses? Or from the public? Seeing no further comments, I will take a vote on action item C. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Action C carries, passes. Action item D, request for authorization to obtain an academic brewer license at MSU Bozeman. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Yeager. Any comment from other regents? From the campuses? Or from the public? Seeing no further comments, I'll take a vote on action item D. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same sign. Motion passes. And finally, action item E, request a plan proposal. May I have a motion? Thank you, Regent Buchanan. Any comments from the regents? Campuses? Or public? All right, seeing no further comments, I'll take a vote on action item E. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Action item E passes. All right, now we'll move on to the consideration of appeals. The next item on your agenda is that consideration of appeals. Each appeal has been given a number, and for each of the 3 appeals, you have received the commissioner's decision and the written appeal, with supporting documents submitted by the campus and the appellant. The issue before the board for each appeal is whether to consider the appeal at a later meeting. Our appeal policy does not require us to accept an appeal if we are satisfied with the commissioner's review and decision. The sole question is whether any regent believes the issues addressed in the commissioner's decision need further review by the board. If you do not wish to hear the appeal at the board level, it is not necessary to make a motion. A lack of action on our part will signify our decision not to hear the case. The appeal is confidential. The board will not address the individual involved by name, identify the campus, or discuss the facts. Are there any general questions as to this procedure before we consider the appeal? I will entertain a motion to hear any of the appeals before the board. If you wish to move an appeal, please identify the appeal by number and not the name of the appellant. All right, so there is no motion before us. And I think that's all I need to say. All right. Yeah, I need to read one more thing. Oh, thank you. I didn't have that. There being no motion, I do have a few more words. There being no motion to hear any of the appeals, the appellant's requests that we entertain these appeals are denied. The commissioner's decision in each of the appeal is upheld. Apologize for that. Thank you. Having completed our business, I believe, the meeting of the Board of Regents is adjourned. And after lunch, the Board of Regents and the Board of Public Ed will convene as the State Board of Education, a constitutionally recognized entity responsible for long-range education planning for the state of Montana. So we'll see you all back in here at 1.
Madam Chair, could I just briefly, I just would like to not let the moment pass, members of the board, just to say thank you to the dozens and dozens of people here at the University of Montana that made this meeting happen. From the team in my office, Ryan Martin, Maggie Engel, Jessica Shantz, Amy Kinch, Kelly Webster, to our UC team, our dining and catering team, to all of our facilities team. As you know, this takes a great deal of work, and I don't want to end the meeting without recognizing the incredible people at the University of Montana that made this happen. So thank you, everybody, on a job well done. Sorry about that.
No, I actually should have said that. I call your team Team Bodner because they're everywhere and they do a fabulous job. And so I will add my thanks and the thanks of the board. Thanks.